Hogwarts, I am such a model wizard. Chapter 1 Magical Magic. In a 3-story building near the village of Ottery St. Catchpole, 11-year-old Keljoba was standing at the window, looking at the parchment in his hand seriously. Principal, Albus Dumbledore, Sir Merlin, First Class, Chief Wizard of the Wizengamot, President of the International Federation of Wizards. Dear Mr. Chopper, we are pleased to inform you that you have been admitted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and items. The semester starts on September 1st. We will be waiting for a reply from your owl before July 31st. Sincerely, Vice Principal, Female, Minerva McGonagall. That's right, it's the admission letter to Hogwarts. Since traveling here 11 years ago, Kyle has been waiting for this day. As for why he is so sure, it is very simple, because there are several other special families living not far next door. Among them, the ones Kyle is most familiar with are the devilish editor-in-chief Lovegood and the Weasley family. Especially the latter, the extremely weird building and the red hair of the family made Kyle instantly determine the composition of this world. It is worth mentioning that being able to live here also shows that Kyle in this life also comes from a wizard family. His father, Chris Chopper, works in the Ministry of Magic, as Deputy Director of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures and Director of the Office of Beasts. And thanks to his ancestral talent for communicating with magical animals, he is also a famous magical zoologist, one of Newt Scamander's only students. His mother, Diana, was also in the Ministry of Magic, but in the Department of Mysteries, but Kyle didn't know what she did. He also tried to use various methods to circumvent the situation, but all failed. Obviously, his parents' awareness of confidentiality was quite good, and not a single bit of information was revealed. Family situation. Well, because there are no prominent figures in our ancestors, we can only say that it is ordinary. Compared with those famous surnames, such as Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and so on. But even so, Kyle is already very satisfied. At least his parents are both wizards, so it will definitely be no problem to enter Hogwarts. Unless he is a squib. This was denied after his first magical riot when he was 3 years old. Although he had known that this day would come, when the owl really pecked open the window of his room with the envelope, Kyle was so excited that he almost jumped up. He held the parchment like a treasure, never letting it go even when he slept, and would look at it every now and then. My dear, you have been reading the acceptance letter over and over again for 3 days. Can you put it aside? I assure you that it is absolutely true. Chris looked helplessly at his son, who was beginning to laugh again, and could not help but remind him, don't forget that we have an appointment with the Weasley family next door to go to Diagon Alley together today, don't keep them away for too long. Waiting. Okay, Dad. I'll be right there. Hearing this, Kyle hurriedly put away the Hogwarts admission letter that he had read countless times, stood up hastily, and knocked on a wooden stake next to him. Grote, I'm leaving. As soon as he finished speaking, a little green guy jumped out and waved at Kyle. There are magical animals in Kyle's house, but not many. In addition to this bowtruckle named Grote, there is also an easel named Tom. Although as the Deputy Director of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, it would not be difficult for Chris to raise a dozen or 20 magical creatures, but he did not do so. And even Grote and Tom were left behind because they refused to leave. It's not that Chris doesn't like magical creatures, but he believes that so-called magical creatures should not stay around wizards. Those that we keep around us can only be called pets. On this point of view, this middle-aged gentleman, who has always been gentle to others and is known as a good guy in the Ministry of Magic, is very firm in his attitude. His view was also supported by Newt Scamander. Newt also believes that magical creatures should be in nature, and has always done so. As for why there are so many magical animals in his magic box, it is purely because of Newt's physical condition. Kyle had seen this old man more than once, so he was sure. Just like some magical elementary school student of the god of death, Newt's commander has a similar physique. Kyle clearly remembered that when he was 5 years old, when he was walking with Newt in the garden, he witnessed a ball-diving bird dive into Newt's arms. You should know that the orbibirds are natural masters of apparition. Although they are not very smart and will not hide themselves like other magical animals, they have a strong sense of territory and the ability to sense danger. Once they sense that a wizard or other creature that poses a threat to them is approaching, they will flee as soon as possible. In the description of the orb-eating bird in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, the first sentence is that it can only be viewed from a distance but cannot be approached. However, it was this ball-eating bird that actually flew right into Newt's arms with such accuracy. It's outrageous. When he was 7 years old, he went out with Newt again and met a salamander. 8 years old, injured unicorn. At the age of 10, he was almost made into a fire crab in a crucible. Among these magical animals, some were smuggled into the British wizarding world and then escaped, while others wandered here somehow. They always appear around Newt in all kinds of incredible ways. And this is based on the premise that Newt stays at home all the time. When he was carrying a box around the world to send magical creatures back home, the situation was much more serious than it is now. Every time he sent a magical creature home, there would be a dozen or 20 new magical creatures coming. After a long time, it would be strange if there were not many animals in his box. With such a special talent, it is no wonder that Newt was put on the entry blacklist by almost all ministries of magic. After all, those magical animals had bad tempers before they met Newt, especially the injured and pregnant ones, who would explode on the spot at the slightest mistake. Imagine you are leisurely drinking afternoon tea on the street, and suddenly a mad and rampaging man-headed sphinx, manticore, or leopard jumps out beside you. Tisk, that scene, just thinking about it can make people break into a cold sweat. So, what about Gellert, what about Voldemort? Does the Dark Lord have to do it himself to cause destruction? That's it. It's so weak. Look at Uncle Newt. If he wants to make someone disappear, he doesn't need to do anything himself. He can just buy a plane ticket and stay there for 3 to 5 days, drink coffee, and enjoy the scenery. Moreover, he doesn't even have to get involved in the cause and effect afterwards. Or we can say that Grandma Tina is great. She sealed Newt by her side with her own strength. It is no exaggeration to say that the whole world owes her a first-class Order of Merlin. It's hard for the British magical world. According to incomplete statistics, ever since Newt settled in Dorset, incidents involving magical creatures in the ministry have begun to increase exponentially, and the British magical community has inexplicably become the smuggler's favorite place to sell stolen goods, without a doubt. Fortunately, although there have been many incidents of varying sizes over the years, none of them have caused any serious impact. At most, some unlucky person suffered minor injuries. I think as the birthplace of Uncle Newt, this place probably has some passive buffs. But Chris is not so lucky. Due to his job, he has to work overtime for several days every once in a while. But judging from the look on Kyle's face, he seemed to be enjoying it as well. All the way to the door, only then did I realize that in addition to Chris standing at the door, his mother Diana had also returned from the Ministry of Magic in advance, which was rare, and was standing there looking at him with a smile. Her long black hair was meticulously styled, and her black robe with white edges looked decent and elegant on her body. When she looked at Kyle, her light blue eyes were filled with tenderness. Elegant and intellectual. This is the impression Kyle has always had on Diana. Subconsciously, Kyle turned to look at Chris. Well, he was a bit handsome, and he could vaguely see some of his youthful demeanor, so the two of them matched well together. The most important thing is that Chris is not bald. Even though he is nearly 40 years old, the distance between his hairline and eyebrows is still only about an inch. This is in stark contrast to Mr. Weasley next door. Of course, with such a powerful gene, Kyle's appearance is naturally not much different. Among the people he knows, he can at least be ranked first. He has a tendency to bring disaster to the country and the people at a young age. Of course, this is not important, and Kyle never takes it to heart. He does not rely on his face to make a living. Sorry, I'm late. Kyle walked between the two of them and said sheepishly. If you put away the owed notice, it probably won't be too late, and Hogwarts won't leave the UK just because you didn't keep the notice. Chris looked at Kyle teasingly and told a made-up joke. Well, let's call it a joke. At least Chris laughed happily after saying it. As for Kyle, although he didn't understand what Chris was laughing at, he still politely raised his lips, thinking it was to show face to his father. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. Okay, it's getting late, we're leaving. Diana smiled slightly, interrupted the awkward interaction between father and son, and held Kyle's hand. By the way, there are a lot of things to buy for admission. We have to get there quickly, and it's not polite to keep the Weasley family waiting for a long time. After saying that, with a crisp explosion, he disappeared from the place with Kyle. When Chris saw this, he quickly apparat and followed him. Chapter 2: The Leaky Cauldron. The Leaky Cauldron, founded in the early 16th century, is one of the favorite gathering places for wizards. It is also the entrance to Diagon Alley, the only wizard street in the British wizarding world. When Diana led Kyle and pushed open the door, the originally noisy bar seemed to have been pressed on the pause button and instantly became silent. It's as quiet as the self-study class in the evening of the senior year of high school, and you can hear the needle drop. It wasn't until Chris walked in that the weird atmosphere didn't continue. But it still hasn't returned to the way it was before. It seems like everyone has deliberately lowered their voices. But there are exceptions. Tom, the bar owner, came over with a surprised look on his face. Oh, Diana, long time no see. Do you want a drink? I'm treating you. Next time, Tom. Diana showed a smile, patted Kyle on the shoulder, and pointed at the Weasley family who were walking here. We still have to go to Diagon Alley to buy some things, and we may not have enough time. Oh, of course. Tom suddenly realized, time flies so fast. Little Kyle is already 11 years old, so is he going to buy Hogwarts admission materials? Yes. Diana smiled and nodded. That's really a bit nervous. Go quickly, you know the location. Tom turned sideways and made way for the road behind him, but then he looked down at Kyle and said, I have to remind you, little Kyle, if you move the trash can again this time, I'm going to write a complaint letter to Hogwarts. Merlin's beard, do you know how anxious the new students were when they found out that they couldn't enter Diagon Alley? You can't always add unnecessary work to an old man with weak legs and feet. Kyle was somewhat embarrassed when the good deeds he had done were pointed out to his face. Obviously, this is not his first time in Diagon Alley. But speaking of conscience, as a time traveler, if you come to Diagon Alley without moving the trash can, is that still a time traveler? There's nothing wrong with that. But in front of his parents, he definitely couldn't say that. Kyle could only sneer and say, definitely next time. Hearing this, Tom was fine, but Diana on the side raised her eyebrows and looked down at her son thoughtfully. Her intuition told her that there was definitely something wrong with this sentence. But since the Weasley family had already arrived, she didn't say anything. Oh, Kyle, honey. Mrs. Molly Weasley gave Kyle a big hug warmly, and then took Diana aside to talk. As for Mr. Weasley, he naturally walked up to Chris and started talking. The two families have a very good relationship. Diana and Molly are friends who talk about everything, and Chris and Arthur are also close friends. Especially after Kyle was born, they moved directly to the Weasley family at the warm invitation. Live here permanently. These were all discussed by the adults during the dinner party, and Kyle listened to a lot of them. Because of the relationship between the two adults, he and the Weasley children naturally became friends. This is not the case. As soon as the adults left, two arms were placed on his shoulders, one on the left and one on the right. "Hey, Fred, look who's here. Aren't these the new students at Hogwarts this year?" George's tone was particularly clear when he said the word newborn. "Hogwarts is very dangerous, especially for a freshman like you. Of course, if you are willing to say something nice, maybe we can give you some help." Kyle ignored the two guys and greeted the other red-haired people next to him. "Long time no see, Percy, Ron, and Ginny." The other party also nodded at him with a smile on their faces. "Long time no see, Kyle." *3. Originally, the Weasley family had 7 children, but Bill went to Egypt, and Charlie went somewhere unknown a month ago and was not at home, so only 5 of them came today. As they were talking, several people came to the backyard of the Leaky Cauldron, the entrance to Diagon Alley. Mr. Weasley, who was walking in front, found the correct brick at a glance, then stretched out his wand and knocked on it. At the same time, at the end of the team, the Weasley brothers, who had not received a response for a long time, looked at each other, raised their eyebrows tacitly, and planned to teach a certain impolite junior a small lesson. For example, the jumping powder they just invented: just sprinkle a little on your hair, you can experience an unprecedented sour and refreshing experience. They have tried it on themselves and the results were excellent. But, has anyone tried what it feels like to not wash your hair for 10 days? It's just amazing. If you are lucky, you may be able to trigger a hidden Easter egg and experience the special treatment of middle-aged gentlemen in advance. They acted right away. The two brothers took out the jumping powder and were about to start when Chris's voice suddenly came from the front. "Hagrid? What are you doing in Diagon Alley?" The voice was no longer as peaceful as before, but instead carried a hint of alertness, which immediately caught the twins' attention. There's no way. They have heard this kind of vigilant tone too many times. It has become a conditioned reflex. "No, nothing." After seeing Chris, Hagrid, the 3-meter-tall and 2-meter-thick half-blood giant, shuddered subconsciously, and his eyes became a little vague. But then, he seemed to have thought of something, and he relaxed a lot in an instant. He took out a small package from his pocket and said, "Harry Potter will come to Hogwarts next year. As a meeting gift, I want to personally give it to you. Bake him a birthday cake and buy some berry seeds." "Real?" Chris' tone did not relax much, and he looked at the small package vigilantly. "If I remember correctly, with the materials in the Hogwarts cafeteria, it should be enough to make 10 cakes." To be honest, Chris's tone was somewhat aggressive. If someone who didn't know the situation saw this, they would definitely think he was a villain. But Kyle, the twins, and even the Weasleys who had a good relationship with Hagrid did not say anything after seeing this scene. Even their expressions did not change, as if everything was supposed to be this way. This is indeed the case. As the Deputy Director of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures and the head of the Beast Office, Chris is very familiar with Hagrid. Let me put it this way, if Chris had to choose the person he least wanted to see, it would definitely be the keykeeper of Hogwarts, the famous half-blood giant Rubeus Hagrid. The trouble caused by Merlin's beard alone accounted for more than 1/10 of Chris's workload for the whole year. Especially those hybrid magical animals he tinkered with, which made Chris a little crazy. "Oh, what was it last time?" "Oh, it was a runestoid, a 2-tailed snake that was a cross between a runestoid and a runestoid." God knows where Hagrid got so many magical creatures from. They can't all be from the Forbidden Forest. Chris doesn't remember there being runespore snakes in the Forbidden Forest when he was in school. As a traditional magi-zoologist, he considers this kind of hybridization with human intervention to be heresy and an evil act that must be absolutely prohibited. But unfortunately, this is not illegal. He submitted draft bills several times but never received any response. Some time ago, after Cornelius Fudge took office, he went to the minister's office for this purpose, but was repeatedly delayed by the other party with superb tactics, and finally the matter came to nothing. Obviously, in the eyes of their new minister, this bill on magical creatures is of too little value. With this time, it would be better to go to the Hogwarts principal's office a few more times. At least doing so would make him feel more at ease. And it can also improve your image and personality in the minds of the masses. So, Chris couldn't do anything to Hagrid. What's more, those magical animals he created are new lives after all. He can't just ignore them and throw them away. Chris had no choice but to observe, record and classify. Over time, Chris's resentment towards Hagrid had already reached its limit. The reason he didn't attack Hagrid directly when they met was purely because there were children around him. Otherwise, he would beat Hagrid no matter what, even if Dumbledore was there. Don't be surprised. Although he is the deputy director, Chris still works on the front line of dealing with magical creatures all year round, so he still has the strength. It's hard to say about a pure-blooded giant, but Chris is still very confident about a half-blood giant, and a half-blood giant without a magic wand. Hagrid also knew that he was in the wrong and opened the package consciously. There was indeed only a bunch of unknown seeds inside. In Dumbledore's name, I really just came to Diagon Alley to buy some seeds. Hearing what Hagrid said, Chris' frown relaxed a lot. He did not continue to question him, and after a few brief instructions, he let Hagrid leave. With Hagrid's respect for Dumbledore, it would be impossible for him to lie about this kind of thing. Kyle, on the other hand, turned his head thoughtfully and glanced at Hagrid's back as he left. Not this time, what about other times? Kyle remembered that the three-headed dog Loe who appeared in the first film was bought by Hagrid from a Greek in the bar. I don't know whether this bar is the Hog's Head or the Leaky Cauldron. Don't think that the Leaky Cauldron is very formal. There are too many grey transactions. Moreover, it is the only place to provide accommodation, and it is the kind where ID cards are not checked. Therefore, many smugglers with small amounts of goods and no criminal record choose to come here. Settlement. The small amount of goods means convenience. You can just find a box and stuff it into it, and basically no one will notice. While going out to eat, it is normal to have a transaction with a certain customer. And Hogwarts has a gamekeeper who is extremely passionate about magical animals. This fact is already well known in the brokerage circle. It is not difficult to find out about him. Tisk, who said that Hagrid is honest, but he also has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Kyle estimated that his father probably didn't know about Lu Wei at this time, but he didn't intend to make a report. After all, who can say no to a three-headed dog? Chapter 3: Diagon Alley. After careful consideration, Kyle finally decided to cheat his father once and concealed the news about the three-headed dog Lu Wei. Who made him like magical animals, but he is not Newt, and he does not have that unique talent. Magical animals like three-headed dogs are extremely rare even in Greece. If he misses this opportunity, it will be difficult to see him again. Comparing the two, it's still a lie. But as compensation and to make his conscience clear, Kyle immediately broke away from the twins' arms, came to Chris and gave him an apologetic look. Chris looked confused. Also confused were a certain twin. The two of them had just prepared the action they had put aside before the gift, and sprinkled jumping powder on Kyle's head. However, at the last moment, Kyle dwarfed and ran away. You must know that all their jumping powder had already been sprinkled. Even if you are 1 second earlier or 1 second later, why is it at this time? The twins were dumbfounded and could only watch helplessly as the jumping powder they scattered drew a beautiful cross line in the air and flew straight to the other's head. His ha! His ha! Wipe! 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 Two rather rapid gasps and the sound of rubbing hair came from behind, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. As a result, when they turned around, they saw brothers Fred and George scratching their hair frantically like two adult baboons. Her hair, which was not very smooth in the first place, now became messy than a chicken coop under their clutches. To be honest, the sorting hat looks better than their current look. Oh, Fred, George, what are you doing again? Seeing the weird looks from more and more people around her, Mrs. Weasley walked up to the twins with a blushing face, grabbed their ears one with each hand, and walked towards an alley next to them. At least there are fewer people there, and she can lose less people. Unlike now, on the main street of Diagon Alley, her two sons actually imitated baboons in the street. Merlin's beard. If they were allowed to continue, the Weasley family's hundreds of years of dignity would really be gone. Mrs. Weasley's actions were very decisive, but it was a pain for the twins. Their breathing sounds were obviously much louder. In addition, I don't know if it was Kyle's imagination, but he actually saw tears on their faces. If it is true, then he can only say that they are indeed twins, even the position of the tears is the same. On the other side, watching Mrs. Weasley escorting the twins away, Mr. Weasley was obviously relieved. He suppressed his embarrassment and repeatedly asked everyone to go shopping first without waiting for them. At the end of the team, Kyle was hiding next to Ron, having a hard time holding back his laughter. But the next second, when he looked up and saw the look from Diana, his whole body felt bad. He grinned and forced an awkward and polite smile. As a mother, I am good at everything, but my sixth sense is ridiculously high. Ever since I was a child, I have never been able to hide anything from her. It was also his luck when he traveled through time that he waited 5 or 6 months before he was born by her. Otherwise, Kyle was sure that his identity would have been discovered long ago. Really? Kyle scratched his head and thought to himself, with a mother like this here, there is no privacy at all. Diana didn't say anything, she just gave Kyle a warning look and turned her head. This matter is actually not that serious. Molly is just concerned and confused. A pair of twins, but they were famous troublemakers at Hogwarts. Their deeds had long been spread throughout the wizarding world through the students, even Diana had heard about them. Just the weird things she heard about include blowing up toilet seats and putting a sack on Mrs. Norris during night outings. As well as throwing big excrement balls under the seats of the Slytherin freshmen and slandering them for shitting their pants in class, etc. I guess there are more that I don't know. Compared with these deeds, imitating baboons on the street is nothing to mention. Therefore, the most people who saw it would just smile, and it was impossible to rise to the level of the Weasley family. Except for a pure-blood family member who does not want to be named, with long platinum hair. The reason why Mrs. Weasley's reaction was so great was that she hadn't gotten used to it yet. No matter Bill, Charlie, or Percy, they are all extremely excellent children. Mrs. Weasley will subconsciously replace this impression on the twins. Even if their usual behavior is very different from that of the three brothers, this impression cannot be erased in a short time. After all, Bill and Charlie were not very honest at home and when they first entered school, but it is undeniable that they are still one of the best students at Hogwarts. Let's put it this way, just think about the serious Percy imitating a baboon on the street, and you can probably understand Mrs. Weasley. However, this situation is only temporary. As long as 1 or 2 school years pass and there is more news from Hogwarts, Mrs. Weasley will gradually get used to it. At least she can be much calmer when she encounters this kind of thing again. Not long after the episode, the group of people also separated. Because Ron and Ginny are not yet old enough to go to school. The Weasley family only need to help the twins and Percy buy textbooks for the new school year when they come to Diagon Alley. But Kyle is a freshman and has a lot to buy. The first and most important thing to buy must be the wand. There was no need to lead the way. Kyle walked through Diagon Alley with ease and quickly found his destination. That small, shabby store. Ollivander, he has been making exquisite wands since 382 BC. Kyle stood at the door. Every time he came here, he was a little speechless. This place is so dilapidated. The dust on the windows could be scraped off to build a sculpture at the door. Is it possible that wizards like the sense of time so much? But Gringotts and Broomstick Shop are very good, they look clean and beautiful. Or is this the foundation of exclusive business? No matter what it is, you have to do it. But Gringotts is also an exclusive business. Kyle has been thinking about this for a long time, and even asked Chris and Mr. Weasley, but he still has no answer until today. Standing here now, Kyle could only shrug his shoulders and regard this as the uninhibitedness of a craftsman. As for asking in person, that's impossible. It wouldn't offend anyone. After all, he is the most famous staff maker in the British wizarding world, so it is very important to maintain a good relationship. However, Ron will be enrolled in school next year, so he can discuss it with the twins, and Fool. Please ask their youngest brother for help. Don't say he cheated his friends. What he was trying to trick was Ron Weasley. What was his relationship with his dearest relative and friend, the twin brother Ronald Weasley? Chapter 4 The Wand Chooses the Wizard. Anyway, I still had to buy the wand. Kyle carefully opened the door and walked in. Diana and Chris did not follow them, probably because they thought it would take a long time to buy a wand, so after learning that Kyle was going to Ollivander first, they diverted to Gringotts. The store is much better than the outside. Although it still looks old and the items are messy, it is at least much cleaner. Along with the crisp sound of wind chimes, a head with grey beard and hair appeared behind the counter without knowing when. "Good afternoon, kid." Ollivander looked at Kyle and asked inexplicably, "Did you come alone?" "Yes." Kyle asked in confusion, "Is there any problem?" Ollivander shook his head and said, "No, of course not." As he spoke, Kyle vaguely saw a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Strange, when customers come to your door, why should they be disappointed? Maybe I saw it wrong. Kyle shook his head and didn't think much about it. "Okay, little wizard." Ollivander came out from behind the counter and asked, "Well, kid, can you tell me your name?" "Kyle, Chopper." Kyle said quickly. "Chopper." Ollivander was slightly startled and said, "Then Mr. Chris is my father." Kyle said. "Oh, of course." Ollivander subconsciously glanced outside the store, but quickly retracted his gaze and explained, "I mean, after all, in the British and magical world, there are not many people with the surname Chopper." See? Okay, this old man is indeed disappointed. Kyle saw it clearly. Just when he said that Chris was his father, the disappointment in Ollivander's eyes almost overflowed. Not only that, he also started to mutter in his mouth, repeating Yanagi, Takagi, etc. The voice was too low, Kyle didn't hear it clearly, but he didn't care. At this time, Kyle's mind was full of his own wand, so he didn't have the mood to care about it. After announcing his name, Kyle took the initiative and said, "Mr. Ollivander, I am accustomed to using my right hand." After saying that, he stretched out his arm straightly. Arm, so that Ollivander can measure height and arm later. He knew the process here very well. After measuring the data, the next step is to choose a magic wand, which is also the most time-consuming part. There were at least 8,000 wands here, if not 10,000. In Kyle's opinion, even Ollivander would have a hard time finding a wand that matched the little wizard at first glance. He could only choose a rough range and then a try. He is ready. And testing the magic wand, like moving the trash can, was also one of the things Kyle wanted to do. However, Ollivander's next words made Kyle a little confused. "Oh, kid, if it's you, no need." Next, without measuring his height or asking for any details, Kyle watched Ollivander walk into the counter, quickly pull out a box from the most conspicuous position, open it, and push it to Kyle. Before the action was done in one go, without any hesitation. "What are you waiting for? Try it now." Seeing that Kyle didn't move, Ollivander couldn't help but urge him. "Ah? Oh, okay." Kyle came back to his senses and subconsciously picked up the wand in the box. It is grey-black in color and has a very smooth surface. Apart from the necessary handles, there are no unnecessary patterns or accessories. It looks quite popular. Kyle held the magic wand, and before he could make any move, a beam of white light gushed out from the tip of the wand, filling the entire room in the blink of an eye. The originally dark and secluded shop suddenly became much brighter, as if it's like there's a skylight on the top. Good, great. Ollivander looked very excited. Without waiting for Kyle to ask, he said, 13.5 inches, cedar wood and phoenix feathers. I have to say, this is a very magical combination. A magical combination. Kyle was a little puzzled. Yes, it's magical. Ollivander looked at Kyle and explained patiently, cedar wands are usually chosen by wizards who are wise and have keen insight. These wizards are naturally calm, and every choice they make is made after careful consideration. As a result, as my father once said, a man with a cedar wand can't be defeated, and I agree with that. Therefore, people who own cedar wands tend to prefer the stable and loyal unicorn tail feathers, while the phoenix tail feathers are a bit too proactive. In fact, I made and sold a total of 36 cedar wands, 30 of which had unicorn tail hair as the core, 5 of which had dragon heart tendons, and the last one. Ollivander didn't say anything, but just smiled and pointed at Kyle. Kyle was puzzled and asked, "But sir, didn't you say that these two materials are not suitable to be combined together? Then why did you still make it?" "The materials are not suitable, so we don't make it." No, that's wrong. The wand chooses the wizard, child. Every wand will choose its destined master after its birth, just like them. Ollivander pointed to the mountain of wand boxes behind him and said with a smile, "The reason they are still here is not because they are bad, but because their fate has not yet arrived. Their owners are just waiting for Horatio to come." "Where is Jyurtsaul?" Ollivander paused and continued, "In addition, the completely contradictory wand body and wand core can perfectly play their respective roles in the hands of a wizard. This is also the most fascinating part of wand learning. Just like the magic wand in your hand, your father Chris once tried, and your mother Diana also tried, but they were both just a little bit short, just a little bit. So after learning the news of your birth, I have been waiting for this day. It's perfect, isn't it?" Yeah." Kyle nodded subconsciously. The feeling of being able to use his palms as easily as with his own arms did indeed make him a little obsessed, and he naturally couldn't let go of the magic wand in his hand. Although the process was somewhat different from what he expected, the result was still good and Kyle was very satisfied with his magic wand. "Then kid, 7 galleons." Ollivander's smile became noticeably more cheerful. "Okay." Kyle took out the 7 gold galleons that he had prepared long ago and placed them on the counter. The first wand of a new student usually costs 7 galleons, which is a very favorable price in the wizarding world. However, this discount only applies to young wizards who have just entered school. After paying the money, Ollivander bowed slightly and watched Kyle leave. Then he turned to look at another little wizard who had just entered the store and the adult following him. "Oh, meet you again, Mr. Thomas, 11 inches, Hawthorn Wood." Chapter 5 Shopping. "It seems that you got the cedar wand." After meeting at the door of Madame Malkin's robe shop, Chris recognized the wand in Kyle's hand at a glance. Because of the strange combination, Chris was deeply impressed by it. Moreover, it was also because of this wand that he first met Diana. "I didn't expect that it is now in Kyle's hands." Chris looked at Kyle with some emotion, but soon his expression changed. He seemed to have thought of something and patted Kyle's shoulder with a heavy face. "My dear, I regret to tell you some bad news. With this wand, you probably won't be able to enter Gryffindor." "Can't get into Gryffindor?" Kyle's mouth twitched. He probably understood. "What does my father mean?" Ollivander said that wizards with cedar wands have keen insights and are naturally calm, while Gryffindors, how to say, they maybe, don't need to be calm. Kyle didn't expect that he would be rejected by a college before he even enrolled. This was really sad news. "My dear sister, it's true. Diana just walked over and asked curiously. She just went to buy a crucible for Kyle, and when she came back, she stopped by the literary residence and bought some quills and parchment, so she didn't hear the conversation between the father and son just now. It's nothing, it's just that Dad said that if I hold it, I can't get into Gryffindor. Kyle explained, and showed his new wand to Diana. Diana obviously recognized this cedar wand, and combined with Kyle's words, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. I'm sorry dear, I think your father is right. Neither Chris nor Diana had any idea of which college Kyle should go to. In their opinion, as long as it was Hogwarts, all the colleges were the same. The same goes for Kyle. Like choosing a wand, making school uniforms is also a long-term project. Even though Mrs. Malkin is very professional, it took more than 20 minutes. And this is just the time to measure the necessary parameters. It will take longer to get the finished product. Who makes Kyle taller than his peers? The store does not have suitable ones in stock, so it can only be customized. It takes about 2 days. About hours. Kyle thought about it and finally decided to leave his home address and have it delivered by owl courier. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and it would be 7 o'clock in 2 hours. It would be too late, so it would be more convenient to send it by express delivery. The next stop for Madame Malkin's robe shop is Flourish and Blott's bookstore. This time it was very fast. It only took less than 5 minutes for Kyle to find all the books he needed. In addition, he also purchased 2 additional extracurricular reading materials. First of all, it must be Uncle Newt's Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, latest revised edition. Although there are already 19 books at home, this does not prevent him from supporting Uncle Newt, as he is helping to increase sales. And this new revised edition is also very conscientious. It has 30 more pages and 7 new magical animals. It is very cost-effective and not a loss. As for the second book, Kyle accidentally kicked it out from the corner when he went to check out. Common Spells and Solutions. As its name suggests, it contains some common spells, such as lighting spells, floating spells, cleansing spells, etc. But the advantage is that there are enough of them, and they have everything. It's a bit like the enchanted version of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and the price is not expensive, only 1 gallon. After Kyle looked at it twice, he took it with him. Although it was of no great use, it was still good for passing the time. In fact, in addition to these 2 books, there were many books that Kyle wanted to read, such as spells, potions, and transformations. The total books could almost fill a piece of parchment, but Kyle did not buy them. It's not that they don't have money. Chris and Diana's income is still very considerable. Although it's not as good as those of pure-blood families, it's not that they can't even afford a few books. The main reason is that he will go to Hogwarts immediately. It's too late. Why do you need to buy books when you are guarding one of the largest and oldest libraries in the magic world? Unless it is a necessary textbook for class, or you really like it, you can just borrow it when the time comes. I don't know what other people think, but Kyle doesn't want to be the wronged, and his galleons didn't come from the strong wind. After coming out of Flourish and Blott's bookstore, I had almost bought everything on the admission list, or in other words, I had already bought everything. The only remaining pet aspect, Kyle does not need. Chris has rescued many injured owls over the years, so his family has a very high reputation in these messenger circles, so Kyle has also gained a lot of glory. Every time he appeared at the window with an envelope or package, a large group of owls would rush over, vying to help him deliver it, and many of them were from Hogwarts. If necessary at that time, just hire one with snacks, which is very convenient. Look, another galleon saved. Originally, Kyle wanted to use the money he saved to buy a broomstick. It doesn't have to be too good, just Nimbus 1500 or Sweeping 7 stars will do. Compared with the new models displayed in the window, this old broom is very cost-effective. In terms of quality, there is actually not much difference, but the price is less than 1/3 of the new broom, which is quite affordable. For example, the Nimbus 1500, which was very popular in the past 2 years, originally cost 300 galleons, but now only costs 80 and can be taken away on the spot. The pocket money he has saved over the years is almost enough. Sweeping 7 stars is a bit more expensive, about 100 galleons, but it's either impossible to buy or it requires Chris's support. But as soon as he proposed this idea, it was rejected by Diana. The reason was very simple. Hogwarts stipulates that first-year students are not allowed to bring brooms. It is useless to buy one. One at home is enough. In this regard, Chris can only express his gratitude to Kai. I shrugged helplessly, indicating that there was nothing I could do to help. However, he was very considerate and took Kyle to the window of the broomstick shop. After letting him enjoy his eyesight here, he walked towards the leaky cauldron. The Weasley family who came with them had already gone back first, just as Kyle was buying robes. Mrs. Weasley needs to go back early to prepare a sumptuous dinner. For a family with 6 children, this is no small project. Even with the help of magic, it will take more than an hour. It was a pity that he couldn't see the twins making a fool of themselves, which made Kyle feel very regretful, second only to him not buying a broomstick. Chapter 6 Before the start of school. In the next few days, Kyle lived a very fulfilling life. He stayed in his room every day and tried various spells. Even though he comes from a wizarding family, before entering school, he had not many opportunities to release magic, or even very few. First of all, whether it is Chris or Diana, the wand is an extremely important thing to them. It is not an exaggeration to even say it is a second life. It certainly cannot be left to Kyle to play with. He would only enjoy it every Christmas and on Kyle's birthday. Of course, Kyle also knows the importance. All he releases are lighting spells or lock-picking spells, which even if they fail, have no side effects on the wand. Another point is the matching degree of the wand. Even though he was the son of Chris and Diana, their wands did not give Kyle any face, and the feeling of resistance was very obvious. Especially Diana's wand, which was no different from an ordinary stick in Kyle's hand. No matter how many times he chanted the spell, he couldn't get any response. Therefore, Kyle spent most of his time dealing with Quidditch, herbs, and magical animals, and rarely had actual contact with magic. After waiting for 11 years, I finally have my own magic wand, so I have to let it go. Chris had no objection to this, and he would occasionally give pointers with enthusiasm, enjoying the addiction of being a teacher. Therefore, Kyle's room was flashing with different spells almost every moment. Fortunately, the past few days, Kyle practiced some basic spells and it would not affect others. But as time went on and Kyle mastered more and more spells, problems began to arise. On the dining table in the living room, Chris, who was drinking black tea, watched helplessly as the teacup placed opposite him suddenly left the table and began to float slowly upstairs. However, Chris seemed to have been used to this for a long time. He pressed the teacup back on the table with a calm expression and tapped it lightly with his wand. After doing all this, he raised his head and shouted, "Kyle, when you recite the flying spell, you must determine the goal in your mind. In addition, I suggest you start by summoning a quill, or parchment, at least they can't be broken." "Okay, Dad," Kyle responded, but Chris didn't know whether he heard it or not. He felt that there was a high probability that he didn't. After all, situations like today have happened several times. He has recited more repair spells in this day than in the past 10 years combined. For this reason, he had to put anti-flying spells on every fragile item in the house. Whoosh! Just as he was thinking about it, a piece of bread flew quickly over his head, and then stuck to the ceiling with a snap. It must be admitted that in terms of effects alone, Kyle has made great progress. At least the speed of the flying spell this time is much faster than last time. Well, Chris sighed, waved his magic wand calmly, and sent the piece of bread back to the kitchen. At the same time, he also sighed in his heart about Diana's wisdom and foresight. Thanks to her confiscating Kyle's cauldron on the first day, otherwise this family would not know what would have become. The 11-year-old wizard was indeed famous for hating people and dogs. This was true for the Weasleys next door, and his family was no exception. Fortunately, these days are coming to an end, and Hogwarts will start school tomorrow. This is really good news. Chris picked up the black tea and took a sip with a contented look on his face. The time soon came to evening. Diana did not come back because she had a mission. Chris, who knew nothing about cooking, readily accepted Mrs. Weasley's kind invitation and took Kyle and some prepared ingredients to the burrow not far away for a meal. Not surprisingly, his behavior aroused dissatisfaction with Mrs. Weasley, who believed that it was wrong for him to bring food as a guest, and that it showed distrust in the friendship between the two parties, so she scolded him. Chris didn't refute, threw the things in his hands into the kitchen, and just agreed with a smile. As for Kyle, he has naturally mixed up with the Weasley children. He had long been accustomed to seeing this scene before him. There were no elves in their family, so whenever Diana had a mission and couldn't come back, the two of them would come to the Weasley house for dinner. The scene in front of me will be staged every time I come here. It is a fixed program. In the open space not far away, Kyle and several Weasleys were helping to clean up the goblins. It's said to be cleaning, but actually it's just playing. One person grabs the goblin's legs and throws them into the sky. The other person holds a wooden stick and knocks the goblin away like a bludger. The one who hits the farthest is this one. The winner of the game can get the first place reward, a box of BB's multi-flavor beans. At first, Chris didn't support their game. He thought it was enough to just throw the goblins out, and there was no need to use a bat. Until one day he found that the cloak grass that he had worked hard to cultivate for a year and was about to mature was dug up by these goblins, and he never stopped Kyle again. Even a few days later for Christmas, he gave Kyle a well-made bat signed by the Wimborne Wasps batsman. The bat is very easy to use and feels great when hitting. So far, it has helped Kyle win 5 consecutive championships. Today is no exception. That's not fair. Looking at Kyle's signature bat, and then at the wooden stick he picked up casually in his hand, Ron said with a bitter face, "The equipment gap is too big. It's not that exaggerated. Equipment and everything are secondary. The important thing is to have the belief that you must win. I can win, not because my equipment is good, but because I want to win more than you," Kyle said calmly, and picked out a red bean and threw it over. "Also, Ron, before you complain about the equipment, you must at least beat Ginny. The wooden stick she uses is comparable to..." "Sorry." There were a total of 5 people participating in the game, and Ron was the last one. Even Ginny's score was several meters ahead of him. After Kyle finished speaking, Ron's face suddenly turned red. It was indeed not a glorious thing to lose to his sister in this aspect. But his attention was quickly attracted by the BB's all-flavored beans that Kyle tossed. "Bright red, looks very beautiful, and tastes raspberry." Sure enough, the BB multi-flavor beans that Kyle gave me were never bad. The sweet feeling in his mouth made Ron squint his eyes unconsciously, and at the same time he couldn't help but feel a bit of envy in his heart. I really don't know how Kyle did it, but he could pick out the best tasting bibido every time. Flavored beans. He couldn't help it. Every time it was either pork liver or spinach. He even tasted something that smelled like dragon dung. The smell of rotten fermented berries mixed with the fishy smell was simply unbeatable, and Ron felt his stomach churn whenever he thought about it. Chapter 7 Dinner. A box of BB's multi-flavor beans. Kyle gave one to Ron, ate one himself, and the rest went into Ginny's hands. The little girl held the box and thought for a while, then trotted over to Kyle, asking him to help her pick it out, at least to pick out the dragon dung smell. For Ginny's request, Kyle expressed his understanding and then decisively refused. Young people always want to try something different. Besides, what is the GG of BB's multi-flavor beans? Every bite is a new adventure. This is the biggest feature of multi-flavor beans. Without the surprise, would they still be called BB multi-flavored beans? No, that's called jelly beans. So it's really not that he's lazy, it's all for Ginny's good. After playing in the open space for a while, Mrs. Weasley's familiar voice finally came from the direction of the burrow, saying that dinner was ready. Everyone who had been hungry for a long time dropped the wooden sticks in their hands and started to walk back together. Kyle walked in the front, followed closely by Ron. But before he had even taken 2 steps, he was squeezed away by the twins who suddenly rushed over. Ron was caught off guard and almost fell into the goblin hole next to him. This made him very angry. He looked at Fred and George angrily, with a look on his face that if he didn't apologize, he would rush over and bite them. The way they look. Ron may be serious, but unfortunately he is destined to get no results, because Farrell and George's attention has been on Kyle from beginning to end, and they have not even glanced at Ron, so naturally they don't know what he thinks of. In addition, even if they knew, they probably wouldn't care. It's not the first time they have bullied their younger brother since they were young, and they know the process well. Even though Ron looked so angry now, as long as he didn't want to be beaten, he wouldn't take the initiative to attack. Then wait a few days, and a little saved snacks can solve the problem perfectly. At that time, we will be brothers and sisters again, and we will be close to Hermione's family. So the most important thing now is to solve Kyle's problem. What happened to the group in Diagon Alley last time was regarded by the twins as the biggest stain in their lives. They have always wanted to get back their place, but Kyle has not been out in the past few days, giving them no chance to take revenge. But if you take the initiative to come to the door, it will seem a little too deliberate, and it will easily arouse Kyle's suspicion. So Fred and George had to temporarily suppress their desire for revenge. They needed a suitable opportunity. For example, now. Because there were more Chris and Kyle, it was a bit crowded to have dinner in the room, so Mrs. Weasley set up the dining table in the yard. After Kyle came to his usual seat as a habit, Fred suddenly gave him a look, then quickly walked to the side and sat down. Although George didn't know what his plan was, relying on the amazing tacit understanding between the two, he immediately sat on the other side of Kyle. Hey! Kyle was a little surprised when he saw this scene. This was the first time he saw the twins sitting apart. Immediately afterwards, Kyle raised his eyebrows slightly. The person who came here is not evil. The twins had made it so obvious. If he hadn't noticed anything strange yet, he would have been too slow. But because he didn't know what kind of medicine they were selling, Kyle didn't act rashly and continued to pretend that nothing was wrong. Help Mrs. Weasley to set the plates. Soft and crispy bread, soft and glutinous roast potatoes, fragrant roast chicken, golden fried chicken nuggets, tender and juicy steaks. Although they are all old friends, the specifications are definitely rich. Of course, Kyle didn't expect to eat anything else here, just hoped that the house elves of Hogwarts could give him some surprises. I don't want Chinese food, French food is fine, even Italian or pizza is fine. After the last plate was brought to the table, everyone sat down and dinner officially began. Kyle was extremely careful, fearing that he would eat something strange due to negligence. He didn't want to die in public. Under Kyle's vigilance, nothing happened. The twins were the same as usual, eating and telling jokes to make everyone happy, without any abnormal behavior. Until halfway through dinner, when the table was the most lively. After Fred finished telling a joke about the Slytherin greasy monster, he seemed to suddenly think of something and turned his head and said, "Hey, George, Kyle is going to Hogwarts tomorrow. Should we give him some help? For example, tell him some precautions when sorting. After all, it is very dangerous." George understood instantly, pretended to think for a while, actually he was trying to swallow the steak in his mouth, and then cooperated. "I don't think it's necessary, Fred. We have to believe in Kyle. He is very powerful. It's just an adult giant monster. Kyle can definitely defeat it and pass the sorting smoothly. I think you are right, George. Fred nodded seriously and said, and Mr. Kyle Chopper, who is so proud, will definitely look down on our suggestions. He is even unwilling to call us seniors. Fred's plan is very simple. While Kyle has not yet enrolled, he will use the matter of the sorting to scare him. If he can make him sleepless for a night, it will be even better. And for this occasion, this prank will not only not be stopped, but can even get off-site support, which is simply perfect. Fred looked at Kyle proudly, and he had taken revenge on Diagon Alley. As Fred expected, their conversation instantly attracted the interest of the adults nearby, and they all joined in. The freshman sorting has always been a reserved program for those graduating wizards in the British magic world. They never get tired of using the same topic to deceive generations of young wizards. This time it seems to be Kyle's turn. Dear, don't believe them. Mrs. Weasley took the lead in stating her position. After severely reprimanding the twins, she looked at Kyle and said, "It's not that scary. It's just a test by a group of ghosts. It's not dangerous at all." Molly, how could you lie to a child? Mr. Weasley was not to be outdone. He tried to put on a straight face and glared at his wife and said, "Kyle is a great kid. We can tell him the truth. I believe he can tame a hippogriff alone." Hippogriff? Isn't it a dragon? Chris was slightly stunned, then said to Kyle in a decisive tone, "Son, you can believe in your father. It must be a dragon. And according to my guess, this year should be a Hungarian horntail." "Oh, that's it. Well, yes, I can. I believe you, Dad." Kyle was like a nodding machine. He would echo what everyone said and show the corresponding expression at the right time. Mrs. Weasley was thankful. Mr. Weasley was determined. My father was hesitant. The wizarding world was pitiful. What entertainment could they have? It was nothing more than Quidditch, tricking children, and the like. People only had so much fun. If they could cooperate, they would cooperate. It was just a play. It was not a difficult thing. Everyone was satisfied now. How great! The people at the table were having a good time. They did not notice that two helpless figures were shivering in the corner of the table. Chapter 8 Mr. Weasley's Ambition. The adults' usual trickery certainly could not fool Kyle, but it was not without gain. At least they scared Ron and Ginny beside them. Especially Ron. He was quite interested when they talked about this topic. He listened with great interest and wanted to accumulate some experience for the start of school next year. But the more he listened, the uglier his face became. Trolls, ghosts, hippogriffs, etc. are fine. Although they are outrageous, as long as I turn around and run, I should still have a chance to survive. After all, the professors at Hogwarts are not for show. But what about the dragon? A magical animal of XXXXX level, even an adult wizard may not survive, let alone an 11-year-old wizard. I am afraid that by then, before the professors finish their spells, he will be blown to ashes by a sneeze. Is this going to school? Ron was so disheartened that he even had the idea of running away from home. He didn't want to go to Hogwarts, he really didn't want to go, he just wanted to live. Ginny beside him was not much better. Her face was pale, and her originally beautiful red hair was much duller. "What's wrong, Ginny?" Kyle, who was sitting opposite, saw this and asked with concern, "Why don't you eat? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" No. Ginny obviously didn't want to admit that she was scared in front of her family. Seeing Kyle looking at her, she hurriedly shook her head and said, "I'm just full." A 9-year-old girl doesn't have a big appetite, and she ate half a box of BB's multi-flavor beans before, so Ginny had almost eaten by now. She was about 80% full, just in a state where she could eat or not. However, the sudden topic of being sorted made her little appetite disappear. "That's it, that's such a pity." Kyle didn't notice him, just stood up, and calmly put the untouched grilled fish in front of Ginny onto his plate. Grilled fish is no different from other foods. Once the time goes by, the taste will be greatly reduced. That would be a pity. It is better to eat it yourself. It is also worth mentioning that Mrs. Weasley's skill at grilling fish is very good, which is a unique skill. But because she has to take care of a large family, and picking fish bones is a troublesome task, Mrs. Weasley's craftsmanship can only be tasted during important festivals. Of course, part of the reason is that the price of fish is relatively expensive in the magic world. But no matter what, Kyle has been greedy for a long time, so naturally he can't just watch this delicious food being wasted. Ginny also knew this, but she didn't stop it. She originally wanted to save the grilled fish for last, but after learning that she would face the fire dragon in 2 years, how could she still be in the mood to eat? So she could only look at Kai with a distressed look on her face. Stuffed her grilled fish into her mouth. In the end, I simply turned my head out of sight. At the same time, Fred and George next to them also sighed in unison. They had also been staring at the grilled fish for a long time, but Kyle's movements were too fast, and they didn't even have a chance to make a move. The unwilling twins turned their attention to Ron again. Unfortunately, Ron didn't have Ginny's habits. His grilled fish had long been turned into bones, and it was so clean that the flobber caterpillar could slip when he stood on it. "What's wrong with you, Ron? Are you afraid of the fire dragon?" Fred squinted his eyes, concealing his true intentions. At the same time, he rarely cared about Ron's state at this time, patted his shoulder affectionately and comforted him. "Don't worry, the fire dragon only lasts for 1 year. It should be replaced by another magical animal when you enter school. I think they are spiders." George immediately added, "I have seen them in the Forbidden Forest. They are all about the same size as goblins. Maybe they were prepared by Hagrid for the sorting ceremony." "No." Ron's whole body felt bad, and the panic in his eyes began to surge rapidly. He instinctively threw away the tableware and ran back to the burrow screaming. It was obvious that Ron was really frightened. He didn't even notice how wickedly the twins laughed when he ran away. But twins are not completely free. "George, why did you appear in the Forbidden Forest?" Mrs. Weasley keenly discovered the key to the problem and looked at the twins with a serious face. "I don't remember Hogwarts allowing first years to go to the Forbidden Forest." "Mom, I can explain." Fred and George wanted to run away, but as they were just in 2nd grade, they were obviously no match for Mrs. Weasley and were quickly caught. Then came the familiar scene of a loving mother and a filial son. Although this scene has been performed countless times in the past 11 years, Kyle still watched it with gusto, and his appetite improved a lot. The twins had been to the Forbidden Forest, Kyle didn't doubt it, but the spider thing was probably made up to scare Ron, but he didn't expect it to happen accidentally. After all, the acromantula in the Forbidden Forest is not a harmless little cute thing. If the two of them really met, they would probably have settled in the Forbidden Forest by now. And Kyle remembered that the acromantula's nest was still deep in the Forbidden Forest, and Fred and George couldn't run that far yet. The twins are not called Harry Potter. They just like playing pranks, not seeking death. After another 20 minutes or so, the dinner was almost over. Although there were some minor hiccups during the process, it was still a great time for the guests and the host. At least Kyle is happy. After briefly clearing the table, Percy went upstairs to review his homework. Ron, who was trying to run away from home with a small baggage on his back, was caught red-handed. At this moment, he took the place of the twins and was being chased around the yard by Mrs. Weasley. Mr. Weasley and Chris changed places and continued chatting. "Chris, you're exaggerating." In the burrow, Mr. Weasley said regretfully, "It's just a branch. How could there be a fire dragon? Little Kyle is so smart, he must know that we are lying to him." "No, Arthur, you are wrong. In fact, this plan was destined to fail from the beginning. Chris shook his head and said with some helplessness, Kyle has been staying with Mr. Scamander for at least 2 months every year since he was 3 years old. Do you think he will be afraid of trolls and hippogriffs? Also, Arthur, have you forgotten that Kyle's surname is also Chopper? Mr. Weasley was stunned for a moment, slightly embarrassed. Scratching his head, he said, you mean, he can communicate with magical animals just like you? Of course. Chris nodded and said, so he can't be afraid of hippogriffs. I guess only dragons can make him nervous. Mr. Weasley glanced at Chris and said with some envy, what a magical ability. I wish I could communicate with those muggle items. Chris was speechless for a moment and laughed dryly, it's not as exaggerated as you think. This talent is limited to magical animals. Ordinary animals like mice, toads, and owls can't do it. You can only rely on experience to guess what they mean. Chris's meaning is very clear. Even if Mr. Weasley uses some strange magic to change his last name to Chopper one day, he can only talk to things like Flo powder or golden snitch. As for bread machines or cars, give up, it's impossible, don't even think about it. Chapter 9, Hogwarts Express. In the British wizarding world, September 1st is a very important day, especially for wizards who are over 11 years old but have not yet graduated. Hogwarts starts school on this day. The little wizards who just turned 11 look forward to it day and night, hoping that this day will come soon. But wizards aged 12 to 17 may not think so, because the start of school means the official end of the happy summer vacation life, and they must also face the homework that has been forgotten for a summer vacation. This is not good news. This is particularly evident in Kyle and the Weasley twins. In the open space in front of the burrow, Kyle, who was standing in the front, was very excited, while Fred and George behind him were nervous, and they would whisper together from time to time, as if they were going to Hogwarts for the first time. Yes, Kyle is here too. Originally, Chris planned to take him directly to Apparate, but before leaving, he happened to meet Mrs. Weasley, who came to knock on the door. Mrs. Weasley seemed to have guessed that he was going to do this. The first thing she said when she saw Chris was that there were too many muggles at King's Cross Station. It was too unsafe to be seen by apparition. She had to let Kyle go with them anyway. Chris wanted to say something else, but seeing Mrs. Weasley's firm attitude, he could only swallow those words back and nodded in agreement. Kyle rubbed his forehead helplessly. He wanted to tell Mrs. Weasley that in the eyes of muggles, 9 people getting off a Ford was much more shocking than 2 people suddenly appearing in front of him. After all, there was no Ganges River, and Ford was not a magic car with a diamond logo, where people could take as many people as they wanted. But unfortunately, he was only 11 years old, and his words were not taken seriously, so he was ignored directly. Just as he was thinking, Mrs. Weasley suddenly came to Kyle and asked with concern, "Dear, have you packed everything?" "Of course." Kyle, who had come to his senses, kicked a large box at his feet and said, "I checked it 3 times before leaving, and nothing is missing." "That's good." Mrs. Weasley nodded with a smile. While talking, Mr. Weasley also drove a vintage car that looked very old and stopped in front of everyone. This was their means of transportation for this trip, a 9-hand Ford that was bought from nowhere, but Mr. Weasley liked it very much and treasured it. "What are you waiting for? Get in the car." At Mr. Weasley's urging, Chris got in the car first. After seeing this scene, Kyle knew that it was too late to say anything, so he could only follow helplessly, followed by the Weasley family. The car was cast with a traceless expansion spell, so even with 9 people sitting in it and a lot of luggage, it didn't feel crowded at all. Mr. Weasley was a very good driver. Kyle didn't feel any obvious bumps along the way, nor did he brake suddenly or start the car with a 3-nod start. It was much better than a certain bus. At about 10 o'clock, they arrived at King's Cross Station on time. Fortunately, the situation Kyle expected did not happen, or the people around him would not care about a broken and old Ford car at all. The group arrived at a pillar between the 9th and 10th platforms smoothly. After arriving here, there is basically no need to worry about being discovered by muggles. There is a muggle repelling spell nearby. Ordinary people will subconsciously ignore everything that happens here. Even if there are occasional special situations, the Ministry of Magic members nearby will deal with it in the first time. It is very safe. Everyone lined up skillfully and passed through the pillars in front of them one after another under the command of Mrs. Weasley and came to the famous platform 9. It is much more lively here than outside. A crimson steam train was parked next to the platform, and the sign on it read, Hogwarts Express. It seems that I am not late. A gentle voice came from behind Kyle. Hearing this familiar voice, Kyle turned his head suddenly and saw Diana looking at him with a smile. Mom! Kyle said in surprise, didn't you have a task before? Of course it has been completed. Diana squatted down and tidied Kyle's clothes. Today is your first time to go to school. I don't want to miss such an important day. That's good. Kyle was also very happy. It would be a pity if Chris was the only one to send him to Hogwarts. Diana spoke to Kyle for a few more words, and only sent him on the train when it was about to depart. Finally, she said, I think Chris should have told you about the general situation of Hogwarts. Well, I won't repeat it, but there is one thing I think he didn't say. Diana looked at Kyle with her deep blue eyes and said seriously, Dear, it's been a long time since I graduated from college, and we don't want to recall our college life, so please don't let us receive letters from any professor, including Dumbledore, okay? Don't worry, Mom. Kyle smiled and said, I won't violate the school rules. They have no reason to send a letter home. Of course, dear. Diana kissed Kyle's cheek and watched him get on the train. Also, don't forget to tell us the results of the sorting. I will. Kyle nodded and turned to get on the train. A few minutes later, the train slowly left the platform and Diana finally looked away. Not far behind her, Chris had just finished a conversation with a middle-aged man and walked over to Diana in 2 or 3 steps. Is Mr. Diggory showing off his son again? Diana laughed. Obviously, she also knew the person who was talking to Chris. Amos Diggory, like Chris, works in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures at the Ministry of Magic, and also has a child attending Hogwarts. But he is 1 year older than Kyle and is in the same grade as the Weasley twins. But unlike the naughty twins, that child was excellent in all aspects, almost the same as Percy at the beginning. Therefore, Diggory, who is crazy about showing off his baby, would praise his son almost every time he talked to people during this year. It would be fine if it happened once or twice, and people would chime in with a few words of praise, but if he keeps saying it, who can stand it? So Diggory gradually became one of the most unpopular people in the Ministry of Magic, especially among parents whose children attended Hogwarts but had average academic performance. They would never meet him unless necessary. Even if we meet occasionally, we will just walk past with our heads down and avoid talking if possible. If he really can't avoid it, such as meeting him in the elevator, or if he is a colleague in the same department as Chris, he will immediately find an excuse to leave after exchanging a few words, never giving him a chance to change the subject. And this time, Chris obviously couldn't escape. Cedric is indeed excellent. Chris smiled bitterly and said, Forget it, let's not talk about this. Have you really completed your mission? Although he did not know the specific situation of the Department of Mysteries, he knew that the missions that could take place there would take at least a month, and it was almost impossible for a mission to be completed in 2 days. Of course not. Diana narrowed her eyes and said, But my colleagues are all very easy to talk to. They won't say anything if I just ask for a little leave. Chapter 10 Cedric. After Kyle got on the train, the first few carriages were basically full of people. There is no way, since he is a car stuck at a certain point, it is not easy to find an empty space at this time. Kyle used a levitation spell to carry his luggage and walked all the way to the end before he finally found a relatively spacious carriage at the end of the train. There was only one boy in this carriage, who was about the same age as him. As for his appearance, although not as good as his, he was much better than the two twins from the Weasley family. Bang bang! Kyle knocked on the door and asked politely, "Hello, can I sit here? All other seats are full." "Of course, just sit down," the man said quickly. "Thanks." After entering the carriage, Kyle first placed his luggage on the storage rack, and then extended his hand to the other party. "Hello, I'm this year's freshman, Kyle Chopper." The man seemed to be thinking about something and did not respond immediately. After he reacted, he quickly stretched out his hand and said, "Oh. Sorry, Cedric Diggory, a second-year student at Hogwarts." "Cedric?" Kyle was a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet an acquaintance just after getting on the train. He was the future Hogwarts warrior. No wonder he was so handsome. Kyle remembered that his family also lived near the village of St. Catchpole, but for various reasons, the two had never met. Not even once. Kyle went to look for him several times at the beginning, but Diggory's door was always closed, so Kyle gave up over time. "I didn't expect that the first time they met was on a train." However, seeing that the other party seemed to be worried about something, Kyle did not say anything more. After a simple greeting, he took out the book Common Spells and Solutions bought from Flourish and Blott's bookstore and began to read. The other party continued to be in a daze. "I don't know when it started to drizzle outside the car window. It's always like this here, the rain always comes without any warning." Kyle looked up and out the window, but didn't care. He was used to it, and he also liked reading in this environment. Under Kyle's influence, Cedric stopped being dazed and took out a book to read. Judging from the cover, it should be Dark Power, A Guide to Self-Defense. At the beginning of school it is completely normal for Hogwarts students to practice defense against the dark arts on the train. After all, no one knows how long the professor of this course can last this year. What if he fails after 2 classes, so it is always good to preview in advance. For a while, the only sound left in the carriage was the sound of parchment being turned, which was in stark contrast to the noise outside the corridor. But this situation did not last long. Before Cedric had finished reading 2 pages, the carriage door was opened again. "Finally found you, Kyle. We went out of our way to give Song Huimang a clue, but you let us go and made us wait until now. I think you should apologize to us." Fred and George leaned against the door, each questioning Kyle. And the expressions of both of them were quite angry, as if Kyle had done something outrageous. "I can apologize." Kyle calmly closed the book in his hand and said, "But the premise is that you must swear to the big shit to prove that what you just said is true." In an instant, the anger on Fred's face turned into entanglement. "Well, can I swear in the name of the principal?" The same goes for George, or Professor McGonagall. "No." Kyle shook his head, "It can only be a big dung egg." "Oh, George, I think it was Kyle's first time riding the Hogwarts Express. He was not familiar with this place, and that's why he didn't find us." "Yes, Fred, you can't blame him. We should pay more attention to what's going on outside." The twins looked at each other, tacitly ignoring what they had just said, and squeezed into the car as if nothing happened. Inevitably, they also saw Cedric. Fred showed a wicked smile and said, "Look who this is, why can't I remember it?" George raised his eyebrows and said, "Of course it is our good boy from Hogwarts, Mr. Cedric Diggory, the Light of Hufflepuff." As soon as the two of them finished speaking, Cedric's face turned red. Those embarrassing prefixes almost made him punch a hole in the train out of embarrassment. But he couldn't refute it. Because the titles of Good Boy and Light of Hufflepuff were passed down from his father, in just one summer vacation, basically everyone in the Ministry of Magic already knew him. Of course, including their families. Therefore, During this summer vacation, almost half of the letters Cedric received had their signatures changed to Hufflepuff Light. The remaining half are classmates from Muggle families, and they don't know about this. It was precisely because of this incident that he deliberately chose the corner car. Unexpectedly, he was discovered, and they were the two most troublesome people. Please, please let me go. Cedric clasped his hands together as if begging for mercy. I can lend you my homework. While talking, a stack of parchment paper was placed on the table. The twins originally wanted to joke a little more, but unfortunately the price offered by the other party was too high. That's the first assignment in grade. George's expression turned serious. He quickly held the parchment in his arms, and said seriously, "What are you talking about, Cedric? Of course we know this is not what you meant, it was just a joke." "That's right." Fred nodded and said, "Don't worry, we won't laugh at you because of this." Fred and George left with smiles on their faces, looking as if they had picked up galleons. As soon as they left, Cedric breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Kyle with some embarrassment. "Sorry, I should be the one to apologize." Kyle interrupted him and said, "After all, they came to find me, otherwise you wouldn't have been discovered." Cedric smiled bitterly and shook his head. "It's a matter of time." He could hide on the train, but not when he got to Hogwarts. He always had to face it, it was just a matter of time. In addition, the sudden appearance of the Weasley brothers is not a bad thing, because they let Cedric see a way to solve this problem. That's homework. As the number one in grade, his summer homework is still very popular, which can be seen from the reaction of the Weasley brothers just now. Therefore, there should be no problem in using homework to silence the two houses of Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. As long as we can control them, this matter will basically be 80% solved. As for Ravenclaw and Slytherin, judging from the personalities of these two colleges, they probably won't join in the fun, at least most people won't. Even if there are a few occasionally, it doesn't hurt. As long as the people in your own college don't make noises and there are no energetic lions from Gryffindor involved, this matter will be over in 3 days at most. It's only 3 days, very quick. Thinking about it this way, Cedric suddenly felt that things weren't that bad after all. Chapter 11 My surname is not Weasley, how can I violate school rules? After his worries were gone, Cedric suddenly became a lot more cheerful. He stopped reading and took the initiative to talk to Kyle. "Hello, can I call you Kyle?" "Of course." Kyle nodded. "In fact, my father also works in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, and is a colleague of your father." Derek, Zhu Yunbai, was stunned for a moment at first. And then said with some uncertainty asked, "Is it Mr. Chris Chopper?" "Yes." Kyle said. Cedric suddenly realized, "Your last name is Chopper, and you know the Weasley brothers." "Oh, I should have guessed it earlier, we are neighbors." After this relationship, the relationship between the two quickly became much more familiar, and it became more natural to get along with each other, feeling like old friends who have been together for a long time. Although the two had never met before today. "By the way, Kyle." Cedric seemed to remember something and asked curiously, "I remember I went to find you before, but you were not at home. At that time, my father told me that you had been studying with Mr. Scamander since you were very young, and you would definitely make a difference in the future. Is this true? Have you really been studying with Mr. Scamander?" Cedric was too curious. After all, that was Scamander. Although there are many celebrities in the British magic world, most of them are only famous in their respective countries. For example, some textbook authors, novelists who have won the Order of Merlin, etc., may have a certain degree of fame in Hogwarts, but once they go to other places, such as Ilvermorny or Beauxbatons, people don't know who you are at all. There are actually only a few wizards who can truly be famous in the entire wizarding world and have their portraits printed on chocolate frog cards while they are still alive. And Scamander is one of these few people. It was the first time that Cedric was so close to a legendary figure, so he was naturally very curious. On the other side, Kyle was looking at Cedric in disbelief. He also looked for me, and I was not at home either? This is too coincidental. And Mr. Diggory, isn't he in the same office with Chris? Where did he hear this kind of gossip from? How could he have been with Uncle Newt all the time? Kyle rubbed his forehead speechlessly, thought for a while and said, "First of all, it is definitely true that he will achieve something in the future, but my father is Newt's commander's student, I just went to his place to play. Newt is not like Dumbledore. He has a very serious social phobia. It was better when he was young. Although he didn't like to talk, he could make a few friends, fight the Dark Lord, or accept a few students and teach them some knowledge about magical animals. But since Grindelwald was imprisoned in the Nurmengard Tower, Newt rarely participated in those social activities and devoted himself to magical animals. Especially in the past 30 years, he has hardly talked to strangers, and his social phobia has naturally become more and more serious. Do you expect such a Newt to be like a professor at Hogwarts, giving lectures to a little wizard every day, and then checking for omissions and correcting homework? Impossible. And Newt was also very clear that his personality was not suitable for being a teacher. In his opinion, whether it was a professor or a teacher, they should be like Dumbledore. So Chris was his last nominal student. In the following decades, although many people had this idea, and some even invited Dumbledore to be a lobbyist, Newt rejected them all, without exception. Newt didn't want to mislead the students, even if the other party didn't mind. He couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. Kyle went there at first just because Chris and Diana were too busy with work and had no time to take care of him. It happened that Newt's wife Tina also knew the news at that time, so she took the initiative to take Kyle over. While helping Chris, Tina could also find something to do for herself. Think about it, it's enough to keep a husband who doesn't like to talk and has magical animals in his eyes. If Tina doesn't find something to do for herself, she would probably be suffocated and crazy. Besides, Kyle had just turned 6 at that time. According to Tina's experience, he was hated by everyone and even dogs. Maybe he could cure Newt's social phobia. When their grandson was this old, he had annoyed Newt enough, and he talked more in a day than in the past month. And in this regard, Kyle did not disappoint Tina. Although he was not a naughty child, he was very curious. In addition, it was the first time he saw so many magical animals, so he couldn't help asking questions. Perhaps because these questions were all related to magical animals, although Newt rarely spoke on his own initiative, as long as Kyle asked, he would give a serious answer. In this way, he naturally said more, and he was willing to do so. In short, the three of them were very satisfied. It was also because of this that although Chris and Diana were not so busy later, Kyle still went there for a while every year. Of course, Kyle did not intend to tell Cedric about these things. After all, he still had to help maintain Newt's image. A legendary master of magical creatures who lives in seclusion is much better than a socially anxious old man. So after a brief explanation, Kyle didn't plan to continue this topic. If he talked too much, it would be easy to be exposed. Now it's fine. By the way, Cedric, what do you think of the professors at Hogwarts? Is it easy to get along with? Kyle naturally looked at the Dark Power, self-defense guide in Cedric's hand and said, "You also know that this is my first time in school and I don't know much about these things. What should I do if a professor gets angry? Will he be fired? You don't have to worry about this at all." Cedric did not doubt that he was there, and said with a smile, "The professors are all very good, well, at least most of the professors are very good. And even if it's, well, even the most strict professors will not be dismissed easily. Students. Unless you have done something that seriously violates school rules and disciplines." When he said the last sentence, Cedric's expression was very serious, and the corners of his mouth opened and closed slightly, as if he wanted to say something but didn't know how to say it. Seeing this, Kyle also guessed what he wanted to say, and quickly waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, my surname is not Weasley, I will definitely not violate school rules." Hearing what he said, Cedric breathed a sigh of relief. "Sorry. I didn't mean that." Kyle shook his head. "It doesn't matter, I know." Now that Hogwarts was mentioned, Cedric became interested and told Kyle some more details in the following time. For example, don't worry about the defense against the dark arts professor, who is obsessed with turning into cats. The transfiguration professor who is obsessed with turning into cats is the most majestic, and most importantly, the potions professor who doesn't wash his hair will deduct points, etc. Basically, it's the same as what Kyle knows, nothing new. Chapter 12 Ban and Mouse Tonic. For Kyle, who used to travel by plane and high-speed train, riding an old-fashioned steam train like the Hogwarts Express was simply a torture. Especially after you sit for a few hours and the novelty and Hogwarts buffs gradually wear off. Its shortcomings will be infinitely magnified. First of all, it's slow. It's really too slow. Kyle feels that this thing can only reach 80 at most, and it's not even as good as some cars with better performance. And the comfort level was also very poor. It was so shaky that Kyle was so shaken that he almost had doubts about his life. He almost couldn't spit out his breakfast. In this case, it is basically impossible to pass the time by reading. Fortunately, Cedric, who was in the same carriage with him, was very talkative, so this trip was not too bad. After talking about the professor, Kyle asked some other things. Cedric also told him everything he knew, and he would also take the initiative to share some interesting places in Hogwarts, or interesting portraits, etc. There were many things Kyle didn't know about, which made him very interested. In return, Kyle waved his hand and contracted Cedric's snacks along the way. There are enough BB's multi-flavor beans, chocolate frogs, and crucible cakes. There was only one thing that left Kyle very speechless, and that was that at the sorting house, Cedric continued the wizard's bad taste as expected and did not tell the truth. You have to catch the golden snitch in the auditorium within 10 minutes before you can be sorted. Kyle twitched his lips politely and did not answer. Come on, Quidditch is at least more reliable than Fire Dragon, and it's very Cedric. By the way Kyle, have you ever thought about which house you will be assigned to? Cedric threw a multi-flavor bean into his mouth and said, it would be great if you could be admitted to Hufflepuff, but like the mysterious man will probably want to go to Ravenclaw. Before he finished speaking, the corners of Cedric's mouth twitched sharply, and his whole face wrinkled together unconsciously, looking extremely funny. Oh damn, it's the beef liver smell I hate the most. Although he said this, Cedric still swallowed it hard. I have thought about it, but I don't necessarily have to go to Witch Academy. Kyle also picked up a multi-flavor bean, and my ability to find the ball is average. I may not be able to catch the golden snitch in 10 minutes. By then, I will have an academy. It would be great if you take me in. It's the new black pepper steak flavor, it's not bad. Don't worry, you can definitely do it. Cedric laughed and said, that's not that difficult. Just as he was talking, the carriage door was suddenly opened from the outside. Kyle and Cedric turned their heads at the same time. The familiar red hair, but it was not a twin, but another Weasley. Percy walked into the carriage and said, Kyle, Fred told me you were here. Oh, you are Cedric Diggory, I am Percy Weasley, nice to meet you. Cedric, who was still curious, suddenly heard his name and nodded quickly in response, me too, nice to meet you, Percy Weasley. The other party's serious look made Cedric think that he was on some formal occasion rather than the Hogwarts Express. All in all, he looked confused, but very polite. Kyle suppressed his laughter and waited until the two of them finished their greetings before saying, Percy, what do you want from me? He is familiar with all 7 Weasley children, and Percy is no exception, but they usually communicate less with each other. I'm sorry to bother you, but I do have something going on. Percy reached into his pocket and pulled out a big rat. Ban hasn't been feeling energetic lately, so I just wanted to ask you if you still have the mouse tonic that you fed him before. If possible, I would like to buy some. Does the rat take any tonic? Kyle looked at the grey rat in Percy's hand, which was missing a front paw, narrowed his eyes and smiled. Of course it is, just wait a moment. After saying that, Kyle found a box full of red wine from his box. The bottle of erotic liquid turned around and stuffed into Percy's hand. 3 drops once a week. The amount here should last you a long time. Thank you. Percy quickly took the bottle of red mouse tonic, then hesitantly took out 3 silver coins and said with a blush, I know this may not be enough, but that's all I have now. I will pay you back the rest as soon as possible. You don't need so much. Kyle only took 1 sickle, and he pushed the remaining 2 back. It's just a rat tonic, not a good thing. It's not that expensive. 1 sickle is enough. Percy looked at XIK in his hand, his face turned red and white. After a long time, he sighed softly and said, Thank you, Kyle. Kyle said, No, I'll take the money. It's a normal transaction. No, I know everything. Percy also smiled, but it was just a bitter smile. If it were an ordinary mouse tonic, how could it be possible for Scabbers to live for 11 years? This should be made by Mr. Scamander. After all, only that kind of legendary figure can make Scabbers live for 11 years. How long does a common field mouse live? If this kind of tonic were put on the market, it would probably cost at least 10 galleons. Forrid. Kyle rubbed his teeth. He actually wanted to tell Percy. The reason why Ban can live so long has nothing to do with the rat tonic. In addition, this is indeed his own work, and it is not worth 10 galleons. But the matter of Peter Pettigrew was too troublesome. He was only 11 years old, and he didn't want to attract Dumbledore's attention yet. But it's not like he didn't do anything. In addition to rat tonics, he also told Percy a long time ago that rats are different from other pets. If they are contaminated with too much wizard scent, they will be rejected by their own kind. Percy was skeptical at first, but after Kyle put Scamander's banner on this sentence, he believed it, and it was regarded as a classic. Percy is really devoted to his only pet. Not only did I create a special little nest for Ban in the room, but my daily physical contact has been reduced a lot except for special circumstances like now where I have to carry it with me. At other times it is basically freeing up. On the other side, seeing that Kyle had not responded, Percy didn't plan to stay any longer. Anyway, thank you Kyle. If you have any academic questions in the future, you can ask me, and I will replenish these galleons to you after graduation. After saying that, Percy hurriedly left the car, leaving only Kyle and Cedric staring at each other. In the end, it was Cedric who took the lead to break the deadlock. Well, can you still get rat tonic from Mr. Scamander? It should be said that I know how to cook, and not just mice, I know basically all pet tonics. Kyle didn't bother to explain so much, shrugged and said, It's not that difficult, it's just a little troublesome, so very few people go out of their way to learn. Chapter 13 The Little Witch and the Mouse. Wait a minute, you can also brew pet tonics. Upon hearing this, Cedric's eyes lit up and he said, Then can I ask you for my owl tonic from now on? Of course. Kyle glanced at the grey forest bird on the shelf next to him and said, But owls are no better than mice. The tonic they need is more troublesome. I have to collect 9 sickles. Don't think it's expensive, it's already the market price, and I got the formula from Newt. The tonic I brewed is much better than those on the market, and it's definitely worth the money. Cedric nodded. This is true. In Diagon Alley, the cheapest owl tonic costs 9 sikos, and the better ones even cost 1 gallon. If Kyle's owl tonic formula really comes from Scamander, it is indeed worth the money. But it can be cheaper. Cedric said a little coyly, "We are not friends, there must be a discount." To be honest, Cedric actually wanted to slap the table and buy 7 or 8 copies of it. But he is only in the 2nd grade and has only a small amount of pocket money. He is really short of money. Although Hogwarts provides food and accommodation, expenses such as quills, ink, and parchment are not small. Coupled with other miscellaneous things, it is almost enough for one semester. Although he can save a lot if he saves a little and eliminates unnecessary expenses, the question is who will think that he has too much money. It would definitely be good to get a discount. Facing Cedric's hopeful look, Kyle touched his chin and nodded thoughtfully, "Well, we are friends, so we definitely can't use the market price." "Right, right." Cedric's eyes brightened. "Let's do this." Kyle gritted his teeth, stretched out a finger and said, "You just need to pay this amount." Cedric said in surprise, "You psych." Kyle shook his head, "No, it's 1 galleon." Cedric still had the smile on his face, but his tone had changed. One galleon. Is this a discount?" "Yes, it's 20% off." Kyle said seriously, "Think about it, at Hogwarts, except for those cool brothers and sisters in Slytherin, who else would spend galleons on it? Regarding Owl Tonic, my business is very difficult. Now that I finally have a clear customer who won't fall out, I will definitely make more money." Cedric was dumbfounded. When he looked at Kyle again, the corners of his eyes twitched. "It's so shameless. Can you say this in front of him? And he is so confident, and he still has no basic moral concepts of a wizard." Cedric was so angry that he was shaking all over. He took a deep breath and said, "Kyle, you will definitely be assigned to Azkaban. I'd like to lend you some good words." Kyle raised his eyebrows and didn't care at all. He even asked, "Do you still want that owl tonic?" "Want?" Cedric squeezed out a word through his teeth. But just when he was about to pay, the carriage door was pushed open again. A small figure walked in nervously. A very beautiful little girl, with brown hair tied into 2 ponytails, and a little baby fat on her round face. It seems that she must be a newborn. Kyle and Cedric looked at each other at the same time. "Coming to find you? I don't know her." Although neither of them spoke, they miraculously understood what the other wanted to express, because it was exactly the same as what they wanted to say. After understanding what Cedric meant, Kyle looked over again and wondered, "Did you get into the wrong car?" The little girl also seemed to be a little afraid of society. When Kyle asked her this question, she subconsciously wanted to run out, but then she held it back, shook her head and said, "No, I'm not wrong. I want to find you." "Looking for me?" Kyle was even more confused. He was very sure that he didn't know the girl in front of him. Ignoring Cedric's teasing look, Kyle continued to ask, "What do you want from me?" While speaking, he looked at the girl again. "I really don't know each other, and besides, she and Chris don't have the slightest similarity, so we can basically rule out some ridiculous scenes. For example, I suddenly have multiple younger sisters before going to school. I accidentally overheard your conversation in the corridor just now." The girl's voice was very soft, sounding soft and weak, and she didn't know if she was worried about being misunderstood by the two of them. She hurriedly explained, "Please don't misunderstand, I didn't eavesdrop on purpose." The red-haired senior forgot it was closed by accident. But Kyle obviously didn't care about such a trivial matter. He waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. You continue." The Hogwarts Express is like this, a batch with poor sound insulation. Even if the door is closed tightly, he can still hear the shouting and screaming in the corridor, and it should be the same outside. And they didn't deliberately lower their voices when Percy came just now. It was normal for others to hear them, and there was nothing strange about them. Hearing what Kyle said, the girl breathed a sigh of relief, then put her hand into her pocket and took out a big, dusty mouse. Kyle looked at the scene in front of him and felt that it seemed familiar, as if he had just experienced the exact same scene. Oh, by the way, this is how Percy took out Scabbers just now. Their movements were exactly the same, and even the rats they took out were of the same species. Is this a reappearance of a classic? Thinking of this, Kyle's heart suddenly tightened and he subconsciously looked at the mouse. The claws are all there, so it should be a serious rat. Kyle shook his head mockingly, feeling that he was a little too nervous. That is to say, how could there be so many illegal animagus in the magic world? Even if there were, they wouldn't all turn into rats and lurk around the little wizard. For a weirdo like Peter Pettigrew, one is enough. After his mood calmed down, Kyle roughly guessed the other party's intention and asked tentatively, "So, you want to buy rat tonic from me?" There was a mouse by his side, and Percy was mentioned. In addition, their previous topics were basically related to pet tonics. Putting these all together, Kyle couldn't think of any other reasons besides mouse tonics. "May I?" Sure enough, after hearing Kyle's words, the girl nodded, looked at Kyle expectantly with a pair of big watery eyes, and said softly, "I have bought a lot of tonics in Diagon Alley, but the effect is not very good." "Of course, it's my honor." After discovering that the girl in front of him was a customer, Kyle immediately showed a sincere smile. "Wait a minute, I'll get it right away. By the way, my name is Kyle Chopper. For this year's freshman, you can call me Kyle." Kangna." The girl's little face with baby fat turned slightly red, and she whispered, "Canna Prince." Chapter 14. It's a good habit to close the door easily. In the wizarding world, rats are the cheapest of the designated pets at Hogwarts. Naturally, they have a wide audience, and of course there are many little witches among them. However, most of them will choose those hamsters with the same price, but with beautiful coat color, well-behaved personality, and cute appearance. Black mice that live longer, and white mice that look cleaner. This was the first time Kyle had met a little witch who liked this kind of ordinary field mouse, and judging from the way she was dressed, she didn't look like a wizard who was short of money. Having been in the magic world for 11 years, Kyle has some experience. Although this girl's clothes are not that gorgeous, the fabrics are extremely sophisticated and the workmanship is exquisite. In addition, the iconic pattern on the cuffs must be from the Extraordinary Wizard clothing store. That place was much more expensive than Madame Malkin, with a starting price of 20 galleons. How can you not afford a better pet if you can spend money there? It seems that the other party really likes this mouse. No wonder she came to find him. The rat tonic in Diagon Alley? To put it bluntly, that stuff is just sugar water. Its properties are similar to those of energy drinks. It's fine for refreshing you, but don't expect it to be of much use. Although the other party's aesthetics were indeed somewhat unique, Kyle did not make too much of a fuss, and the expression on his face did not change at all. Don't forget that there are ruthless people in the magic world who like acromantulas. He had seen that thing once in Newt's box. How should I put it? That appearance basically challenged normal human beings' 3 views. It was the kind that would become a shadow of childhood as long as one glance at it. Anyway, Kyle was so disgusted that he didn't enter Newt's box for a whole year after that. In comparison, it is completely normal for a little witch to like field mice. Soon, Kyle took out a thumb-sized bottle from his suitcase and handed it over. "I'll give you this bottle. If you think it's effective, come back. But then you'll be charged. The price may be a bit expensive, 1 sickle, but it's definitely worth the money." Thank you, thank you." The little girl named Kangna hurriedly reached out to take the bottle, but she did not leave after that. Instead, she continued to stand there, looking at the bottle in her hand, and then at Kyle, her little face full of tangles. "What, don't you think it's enough?" Kyle thought she thought it was too little, so he explained, "It's not that I'm stingy, the main thing is to try the effect first, and the dosage of mouse tonic is not that much, just 2 or 3 drops at a time. Although this bottle is not much, it is enough for you. It's been a month. No, no. I didn't mean that. After hearing Kyle's words, Kangna shook her head repeatedly, and then under the gaze of Kyle and Cedric, she whispered, "It's not that I don't like it, I want the red one." Red? Cedric on the side noticed that the rat tonic in Kangna's hand was a relatively turbid orange-yellow color, a bit like mashed orange pudding. The one Kyle gave to Percy before was crystal clear red without any impurities. It is obviously the same thing, but the appearance is so different, and anyone can see that the crystal clear red is much better than this turbid orange. Even if it's free, you can't be fooled like this. For a moment, the way Cedric looked at Kyle changed. Sure enough, profiteers like Kyle will definitely be assigned to Azkaban. At this time, Kangna seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly took out an exquisite small handbag. "That, I can buy it." Kangna shook her handbag gently, and a pile of gold galleons clattered onto the table. A total of 33 gold galleons, and a few seco. This scene almost made Cedric's eyes pop out. He only had 10 gold galleons for one semester. 33 gold galleons, excluding fractions, was 3 times his amount. Is it sour? It must be sour, but Cedric can bear it. After all, with his character, he doesn't care so much about the amount of galleons, as long as it's enough. But Kangna's actions in the next second caused him to break through his defense. "Is that all there is left?" Kangna looked a little disappointed, biting her lip and said softly, "It doesn't matter, if it's not enough, I can also get it from Gringotts. As long as it can keep Porky alive longer, how much?" "Galleons are fine." "Still, there is more?" The corner of Cedric's mouth couldn't help but twitch twice. At this moment, he was really frightened by these inhuman words. "Listen, as many galleons as you like. It would be fine if it were an adult wizard, but if a first-year freshman said this, it would be a bit too much. Or is this the daily life of Slytherin? I have learned a lot." On the other side, Kyle was not in the mood to care about Cedric's thoughts. He hesitated to speak and looked at Kangna, feeling dizzy. "I know my own business, and things like rat tonic should be this orange-yellow color. As for Percy's bottle, it has added ingredients. An ordinary mouse would probably be cold on the spot after drinking it. But the problem is that he can't say it," and looking at the look on Kangna's face, she seems to have decided that he has the tonic that can extend the mouse's life. She must have listened to what Percy said word for word. Unless the truth is told, Kyle cannot explain this situation clearly. That's it." Kyle thought for a while and said, "The special rat tonic is too strong to be drunk directly. Before that, ordinary tonics must be used to strengthen the rat's physique. If you just drag hard." This is the only way Kyle can think of. If he says no, or he can't handle it, what if the other party turns around and goes to Newt? That would be a lot of fun. Newt it's hard to find, but Dumbledore is at Hogwarts. In the wizarding world, even a 3-year-old child knows how close the two of them are. Since Connor was wearing extraordinary clothes, she couldn't possibly be a muggle. If she found Dumbledore, she might actually be able to see Newt. I wish I had known that Percy would have closed the door when he came. Kyle rubbed his forehead and smiled bitterly in his heart. Fortunately, this matter is not difficult to solve. All we have to do is go to Dorset during the Hogwarts holiday. He remembered that Newt once brewed a tonic for Motla rats. The body structure of this magical animal was very similar to that of field mice. Basically, the rats in the pet store had some Motla rat blood. It's like a cat and a catnivs. So when the time comes, it can be used directly after diluting it slightly. It will definitely be no problem to let an ordinary mouse live for at least 3 to 5 years longer. I will give Poca the tonic on time." Kangna did not doubt his presence and nodded seriously. "Don't worry, it'll be fine." Kyle smiled and handed over a chocolate frog. "Eat some chocolate, it will make you feel more relaxed." No need, I can buy it myself. Kangna glanced at the chocolate frog, then immediately looked away, holding the hem of her robe with both hands. That way, he looked like a child receiving red envelopes during the Chinese New Year, looking eager but embarrassed. It doesn't matter, just take it. Kyle smiled and said, just think of it as a meeting gift. I hope we can become classmates. Thanks. Hearing what Kyle said, Kangna blushed and took the chocolate frog, but she didn't eat it, but carefully put it away. Chapter 15 Hogwarts. Kangna left quickly. The gold gallon Kyles on the table were not put away. A simple floating spell made them return to Kangna's pocket. Kyle would not cheat an 11-year-old girl out of her money, even if she looked really rich. This is a matter of principle. Well, at least until he comes back from Dorset. Cedric looked at the closed door of the box, then at Kyle, who was obviously relieved, and said subconsciously, well, I am your first customer, can you also try the tonic? What are you talking about? This is too outrageous. Kyle waved his hands seriously and said, you are my best friend and brother, not just a customer. Yet. Cedric nodded and said, the trial tonic. No, that thing is only provided to customers. Cedric looked directly at Kyle, the corners of his eyes twitching slightly. This is the first time he has seen someone talk so confidently about treating people differently and cheating on acquaintances. Do they really have no shame at all? Learned. Cedric felt tired for a while, so he could only change the subject and continue talking about things related to Hogwarts. When it comes to Hogwarts, Quidditch is definitely indispensable. After all, both of them like this. So the topic naturally extended to the professional Quidditch team, but here, Kyle and Cedric had differences. Kyle likes Wimborne Hornets and Cedric is a loyal fan of Chadley Cannons. Now, the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Kyle and Cedric looked at each other, and where their eyes met, there seemed to be a cluster of invisible sparks crackling. Once the dispute between the fans started, there was no option to voluntarily admit defeat. Neither of them gave in to the other. As time went by, the temperature in the car seemed to have dropped a lot. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that their confrontation was interrupted with a violent jolt. The train will arrive at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Please leave your luggage on the car and we will take it to school for you. A voice echoed on the train. Kyle and Cedric looked away at the same time. With a tacit understanding, neither of them looked at each other again, but began to change into their robes. Kyle turned his head and glanced out the window. At this time, the sky outside had become very dark. No wonder he felt so cold. Fortunately, the rain has stopped, otherwise he would have to get an umbrella. The speed of the train became slower and slower, and finally stopped. After 10 hours, the journey finally reached its destination. Kyle checked his robe and wand again, and after confirming that there was nothing wrong, he followed the bustling crowd out of the train and came to a dark and small platform. This place is really run down. There are overgrown weeds all around. The station sign is seriously faded. The words Hogsmeade Station on it are also very blurry. You can't recognize it at all if you don't look carefully. There wasn't even a decent floor tile here, and because it had just rained, Kyle stepped on the mud as soon as he got out of the car. Clean it up. Kyle waved his wand at his shoes and carefully moved to a relatively clean area. The platform of a 1,000-year-old prestigious school is in such ruins. Who would believe it? If it hadn't been called Hogwarts, and if the principal hadn't been called Dumbledore, it would have been impossible to recruit anyone on this platform. At this time, Kyle also saw Connor. The little girl stood shivering in the crowd. Even from such a distance, Kyle could see her pale face. She was obviously frightened by the scene in front of her. Perhaps sensing that someone was looking at her, Kangna subconsciously turned her head and saw Kyle. For a moment, she stumbled over as if she had found a life-saving straw. Kyle reached out to help Kangna, who almost fell, without saying a word. He just took out his wand again and waved at her robe. "Clean it up." This girl didn't even look at the road when she ran, and she was covered in mud. After doing all this, he smiled and patted the little girl's shoulder to comfort her. "Don't be afraid, it's safe here. Someone will pick us up soon." "Yet." Kangna lowered her head and responded softly. At the same time, an oil lamp also appeared above their heads. "Freshmen! Freshmen, come here!" With all the first-year wizards around him, Hagrid's burly body stood out. Coupled with his messy hair and full beard, Hagrid frightened many young wizards as soon as he appeared. Kyle even heard the cry. Although Kangna didn't cry, she wasn't much better either. She clutched Kyle's arm tightly, causing him to grin in pain. But seeing the frightened look on Kong Na's face, Kyle was too embarrassed to pull it out directly, so he could only hold back. He also didn't understand how an 11-year-old girl could be so energetic. "My name is Rubeus Hagrid, the keykeeper of Hogwarts." Hagrid waved to everyone and said, "Follow the first-year students, be careful of the girls approaching the wall. I will take you to Hogwarts by boat." Kyle was the first to follow and led Kangna to the dim light, which was also the brightest place around. At this time, Kangna became much calmer and quickly let go of Kyle's arm, blushing and murmuring, "I'm sorry." Unfortunately, the voice was too low, and there were always startled movements from other people around. Kyle didn't hear what she said, and just nodded subconsciously. In order to take care of the first-year wizard, Hagrid walked very slowly. It took the group more than 20 minutes to finally complete the steep and narrow path. After passing the last corner, Hagrid turned to look at everyone and pointed forward with a smile on his face. "Come on, you are about to see Hogwarts for the first time. Don't be distracted, this is the magical world. The most beautiful view." Immediately afterwards there were sounds of inhalation and screams one after another. Kangna stood next to Kyle and stared blankly ahead, muttering to herself, "So beautiful." At the end of the path is the famous Black Lake, and on the towering hillside on the other side of the lake stands a majestic castle. There are many spires on the castle, which complement each other with the bright moon, as if it is built on the clouds. The lighted windows on the castle are the stars dotting the sky. It's so beautiful, like a miracle. Even Kyle was stunned. He once suspected that the reason why the Hogsmeade platform was in such a dilapidated state was to set off the scene before him. "All right, freshmen, let's prepare the ferry. Don't keep the professors waiting." Hagrid pointed to a group of small boats parked by the lake and said loudly, "Remember, there can be no more than 4 people on each boat." Kyle and Connor boarded the nearest boat, accompanied by 2 unknown first-year wizards, who happened to be a boy and a girl. Judging from the looks of them, they must have been extremely excited. Even after getting on the boat, they kept thinking about it, saying that they must write a letter to tell their families about this scene. "Have you all boarded the boat?" Hagrid sat alone in a small boat and turned back to confirm one last time. "Okay. Let's go." A group of small boats immediately rowed forward across the lake, rowed past low cliffs, passed through the ivy covering the cliffs, and finally entered a dark tunnel. Chapter 16. Join if you can't beat him. Kyle has always been curious about how the new students' boats at Hogwarts move. He had always thought it was magic, but now he was a little doubtful. Because Kyle has been observing for a long time, but he has never found any traces of magic on the boat. There is also Hagrid, a half-blood giant nearly 4 meters tall. He is much heavier than 4 first-year wizards, but the draft of his boat is exactly the same as other boats. This is obviously abnormal. Of course, it is possible that more advanced and hidden magic has been cast on these boats, or simply some kind of alchemy item, but Kyle still prefers to believe that there is something holding the boat under the lake. That giant squid. He stuck his head out and took a look under the water. Unfortunately, the visibility in the Black Lake at night was so low that he could see nothing but his own reflection. Soon, the boat left the tunnel and docked at a place similar to an underground dock. Everyone got off the boat one after another and followed Hagrid up to a ground paved with cobblestones, and finally arrived on a flat, damp grassland under Hogwarts Castle. After that, everyone followed the stone steps and came to a huge oak door. "Welcome to Hogwarts." After Hagrid finished speaking, he turned around, raised his huge fist, and knocked on the castle door 3 times. The door opened in response. An older cat wearing an emerald green robe. Ahem, the black-haired witch is standing in front of the door. I have to admit that these people have a silent halo when they appear, just like the head teacher who appears at the back door window of the classroom. Anyone who sees them will subconsciously shut their mouths. The same goes for Professor McGonagall. As soon as she appeared, the noisy discussions around her suddenly stopped. Even Hagrid became a lot more reserved and said seriously, "The first-year students have arrived, Professor McGonagall." "Thank you, Hagrid, leave this to me." Professor McGonagall glanced at everyone, then opened the door and brought everyone into the castle. The stone walls around the castle were covered with blazing torches, and a wave of heat hit the face, dispelling the cold outside and making many little wizards who were shivering from the cold feel more at ease. To their right was a closed door, and Kyle could clearly hear the hum of voices inside. But Professor McGonagall did not stop here, but took them to an empty room at the other end of the hall. "First of all, welcome to Hogwarts." While everyone was looking at the surrounding environment, Professor McGonagall skillfully spoke the annual opening remarks. "The opening banquet is about to begin, but before you take your seats in the auditorium, you must first determine which college you will enroll in. Sorting into colleges is a very important ceremony, because while you are in school, the college is like your home at Hogwarts." Although he already knew everything about this matter, Kyle still listened very seriously. "You can't be serious." Who asked him to stand in the front row, right under the nose of Professor McGonagall? If he deserts at this time, his life at Hogwarts will not be easy in the future. In addition, this is also a famous scene, and there is only one opportunity, so Kyle naturally does not want to miss it. At this time, Professor McGonagall had finished talking about the College Cup and began to introduce the 4 colleges. They are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw and Slytherin. Or to put it simply, a reckless man, a foodie, a top student, and a pure blood. When he said this, the little wizards around him all listened very seriously, their eyes full of yearning, and they would glance in the direction of the auditorium from time to time, as if they wanted to rush in the next second. It can be seen that this is what they are looking forward to most. In a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will be held in front of all the teachers and students of the school. I suggest that you tidy up yourselves and look more energetic while waiting. When the other side is ready, I will come to pick you up." Professor McGonagall glanced at everyone one last time. "Please keep quiet while waiting." I have to say that Professor McGonagall's last words were a bit redundant. After she left the room, the mute mode around her was instantly lifted. A group of little wizards gathered together and excitedly discussed what might happen next. "How are we going to sort the houses? Should we choose by ourselves?" a little witch asked nervously. This is also the issue that everyone is most concerned about. Maybe there is some kind of test, just like the one at Smelting Middle School. A young Muggle-born wizard turned to look at his companions and said loudly, "When I received the letter from Hogwarts, I was admitted to Smelting Middle School, but I still chose here. Professor McGonagall convinced my mother, who originally insisted on letting me go to Smelting Middle School. This is a way to show off your achievements, but unfortunately the effect is not good. After all, everyone is now concerned about the branch. Who cares about Smelting Middle School? And there are some people here who don't even know what Smelting Middle School is. I think the deans should choose their own students." Someone said swornly, "Ilvermorny is like this, but they use statues. My father is friends with the director of the International Magical Cooperation Department of the Ministry of Magic. He told me. This is Shiu's father's. However, Compared with the previous test, his words were obviously more convincing, and he instantly gained a large number of supporters. This made him extremely proud. He would raise his head and talk about his father to everyone he met. Those who didn't know better thought his father was the Minister of Magic. At this moment, Kyle suddenly felt someone tugging at the sleeves of his robe, and turned around to find Kangna looking at him nervously. "Kyle, is it really the Dean's choice?" Kangna said anxiously, "What if no college is willing to hire me? Will I be expelled?" "Don't worry, it won't happen." Kyle said with a smile, "Think about it, Ilvermorny and Hogwarts are two schools, how can they use the same sorting method? That would be too out of style." "That's it." Kangna breathed a sigh of relief and continued to ask, "Then do you know how we sort the hospitals?" "Well, I know." Kyle thought for a while and decided to tell the truth. He secretly leaned into Kangna's ear and whispered, "It's nothing. It's just that each person will be hit by the Avada Kedavra by the professor. Those who survive will be admitted. Don't worry, they will definitely not be expelled." By coincidence, a ghost just passed by them at this time. Kyle turned his head and waved his hand naturally, "Hello, Senior, we will be sorted into different schools soon. Wish us success." Although the ghost eye couldn't understand what the little wizard was saying, but when I saw someone greeting me, I subconsciously nodded in response. Seeing this scene, the light in Kangna's eyes disappeared instantly, and she stood there numbly as if she had lost her soul. Chapter 17 The Sorting Hat. A few minutes later, more and more ghosts began to appear in this small room. They were tall, short, fat, and thin, and they came in all shapes and sizes, which really gave the freshmen a surprise. At first, these little wizards were really scared, but soon they discovered that these ghosts were not scary, but were very friendly and would greet everyone enthusiastically. Even in order to relieve their nervousness, a ghost even performed special tricks for them, such as holding their heads with both hands. Cool. Looking at the head flying up and down, someone couldn't help but sigh. "Thanks for the compliment, but I have something even cooler." The ghost seemed to be interested. After saying that, he immediately threw his head out. Then he did a gorgeous front somersault and spun 3.5 times in the air. Finally, he reached out and caught his head firmly. The movements are smooth, the postures are elegant, and every landing point is precise. Not surprisingly, this set of actions won immediate applause from everyone, even Kyle. This kind of talent is not often seen. "Wonderful, indeed wonderful. Thank you all." The ghost circled the arena, bowed slightly to everyone, and said proudly, "Oh, did I forget to mention that I joined the Headless Hunters Club with this set of actions? Of course. I'm not showing off, I mean you all have great taste." After that, the place became completely heated. The little wizards all gathered around and shouted at him to do another one. The ghost was not stingy either. Although he did not perform the difficult moves like before, his continuous little tricks still made everyone laugh. "Hey!" But at this moment, a sinister sneer suddenly came from the side, "What's there to be proud of?" Everyone turned their heads and looked over subconsciously, only to realize that the speaker was also a ghost. "I'm sorry, Sir Nicholas Porpington." The headless ghost also recognized this colleague wearing a wheel-shaped collar, and said quickly, "I just want to make the children happy, and there is no other intention. It's best that way. Of course, and I sincerely hope Jazz can join the Headless Hunters Club this year." Nearly headless Nick glanced at the other party expressionlessly, then walked away through the wall. Being interrupted by him, the headless ghost stopped performing. He shrugged and said, "Okay everyone, you should also start sorting. Get ready now. See you later." After that, he walked through the wall and went to the auditorium. Although everyone felt it was a pity, they had no choice but to watch the headless ghost leave. But the atmosphere in the room did not drop much. After watching the ghost show, everyone was very happy and looked forward to the next branching. Except Kangna. She was the only one in the room who wasn't paying attention to the ghost's performance just now. Until Professor McGonagall came back, the little girl was huddled in the corner, her whole body was almost turning grey, and her whole body was still exuding an aura of despair. It's a pity that Professor McGonagall didn't notice this. I left for a while, and you became such a mess. She pursed her lips and looked at the group of freshmen below with a serious face and said, "You can hear the whole auditorium. Is it that funny? Or do you think the sorting is a very funny thing?" Professor McGonagall's voice was not loud, but everyone remained silent, lowering their heads, not even daring to breathe. This continued for more than a minute before Professor McGonagall continued, "Remember, sorting is a very serious matter, please stay quiet. Now, line up single file and follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone started to move. They lined up in less than a minute and followed closely behind Professor McGonagall. Kangna was among them, being pulled by Kyle, moving around like a zombie. They walked out of the room, walked through the foyer, passed through double doors, and finally entered the luxurious auditorium. Compared with the hall, the auditorium is more magnificent. The entire auditorium is jaw-droppingly big. Even with 4 long tables filled with students, it doesn't feel crowded at all. Luxurious gold plates and goblets were placed on the table, and thousands of candles floating in the air illuminated the place. Further up, the velvet black ceiling was dotted with stars and clouds rolled in, leaving everyone looking at it dumbfounded. Someone whispered to his companions, "This place has been enchanted and looks the same as the sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts, A History of the School." Kyle followed the sound and lost interest after discovering that the person speaking was a boy. It's a pity. If he had entered school a year later, he should have become good friends with Hermione. Everyone reached the front of the auditorium before stopping. Further up is the teacher's bench. Dumbledore, wearing a purple robe, sat in the middle, with his silver white hair and beard neatly trimmed. At this time, he was wearing his iconic half-moon glasses and looking at each new student gently. And sitting next to him, which is the 4th Dean. The head of Slytherin with shiny hair, Severus Snape. The short headmaster of Ravenclaw, Phileas Flitwick. Pomona Sprout, the kind-looking head of Hufflepuff. As for Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, her position is temporarily vacant because she has to preside over the branch. Counting them, there were about 20 professors who came to attend the opening banquet today, but Kyle could only recognize less than 10 of them without even guessing, and he had no impression of the rest at all. But this is normal. Hogwarts is so big. If there are only a few professors in his memory, it will not be enough no matter how he thinks about it. What's more, half of the professors he knows are still young, and this reduction will make them even less. Kyle withdrew his gaze. At this time, Professor McGonagall happened to be holding a 4-cornered stool in front of the freshmen, and then placed a patched, brown-pointed wizard hat on the stool. Well, let's call it brown. Because the hat was so dirty, even though Professor McGonagall's movements were very gentle, a lot of dust was still stirred up the moment it fell. Moreover, under the candlelight, there was a glimmer of light on the hat, which was obviously patinated. It was basically impossible to see its original color under such circumstances. Kyle can guarantee that if this hat is not the sorting hat and appears in his house again, then one of him and Chris will definitely die. Or, they were both beaten to death by Diana. Chapter 18 The Sound of Nature. The whole auditorium was silent. People from other grades were waiting to watch the show, while the freshmen stared nervously at the dirty and torn hat, as if a giant monster would jump out of it in the next second. Then, the hat suddenly began to twist, the tip of the hat swayed from side to side, and the brim of the hat on both sides rose and fell, as if dancing. But the more Kyle looked at it, the more he felt something was wrong. How can I put it this way? I don't know who designed this set of movements. It looks like some kind of flat fish that likes to eat colleagues. It's just that the movements are a little stiffer and not as smooth as others. Besides, it's also a bit ugly. The Sorting Hat probably also knew that dancing was not its strong point, so it quickly opened a mouth-like opening and started humming. I am a hat. But don't underestimate my appearance. I was born thousands of years ago. I have seen the world change. I crossed the wilderness quagmire. Also walked by the forest river. Come on, put it on me. Find the most suitable college. If you long for strength, then go to Gryffindor. They are brave, righteous, and courageous, and can discover the courage buried deep in your heart. Perhaps there is no such thing as Slytherin. They are strong, calm, elegant and self-possessed. There is no need to hide your ambitions and desire for power here, because everyone here is the same as you. Hufflepuff is upright and loyal, tough and honest. Come here, you will find the most trustworthy partner. And Ravenclaw, if you have extraordinary wisdom and shrewd mind, then please don't hesitate, there are fellow travelers like you there. Come on, put it on me. Don't worry and be afraid. I will tell you the deepest desire in my heart. When the song ended, there was thunderous applause. It was obvious that the little wizards in the magic world were very polite. The Sorting Hat bowed to the 4 dining tables one by one, and then stood still. Although the song of the Sorting Hat is a bit difficult to describe, the freshmen can basically understand it. The so-called sorting should be done by wearing this hat. This made many people secretly relieved. Compared with the rumors I heard before, wearing a hat is not too easy. Isn't it just that the hat is a little dirty, a little old, a little ugly? It doesn't matter, it's just for a moment anyway, and you don't have to wear it all the time. Professor McGonagall walked forward quickly, holding a piece of parchment in her hand. Whoever's name I call now will put on his hat, sit on the stool, and wait for sorting. Professor McGonagall glanced at the parchment. Thomas Albride. A blond boy held his head high and quickly walked over and put on his hat. After a while, Ravenclaw, the Sorting Hat shouted. The boy also looked very satisfied. After taking off the Sorting Hat, he couldn't wait to walk to the long table of Ravenclaw, which was the place where the applause was the loudest in the auditorium at the moment. Marietta Acmo. A little girl ran up happily, picked up the Sorting Hat and put it on. Ravenclaw. Oh, that's great. The first 2 freshmen were both Ravenclaws, which made the eaglets extremely excited. The enthusiastic cheers seemed to lift the ceiling. Katie Bell. This time it was also a little girl who ran up in a panic and put the Sorting Hat on her head. Maybe because she was too nervous, she used too much force when putting on the hat, causing her whole head to poke into the hat, leaving only a neck outside. Ha 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 ha! There was a burst of laughter in the auditorium. Professor McGonagall sighed when she saw this, and quickly stepped forward to help tidy it up. Thanks, little Greg, I almost thought I was going to burst. The Sorting Hat nodded to Professor McGonagall, without a doubt, Gryffindor. A burst of warm cheers suddenly erupted from the Gryffindor table on the far left side of the auditorium. Fred and George stood on the stools, whistling excitedly, and it was obvious that they really liked this little girl. Katie Bell ran away with a red face. The sorting continued, but in order to prevent what happened just now, Professor McGonagall felt that it was better for him to preside over it, so he did not step aside as before, but stood behind the four-corner stool, holding the Sorting Hat in one hand. Holding the parchment in one hand. Cho-Chong. An Asian girl slowly walked to the four-corner stool and sat down. Professor McGonagall stood behind her and gently placed the Sorting Hat on her head. Ravenclaw. Oh! As the Sorting Hat called out the name of the same house for the third time, the eaglets went completely crazy. Some people stood on stools and danced with their feet in front of the teachers and students of the school. Some people picked up the decorative flowers on the dining table and threw them to the ceiling with excitement. They put aside their usually proud composure and cheered wantonly. 3. The branching has just begun, and we already have 3 new students. Ravenclaw will surely rise this year. The professors on the stage did not stop them, and just watched with a smile. It was not until they started throwing plates that Professor McGonagall stood up with a straight face. The effect is outstanding. After seeing Professor McGonagall, the eaglets felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on their heads. They calmed down a lot, transformed from eagles into quails, and sat back on the dining table in a polite manner. Professor McGonagall's expression improved a lot and she looked at the parchment again. Omid Frol. Slytherin. The number of new students is getting smaller and smaller. Kyle stood in the crowd, patiently waiting for his name to be called, but somehow he always felt a tingle on his back, as if someone was constantly poking him with a needle. Kyle turned his head subconsciously, only to see Kangna, whose face was red and staring at him fiercely. But unlike before, this time I was angry. The originally shy little girl seemed to have changed into a different person at this time. Her white teeth were grinding loudly, as if she would pounce on him and bite him at any time. Ahem, oh, the weather is so nice. Kyle laughed twice, as if he didn't see anything, and turned his head back pretending to be calm. After that, she moved her steps lightly and squeezed forward quietly, trying to stay as far away from Kangna as possible. Unfortunately, things didn't work as expected. There was only such a big place here, and there weren't many people there, so there was no place to hide. No matter where he ran, Kangna could always see him. That feeling of light on my back has never gone away. Fortunately, at this time, a voice suddenly came. Kel Chopper. For the first time, Kyle felt that Professor McGonagall's voice was so beautiful, like the sound of nature, and like an angel who gave people salvation. To be honest, if he could re-elect the principal, he would definitely choose Professor McGonagall. Chapter 19 Hufflepuff. Kyle didn't hesitate and came to the stage in a few steps. After surviving the disaster, he patted his chest, looked at Professor McGonagall sincerely and said, "Thank you, Professor." Perhaps he didn't expect that there would be such polite children in Hogwarts. Kyle's sudden behavior really caught Professor McGonagall off guard. It took him 2 or 3 seconds to react, and he shook his head and said, "This is my duty." Despite saying this, Professor McGonagall's originally serious expression softened a lot. And before placing the sorting hat on Kyle's head, she even patted the dust on it. It would be great if such a polite boy could be sorted into Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall had some expectations in her heart. What Gryffindor lacked most was this kind of model student. Last year, she dreamed of abducting Cedric into her college, but unfortunately neither Sprout nor Dumbledore agreed. It depends on how this year goes. Professor McGonagall stared at Kyle with burning eyes, and prayed in her heart that the sorting hat would be reliable for once. Strange, so strange. When Kyle put on the sorting hat, he heard a small voice in his ear saying, "You actually thanked me sincerely. You shouldn't. I mean, are you really that good boy?" "Of course I am." Kyle said seriously, "You can go and ask around. Both the Weasley family and Mr. Scamander have said that I am the most polite boy they have ever seen. So please be honest and slander me, otherwise I will file a complaint against you even if you are just a hat." The sorting hat fell into rare silence. The tip of the hat swayed back and forth unconsciously, seeming to be speechless or struggling with something. After a long time, he continued, "Your shameless look makes me feel like I have returned to more than 1,000 years ago, but at that time I was just an ordinary hat, just on Godric's head. So, how about going to Gryffindor? I feel like that should be, forget it, it's not suitable for you. I think. Let me think about it." Kyle was about to speak when he was interrupted by the sorting hat. "It's better to be in Slytherin, where you will be towards glory, there is no doubt about that." That. Wait. For the second time, the sorting hat interrupted Kyle again. "No, it's still not suitable, and if you go to Slytherin, Snape will definitely pour some weird potions on me in the future, let me think about it again." Dumbledore has given me a big problem. It's a pity that it would be great if Azkaban also belonged to Hogwarts, or Ermengarde would also be fine. The Sorting Hat's tone sounded like a joke, but Kyle couldn't laugh at all. What's going on? He didn't seem to have done anything wrong. At most, he just scared Connor. Could it be that he would be sorted to Ermengarde because of this? Is that unreasonable? Besides, the entire wizarding world does this, and there are many people who are even more exaggerated than he said. How come they are fine? There is no such double standard. Kyle felt that he should do something. If the Sorting Hat really called it out, then it would be a disaster. Azkaban is fine. It is under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Magic. You can't just go there. But Ermengarde is different. Dumbledore has connections there. Ah, it's so easy to send someone there. Although Kyle knew in his heart that the reason why the petty Sorting Hat said that was probably because he was dissatisfied with what he had just said about complaining about it, and wanted to get back at it, it was impossible for him to shout out that place. But what if? A hat that has existed for more than 1,000 years and still has independent consciousness, no one knows what it is thinking. What if it suddenly wants to shout to liven up the atmosphere? All are possible. That. Kyle smiled harmlessly and said, "The song you just sang is not bad, especially the first few sentences. The lyrics are simple and the tone is brisk, much better than the clichés of the Weird Sisters." Hearing this, the Sorting Hat immediately became interested. "You think it sounds good too, right?" I said, "It took me a year to come up with it, how could it not be good? Only Dumbledore doesn't know how to appreciate it, and he even persuaded me to sing the school song, that old B. Kyle didn't intend to say bad things about him under the headmaster's nose. It was too stupid, even if he couldn't hear it. After 2 dry coughs to fool him, Kyle continued, "Excuse me, your song sounds familiar to me. Is it a rap style?" "Rap style?" The Sorting Hat asked curiously, "What does this mean? You don't know? Could it be that you are self-taught? It's amazing." Kyle pretended to be shocked at first, and then explained, "Rap is also called rap or rap, which is a very popular Muggle music style." Muggle music? The Sorting Hat was even more curious. "Yes, I think you can give it a try. It should be suitable for you." Kyle said sincerely, "If you need it, I can give you a gift in this regard at Christmas." "Okay. No, I mean, let's sort first. It's been a long time. You must be hungry. It would be bad if you delay the dinner." The Sorting Hat cleared his throat and said, "Oh, that's where we were just now." Kyle smiled and said, "You just said that I was a polite and good kid, but you think Gryffindor, Slytherin, and Ravenclaw are not suitable for me." "Hey? I mentioned Ravenclaw just now." "Oh, I almost forgot, it's true, you are absolutely right. In this case, the result is already obvious. Hufflepuff." When Kyle's sorting result was announced, the whole hall, including the teacher's seat, burst into thunderous applause. It took a full 20 minutes, which was the longest sorting in the history of Hogwarts, and it finally ended. They were really hungry, after all, the dinner would have started at this time of year in previous years. The Hufflepuff table was particularly lively, and Cedric didn't care about the Quidditch team anymore. And came over to give Kyle a hug enthusiastically. "Great Kyle, I knew you would definitely come to Hufflepuff." Kyle smiled and said, "You have better vision than the house hat." "Hey!" Cedric was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding what this meant. But Kyle just smiled and didn't explain. It happened that several seniors came over to shake hands with him. Judging from the badges on their bodies, they should be Hufflepuff prefects. This is also a common practice in every college. While expressing welcome, you can also make yourself familiar in front of the freshmen. Kyle greeted them with a smile, and then sat in the empty seat next to Cedric. "The prefect who sat here before, but after finding out that Kyle and Cedric knew each other, he took the initiative to give up this seat. After Kyle sat down, he looked at the Sorting Hat like everyone else. He had already planned to come to Hufflepuff. After all, Newt was a Hufflepuff, and his father Chris also graduated from Hufflepuff. As a wizard who also liked magical animals, he naturally wanted to come here to experience it. In addition, Kyle didn't want to think about Voldemort, the Dark Lord, etc. He just wanted to enjoy the wonderful magic and the school life of Hogwarts with all his heart, and the enthusiastic and loyal Hufflepuff was undoubtedly the best choice. Because Hufflepuff's dormitory is next to the kitchen, this is very important. Chapter 20 Failed Prank. After sitting down at the Hufflepuff table, Kyle felt inexplicably relaxed. Before the sorting, he always felt uneasy, but now that everything has settled, he has finally become a member of Hogwarts in the true sense. This feeling is great. Kyle leaned on the dining table, supporting his chin with his left hand, leisurely watching the next sorting situation, and waiting for the dinner to start. Because of the extremely long division just now, many people in the auditorium were looking at Kyle curiously. Many of the witches looked at Kyle and Cedric, who were sitting together talking and laughing, and then turned to look at the classmates beside them, almost breaking their back molars each one. Damn it, why are all the handsome ones going to Hufflepuff? It's not fair. At the Gryffindor table, Fred and George also almost broke their molars. Why did Kyle go to Hufflepuff? Fred thumped his thigh in annoyance. In this case, our carefully prepared welcome ceremony will be useless. Stop it, Fred, please give me a break first. George scratched his head on the side. To be honest, I can accept it even if Kyle goes to Slytherin, but Hufflepuff? How is this possible? Yes. Fred nodded. Kyle is loyal? Kind? Is the Sorting Hat an old fool? Just when Fred and George fell silent at the same time, a freshman who had just been assigned to Gryffindor happened to sit on the empty seat next to them. The next second. Ouch! The screams echoed through the auditorium, immediately attracting everyone's attention. The new student of Gryffindor was like a frightened guardian tree frog. He jumped up more than 3 feet in the air, and then started running around with his butt in his hands. Running and wailing at the same time. Only then did everyone see clearly that there was something round hanging behind him. It was about the same size as a bludger in Quidditch, with a big mouth full of fangs biting the freshman's butt. Wait a minute, that ball looks familiar. Fred, who was watching the show, seemed to suddenly remember something and turned around and said, George, didn't you put the biting ball away? George was stunned for a moment. No, I thought you had already accepted it. The two looked at each other, and then looked at a place on the left at the same time, where the freshman was sitting just now. There is no doubt that it is empty. Oh, damn! Fred scratched his hair with a distressed look on his face. That's all our savings. The biting ball is a new prop that Fred and George bought from Zuko's joke shop at a high price. It can be disguised as an ordinary cushion and placed anywhere. It's just a bit expensive, requiring 3 galleons, which is not a small sum of money for Fred and George. But when they thought that Kyle would be sorted into another hospital today, they gritted their teeth and spent all their savings to buy it, preparing to give their junior brother an unforgettable surprise. In order not to discover any clues, they deliberately arranged everything in advance when Kyle put on the Sorting Hat and placed the cushion on an empty seat next to him. In this way, if Kyle is assigned to Gryffindor, they can naturally lead each other into a trap position. It doesn't matter even if you are assigned to another college. It's just a cushion and you can take it back easily. Everything is so perfect. It's a pity that God is not as good as God. They never expected that Kyle would be assigned to Hufflepuff, which they thought was the most unlikely. The two of them were also shocked and did not get the cushion back immediately. As a result, this scene happened. Fred, are you going to call that biting ball back? George looked at the freshman's back and his heart was bleeding. That's 3 galleons. If I were to buy a whole box of dung eggs, why don't you feel bad? Fred looked at Professor McGonagall, who was walking towards the new students, and said helplessly, "I think I won't be able to get it back." After saying that, the two of them sighed together. On the other side, Professor McGonagall had also arrived at the new student's side. She first took off the biting ball, and then checked the little wizard's condition. There were no injuries, and there were no signs of damage on the robe. It was a standard magic trick. Seeing the familiar techniques and tools, Professor McGonagall immediately identified the culprit without even thinking about it, and immediately turned around and glared at the twins. However, because the sorting was not over yet, she couldn't say much. After leaving a sentence of 20 points from Gryffindor, she turned and returned to the stage. The new student was also frightened. After being brought back by Percy, he carefully checked it 3 times. Only after he was sure that there was nothing wrong did he sit back at the dining table. Not far away, Kyle looked at the frowning Fred and George, without concealing his ridicule, and slowly extended a middle finger to them. Kyle dared to swear on Ron's integrity that the biting ball just now was 100% prepared for him by these two guys. Now that Professor McGonagall has discovered it, it can only be said that evil will be punished. No, George, Kyle is too arrogant. Fred's face turned red with anger. Others didn't know what the gesture meant, but he did. In the past 11 years, whenever Kyle mocked them, he would give them the middle finger, so he knew exactly what Kyle meant just now. Don't worry, Fred. As long as Kyle is still in Hogwarts, we still have a chance. Like Fred, George was also very angry, and even his ears turned red. But the problem is that they really can't do anything to Kyle now, and they dare not make trouble under Professor McGonagall's death gaze, so they can only give Kyle a middle finger in revenge. Out of sight, out of mind. The two temporarily suppressed their desire for revenge, and turned their heads at the same time, trying not to look at Kyle's irritating face. And Kyle didn't care about their actions. It was just the last resistance of the two red-haired losers, so he wouldn't take it to heart. And Kyle also knew that Fred and George would definitely not let it go, and they might be discussing it at this moment. How to get back at the enemy. But so what? In the past 11 years, he had almost never lost the war with the Weasley twins. The only few defeats were because he was too young at that time, and Charlie's shameless bullying allowed them to win back a victory. Now Charlie is already very busy with graduation exams and Quidditch, so how can he have time to take care of them? Without Charlie, who can the twins find as a backer? Ron? If that's the case, it would be even easier to deal with them. So, with the brilliant record, Kyle is fearless. Chapter 21. Is the Sorting Hat so brave? After this unexpected situation, the Sorting Hat no longer hesitated, and basically completed the sorting as soon as it touched the hair of the new students. With this efficiency, only the last 2 freshmen were left soon. Connor Prince. Hearing this familiar name, Kyle and Cedric looked over at the same time. Is this the little girl on the train? Cedric asked curiously, where do you think she will be sorted into, Slytherin? Probably. Kyle scratched his back subconsciously and said, since she is wearing extraordinary clothes, she is probably a pure blood, so she should be Slytherin, hey. At this time, Kyle was suddenly stunned. I don't know if it was his illusion. After Professor McGonagall called out Connor's name, Snape, who had been stern and seemed to be completely uninterested in the sorting, actually moved forward and focused his attention on the sorting hat for the first time. They don't know each other, Kyle said in his heart. Although Snape rarely participates in any social activities due to his special status, he is one of the 4 deans of Hogwarts after all, and he is also a famous potion master. It is impossible that he has no acquaintances in the magic world. Connor's family may be among them. Thinking of this, Kyle felt a chill on his back and suddenly had a bad premonition. If this is true, with Snape's character, if he knew that he had tricked Connor, then he would probably enjoy the treatment of the protagonist in advance. It can't be such a coincidence. Kyle felt his scalp tingling. What a sin! Just now I was making fun of the Weasley twins for their evil deeds, but I didn't expect that the retribution would come so quickly, and it would be on me in the next second. Kyle looked at the stage nervously. For some reason, when it was Connor's turn, the efficiency of the Sorting Hat seemed to have returned to the beginning. Everyone waited for more than a minute before the Sorting Hat spoke. Hufflepuff. A warm cheer broke out at the Hufflepuff table, and the prefects stood up again to welcome Connor to join. Only Kyle looked at Connor, who was walking past him, with a question mark on his forehead. What's going on? In addition to Scamander, there are pureblood families coming to Hufflepuff? This is really rare. It's not that there are no purebloods. There are purebloods in all 4 colleges, but there are fewer in Hufflepuff. As for whether Connor came here to chase him, this is impossible. Sorting is not a game. In a big way, it can even affect the future path of wizards. So even if Connor is young and ignorant, the Sorting Hat will not let her do whatever she wants. Otherwise, Connor's family will not let it go. Kyle remembered that Chris once told him that because of Xiao Tian Wolfstar Black was sorted into Gryffindor, and the Black Lady made a scene at Hogwarts. If Dumbledore hadn't intervened, the Sorting Hat would have been burned by her with a fiend fire. This incident was quite a big deal at the time. Although Hogwarts was suppressed by Dumbledore, the Ministry of Magic held several meetings to discuss whether to abandon the Sorting Hat and adopt other methods of sorting. And the support rate for this proposal was not low, because most pureblood families were unwilling to let their children go to colleges other than Slytherin, especially those stubborn conservatives. It was a shame for them to have a Gryffindor in the family. Of course, the final result was definitely not passed. After all, Dumbledore more than 20 years ago was not as easy to talk to as he is now. When he clearly expressed his opposition after that, those pureblood families didn't dare not give him this face. This matter has just ended. But since then, those pureblood family members who supported the proposal have never been to other colleges. Kyle glanced at the teacher's table on the stage. It's easy to confirm whether the sorting is normal. Just look at Snape's reaction. If the Connor family really has a good relationship with Snape, Snape will definitely not do it after she is sorted into Hufflepuff. Continue to sit there calmly. Forward. Well, Kyle was wrong. On the classroom seat, Snape's face was so gloomy that he almost shed tears. He was talking to Dumbledore non-stop, and looking at Hufflepuff from time to time. Kyle quickly lowered his head, trying to reduce his sense of presence. It can't be such a coincidence, is it? Is the Sorting Hat really so brave? Kyle felt a little nervous. At the same time, the last freshman just finished sorting and went to the Gryffindor table. Dumbledore immediately stood up, looked at the students in the audience with a smile, and stretched out his arms. Welcome, welcome to Hogwarts. It is another new school year, and there is nothing more exciting than seeing you. People are happy. What are you waiting for? Eat. The originally empty dining table was instantly filled with steaming food. Beef, roast chicken, pork chops, sausages, and steaks are piled into hills, which greatly increases your appetite. If you think these are too greasy, there are fragrant boiled potatoes, pea shoots and fried potato chips on the side, which are also very good to eat together. The whole auditorium was filled with the aroma of food. Kyle shook his head, trying not to think about those messy things. Forget it, things are like this anyway, what's the use of thinking so much, just take it one step at a time. Anyway, no matter what, he will not be the first to be unlucky. There is still a Sorting Hat in front of him. In addition, even if Snape really wanted to cause trouble for him, it wouldn't last long. As long as he could survive until Harry Potter entered school next year, he wouldn't be in the mood to care about himself anymore. Kyle calmed down, reached out, and took a fried chicken leg from in front of him and stuffed it into his mouth. He had been on the train for a long time and had no appetite at all. He just ate some snacks. He was really hungry now. The elves' craftsmanship is quite good. The fried chicken legs are crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. When you bite into it, the juice overflows, and the aroma instantly fills your entire mouth. The roasted potatoes are also good, the heat is just right, and there are no extra seasonings, completely retaining the fragrance of the potatoes themselves. If you think the taste is bland, there is separate tomato sauce and black pepper on the side. Kyle found that this combination was surprisingly good, so he took another one. But just when he cut the potatoes and was about to get the black pepper, Cedric suddenly came over and whispered, "I've been staring at you." "Staring at me? Who is it?" Kyle replied without raising his head. "That's the freshman named Connor Prince that I met on the train." Cedric raised his eyebrows and pointed in the opposite direction with teasing eyes. "Look, if you don't believe it, she started looking at you again." Chapter 22, Making Careless Friends. Kyle raised his head and looked in the direction of Cedric's finger, only to find that Connor was sitting on the left side opposite him, processing a piece of steak. But every time she cut it, she looked up at Kyle, as if what was on the plate was not steak but Kyle. This scene gave him a toothache. Wait, why do I feel that her eyes are not very friendly, but she was clearly not like this when we were on the train? Cedric asked curiously. "I remember that the freshmen were all together before the sorting. Did anything happen to you during this period?" "It's really my fault." Kyle shrugged and briefly recounted what happened in the cabin. After hearing this, Cedric felt numb. Sorted with a death curse? How the hell can a normal person think of this? Did she believe it? Cedric asked cautiously. "Otherwise," Kyle said with a grimace, "if she didn't believe it, would she look at me like this? Forward. This is really something one dares to say and one dares to believe." Cedric twitched the corner of his mouth, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. He could only look at Kangna and then Kyle with a speechless expression, then silently extended a thumb and said, "Really, Kyle, you two are a match made in heaven. I'm only 11 years old, okay, are you so anxious to go to Azkaban?" Kyle said angrily, "And I advise you not to worry about this. If Professor Snape hears about it, you're finished." "She knows Professor Snape?" Cedric asked in surprise. Kyle nodded and said, "Although I'm not sure, I think I know him." Cedric's expression suddenly changed. He stared at Kyle with a scumbag look and said, "You are too much. How could you make such a nasty joke with a freshman? If I were a prefect, I would definitely detain you of points." Kyle looked at Cedric in disbelief, as if he had just met him. Sample. He immediately changed sides after hearing that Connor knew Snape. His change of attitude was too fast. Is this really the Cedric he knows? However, facing Kyle's gaze, Cedric remained expressionless and even moved his butt to the side, as if he wanted to draw a clear line between himself and Kyle. Kyle could only raise his middle finger silently. He is not careful in making friends. I really don't know who he learned this from. How come he became so shameless after just not seeing him for a while? However, in the current situation, it is impossible to eat peacefully. Kyle simply put down his knife and fork and looked up at Kenna. The little witch didn't dodge and just stared at Kyle. Her round face was puffy, and it was unclear whether she was chewing the steak in her mouth or because she was angry. Neither of them spoke a word. They just looked at each other at the opening party as if they were playing a competition in which whoever bowed his head first would lose. Naturally, neither Kyle nor Kenna wanted to admit defeat. They were very determined at the beginning, as if they wanted to continue the game until the end of time. However, Kenna obviously overestimated herself. Soon, her eyes began to wander, and a hint of bright red appeared on her originally fair face. After a few seconds, his eyes began to avoid the viewer, his breathing became much faster, and his whole face turned red. Finally, Kenna couldn't hold on any longer and quickly lowered her head with her nose against the steak, as if she wanted to bury herself in the plate, leaving only her two red ears exposed. Kenna's personality has not changed. She is still as shy and socially anxious as before. The look he had just now was just because he was furious after discovering that he had been fooled, and he was a little angry and humiliated. It's like a girl who is usually peaceful and quiet, but after being cheated in her favorite game, she will slap the keyboard and curse. A truth. In addition, Kyle had been avoiding her, so she had no way to vent the anger in her heart, and this situation has continued until now. When the anger dissipated, she naturally turned back into the shy and socially anxious little witch she was before. And when Kyle looked into her eyes, it was like giving her a way to vent. After all, eye contact is also output, it's just less efficient. But Kyle didn't expect that she would calm down so quickly. She was fine in just a few minutes. Her personality was really too good. Ginny Weasley's personality was considered good among the people Kyle knew, but even if she was angry, she would have to argue with Kyle face to face for at least half an hour. In comparison, Kenna is too weak. Her character is not a good thing in the magic world. It was fine when I was at Hogwarts. Hufflepuffs were well known for being honest and friendly, and basically no one had any bad intentions towards them. But if it's still like this after graduation, she might die without knowing how. A famous minister of the Ministry of Magic, Grogan Stamp, once said that Hogwarts is a fairy tale of the wizarding world. Once you leave this castle, all that is left is a devouring abyss. In the eyes of those dark wizards who are walking on the edge of death, there is no difference between a shy and introverted witch from a pure-blood family and a walking gold galleon. They would swarm her like hyenas until not even a bone was left of her. Kyle is not exaggerating. There are precedents, such as the disappearance of those pure-blood families. After Voldemort's downfall, the Death Eaters lost their backers and faced being hunted by the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic. They began to be unable to take care of themselves and had to hide everywhere. As a result, the pure-blood families in the entire British magical world were thrown into chaos. The hyenas hiding in the dark saw this opportunity and attacked these confused pure-blood families at the same time. Either rob directly or use the Cruciatus curse to force out useful information. In short, any pure-blood wizard who was alone became their prey. And they don't care at all how big your family is, how strong it is, or whether it will retaliate in the future. As long as there is profit to be made, and as long as there is no monster like Dumbledore or Voldemort in the target's home, they dare to pounce on him and bite off a piece of meat. It can be said that during that period, the number of pure-blood wizards who died at their hands increased day by day, and many families began to decline and finally disappeared. This situation continued until most of the Death Eaters were caught and the Aurors and Strikers turned their attention to them. It was like this back then, and it is no exception now. Kyle glanced at Kenna, who was pretending to be an ostrich, and after a moment of silence, he calmly took the black pepper next to him, sprinkled it on the chopped potatoes and put them into his mouth. "Forget it, I'm only in the first grade and it's still a long way to graduation. Why think about these things? It's more important to fill my stomach first." Chapter 23 Demon's Dance. Half an hour later, the banquet was basically coming to an end, and the staple food on the table was replaced by a variety of desserts. Kyle chose a maple pudding. This kind of pudding is highly recommended by Bill and Charlie, who say that it is rare to find such authentic pudding anywhere else except Hogwarts. Kyle took a bite and found that it tasted really good, with just the right sweetness, fresh and delicious fragrance, and a hint of just the right sourness as the finishing touch. It was perfect as a dessert after dinner. After everyone had finished eating, the remaining desserts were cleared away and the dining table became clean and tidy again, spotlessly clean. Dumbledore standing up, the auditorium immediately returned to silence. "Everyone is full now, but before you go back to your dormitory, I have a few more words to say. First-year freshmen, please note that no students are allowed to enter the forested area on the school grounds. More." Dumbledore paused and continued, "Professor McGonagall also asked me to remind everyone that please do not use magic tricks in the classroom or any public area, otherwise you will be severely punished. As soon as he finished speaking, nearly half of the people in the auditorium subconsciously looked at Fred and George of Gryffindor. The twins did not have any stage fright. They stood up and kept waving their hands in greetings around them. They looked proud, as if Dumbledore had just praised them. Not far away, Professor McGonagall's face looked as ugly as possible, and her lips pursed tighter. From the look on her face, you can tell that the twins are probably going to be imprisoned, and the time will definitely not be short. Dumbledore looked normal and continued, "The review of Quidditch players will be held in the second week of this semester. Students in second grade and above who are interested in joining the college team should contact Ms. Hodge." Sure enough, you still need to be in second grade. Because he had known this result for a long time, Kyle would not feel any disappointment. Moreover, although Dumbledore said so, it does not mean that first-year students must not participate in Quidditch selection. The reason for excluding the first grade is just to take care of the young wizards of Muggle origin. They have never been exposed to Quidditch before. It would be too unfair for them to choose team members at this time. After one school year, they will be familiar with the magic world, so the selection is just right at this time. Of course, if there is a good idea, the deans will not mind using a little privilege, just like Harry Potter a year later. So Kyle planned to go to Professor Sprout to try his luck in 2 days to see if he could be selected together with the second-year students. "It would be really torture if I were not allowed to fly for a year." Quiet. Dumbledore had to increase his volume to suppress the group of young wizards in the audience who were excited about Quidditch. "Finally, it is my honor to introduce our new defense against the dark arts professor." Dumbledore turned sideways and stretched his hand in the direction of the teacher's chair. "Professor Oren, say hello to everyone." Next to Snape, a middle-aged wizard with an unattractive appearance stood up, smiled and waved to everyone. Several cold and sparse applause sounded in the auditorium. Except for the first-year students who were more enthusiastic about taking pictures, the students in other grades were not very interested. "It's just a new professor, so what's the point of being so enthusiastic? I have to change him next year anyway, so I'll just give it a perfunctory look for Dumbledore's sake." Professor Oren didn't pay attention. It seemed that he had already guessed this result. After saying hello, he sat back down again. But whether it was because of disappointment or embarrassment, Professor Oren moved a little wider when moving the chair. He tilted his body and put his elbow squarely on Snape's waist. "Hiss!" Snape took a deep breath and grabbed the armrests of the chair with both hands, trying not to scream. "I'm sorry, Severus, are you okay? Do you need to go to Madame Pomfrey's to check on you?" Oren asked with concern. "I think we are not familiar enough to call each other by name, Professor Oren. In addition, I am not so fragile that I will end up in the school hospital just by touching me, so I won't bother you." Snape moved his chair to the side, disgust flashed in his eyes, as if he had seen a Philobia caterpillar that had been squeezed out of its mucus and no longer had any medicinal value. Professor Oren looked a little embarrassed. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something more. But at this time, Dumbledore had already finished talking about Hogsmeade and began to direct the young wizards to sing the school song. A long golden ribbon floated in the sky, and various tunes soon filled the auditorium. Oren could only swallow what he originally wanted to say, and sang with everyone in the way of a bard. "Hogwarts! Hogwarts! 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 Please give us knowledge. No matter we are bald old people. Or the child who injured his knee in a fall." A good school song has been sung by everyone into a large-scale concert, with any tune. Among them, the ones that appear most often are the Scenery Hippogriff and Symphony of Destiny, which are also the choices of most young wizards. As for Kyle, he used The Road to Heaven is Wide and Broad. Everyone has a variety of choices, but if you want to say who sings the happiest, it must be the Weasley twins. Fred and George held each other's arms, singing the school song to the tune of Flight of the Bumblebee and dancing cheerfully. Their move also attracted a lot of attention, and the cheerful Gryffindor students soon joined in spontaneously, and stunned the original ones. The school song turned into a chaotic dance. But what I have to admit is that they looked really happy. Even Dumbledore on the stage couldn't hold back and danced a little. After the school song ended, Fred and George received the warmest applause from the audience. "It's so beautiful. This is the meaning of the school song." Dumbledore adjusted the slightly crooked wizard hat and said with a smile, "It's bedtime now. Let's go back to the dormitory." When the party ended, everyone rushed to the door of the auditorium. The prefects took action quickly and worked hard to bring the freshmen of their respective colleges together. "First-year students, come over here. Don't crowd, let the freshmen go first, let the freshmen go first. Hurry up, freshmen, we have to hurry up. Is everyone here? Remember to follow me later and don't fall behind." Chapter 24. Even swallow-tailed dogs won't eat this thing. The Hufflepuff Common Room is located in the underground building of Hogwarts Castle. The entrance is among the pile of large barrels in the right corner of the kitchen corridor. The way to enter is also very simple. You only need to follow the rhythm of Helga Hufflepuff and tap the bottom of the second barrel in the second row of the big wooden barrels. The lid of the barrel will rotate open and reveal a door that can be climbed into. Enter the passage and enter the common room. Unlike passwords that change frequently, and riddles that are updated every time, Hufflepuff is also the only house in Hogwarts that uses a fixed door password. Remember it once and it will last for 7 years, which can be said to be quite worry-free. Remember, this is Helga Hufflepuff, the order must not be wrong. Karen Harris, the prefect of Hufflepuff, stood in front of a group of new students and demonstrated the correct tapping sequence at 3 times the speed. "Well, what if I knock the wrong key?" a little boy in the crowd said solemnly. My memory is never very good. If I knock the wrong key, I won't be able to enter the dormitory." "It's worse than that." Harris walked to the barrel, knocked on it twice, and then quickly retreated. Almost at the same time, a stream of vinegar with a strong sour smell poured down, right where he was. "As you can see." Harris waved his wand and cleaned up the vinegar on the ground and said, "If the knocking order is wrong, then another bucket lid will burst open and the intruder will be filled with vinegar. If you don't want to have a sour smell all day long, you must remember the correct order. It's not that difficult." Next, Harris demonstrated the correct sequence twice more before leading them into the passage. At the end of the passage is a large, simple round room, which is the Hufflepuff Common Room. Compared with the auditorium, the ceiling here is very low, probably less than 3 meters. It is surrounded by soft sofas in black and yellow colors, and there are many interesting plant decorations on the walls next to it. Kyle looked around with interest. In addition to the common ornamental plants, there are actually many rare and valuable plants here. The ones he knows include rue, white thorn, golden hydrangea, as well as wind-whispering grass and campanula sunflower. Especially the pot of wind chime sunflowers placed in the center of the lounge. If Kyle remembers correctly, the market price of this thing should be about 300 galleons, and there is no market for it. The golden hydrangea next to it is slightly cheaper, and is sold in Diagon Alley, costing only 279 galleons. With rare plants worth 200 to 300 galleons as decorations, Professor Sprout is truly a famous master of herbalism in the magical world. This is truly low-key and luxurious. Kyle resisted the urge to move them all away, and relied on his iron will to turn his head and look to the side. There was a large honey-colored wooden mantel built against the wall, carved with a badger, and there were some jars and other things on it. According to Prefect Harris, the jar contains some candies and other snacks, which the little wizards can take at will. There is also a portrait of Helga Hufflepuff hanging above the fireplace. It was a witch holding a golden cup and smiling cheerfully. At this time, Hufflepuff students from other grades also came in one after another. They greeted the new students enthusiastically and brought out various snacks as greeting gifts. Kyle also received a lot. The pockets of his robe were filled with colorful candies and preserves, enough for him to eat for more than a month. How about it? The Hufflepuff common room is nice. Cedric came to Kyle, patted him on the shoulder and said, other colleges don't have such a comfortable environment. It turns out to be Mr. Diggory. Kyle slapped the hand on his shoulder with a look of disgust, and said in a nonchalant manner, what, are you not afraid of being misunderstood by Professor Snape at this time? Don't be like this, Kyle, it's all for outsiders to see. Cedric said with a sneer, our friendship is unbreakable, I swear. After hearing this explanation, Kyle felt even more disgusted and quickly moved further away from Cedric. But he also knew that Cedric was joking before, so he wasn't really angry. Although what I said just now really deserves a beating. He also said that he was doing it for outsiders to see. Cedric wouldn't really think he was Harry Potter. He could do it all the time. Get Snape's attention. What are you thinking about? Kyle curled his lips in disdain, but he didn't know if it was an illusion. He always felt that Cedric's behavior just now seemed a bit familiar, especially the shameless style of adapting to the situation and frantically throwing blame. It seemed that he had seen it in someone before. Who is it? Kyle thought hard, but still had no clue, and finally gave up. Probably, maybe, they are the Weasley brothers. As there were more and more people in the common room, Harris invited the freshmen to sit on the sofa, saying that at the request of the professor, he would tell them about the school rules of Hogwarts in advance, so that everyone could get to know them. After that, he and another female prefect went to the kitchen next door and brought some biscuits and several large glasses of fresh juice. This means that Hufflepuff's common room is close to the kitchen, and the other 3 houses do not have this kind of treatment. Soon, the table in the lounge was filled with various snacks. Harris said enthusiastically, welcome to Hufflepuff. There are not many school rules at Hogwarts, as long as everyone can remember the following ones. First. While Harris was talking, Kyle looked around and quickly found Kangna at the outermost edge of the crowd, and then moved over quietly. I went too far before. Kyle whispered, I'm going to be like a rose. Kangna was obviously startled. When she raised her head and saw that it was Kyle, she whispered, no, it's also my reason. I'm too stupid. I should have guessed that you were joking. How could Hogwarts use that curse to sort houses? Kyle shook his head and said with a serious face, that's different. Joking has to be fun for both of us. It's definitely my fault for scaring you, so I must apologize. Seeing the serious look on Kyle's face, Kangna bit her lip, raised her head and said seriously, then I accept your apology. After saying that, he reached out and slapped Kyle on the body. Now we're even. What can I say about the strength of this punch? It's hard to use it to flick the ashes. Not even close, wait a moment. Kyle smiled, then picked out all the most beautifully packaged brown candies in his pocket and handed them over. This is an apology. Only if you accept it can we be even. Well, okay. Kangna took the candy and stuffed one into her mouth in front of Kyle. Then she extended her little hand holding the candy to Kyle and said with a smile, I'll treat you to some candy. No. Kyle shook his head repeatedly and muttered in a low voice, who would be a serious person to eat licorice candy? Even a swallow-tailed dog wouldn't eat this stuff. Crack. Chapter 25 Roommates. In short, there are so many things that need to be paid attention to. As long as everyone pays more attention, you will not have your college points deducted. But even if you are occasionally negligent and get deducted points, it doesn't matter. We Hufflepuffs don't value this, as long as everyone is happy at Hogwarts. Prefect Harris was talking among the crowd, while Kyle was sitting on the outer edge, his head lowered without saying a word. Kyle, why are you here? I've been looking for you for a long time. At this time, Cedric came over, handed him a glass of juice and said, fresh orange juice, a glass before going to bed is definitely a good choice. Kyle didn't answer, didn't even raise his head, and just waved his hand at Cedric, indicating that he didn't need it. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? No, I just feel a little sleepy. Kyle still didn't look up, and said in a slightly urgent tone, and I don't like drinking before going to bed. I'm pretty cute. This abnormal behavior naturally aroused Cedric's curiosity. He took 2 tentative steps to the left, only to find that Kyle turned in the opposite direction almost at the same time. Something is wrong, 12 out of 10 is wrong. Okay, then I'll go ask the other freshman. Cedric walked quickly to the side, then held his breath and kept his steps as light as possible, then walked around to Kyle again. After estimating the position, he quickly walked to the ground. Once lying down, Kyle was still thinking about when he could go back to the dormitory, but suddenly a furry head appeared in front of his eyes. The two looked at each other. Kyle, what's wrong with your eyes? Why do you have such a big dark circle? Nothing. Kyle quickly raised his hand to cover his left eye and said seriously, I accidentally bumped into the table just now. It's normal to have bruises and bruises. Can it be so round? Cedric sat on the ground and touched his chin and said, it looks like he was punched. Impossible, you are thinking too much. Kyle said seriously, even if you don't believe me, don't you still believe Hufflepuff? This is the warmest family in the entire Hogwarts. How could it be possible? Such a violent person. That's true. Did it really fall? Cedric nodded in deep agreement. He also didn't believe that Hufflepuff people would beat up new students on the first day of school. This kind of thing usually only happened in Slytherin. But he still didn't understand why the black eye would be so round if he really fell. Extraordinary talent? Just when Cedric was puzzled, Prefect Harris had just finished. From today on, we are classmates. If you need any help, just say it. Don't feel embarrassed. Hufflepuff is a warm family, and every senior, including me, will help you. You should be sleepy now. Now I will take you to your respective dormitories. Patty, you will be in charge of the girls' side. Kyle, feeling amnesty, quickly stood up from the sofa and followed the large army. He didn't even say hello to Cedric before leaving. Under the leadership of Harris, Kyle quickly arrived at his dormitory. Like the common room, the main colors here are yellow and black. The copper lamp casts warm light on the 4-poster bed in the dormitory, and a copper bed warmer is hung on the wall, which can keep the little wizard's bed at the most comfortable temperature. There were 2 other people in the same dormitory with him. Michael Drake is a thin black-haired boy. The other one is blonde and relatively strong, named Ryan Baggins. Well, both of them are unknown passers-by. As for the remaining bed, it is empty. It must be because there are not enough new students. Kyle tilted his head and climbed into bed after briefly greeting the 2 of them. Hey, this is really amazing, isn't it? I am actually a wizard. Michael sat on the edge of the bed and said enthusiastically, none of our family knows magic. My father sells drill rigs and my mother works in a bank. So when I first received the letter, I thought it was just a prank, but I didn't expect it to be true. Haha, Hogwarts. I still think I am dreaming. I am half and half, which is what wizards often call mixed blood. Ryan, who has blonde hair, echoed, my father is a magician and my mother is a muggle. She was so scared when she found out the truth. Of course, this is the case for people who have never been exposed to magic. Michael said, you may not imagine that when the professor named Quirrell showed up at our house, my parents almost called the police. He was just like that, suddenly standing in front of us, and he said what is called a change of position, movement? Apparition. Kyle reminded quietly from the side. Yes, that's right, it's apparition. Michael looked over, and suddenly his eyes lit up and said, hey, I remember you, you are the Keljoba who took 20 minutes to complete the sorting, right? Yes, nice to meet you. Kyle replied. Well, can you tell us what happened? Michael asked curiously, why did your sorting take so long? 20 minutes, which is longer than all the freshmen combined. It's nothing. Kyle thought for a moment and said, it's just that the sorting hat is always struggling with where to sort me, and has never made up its mind. So that's it. Michael said with emotion, you must be very good if you can make that hat think about it for so long. Kyle just smiled and said nothing. It's certain that he is excellent, but this has nothing to do with the sorting hat. And if Michael knew the real reason for the sorting hat's confusion, he probably wouldn't say that. For the next period of time, Michael kept talking as if he had been given a shot of blood. From Diagon Alley to Gringotts, and from Gringotts to choosing a wand, there is no stopping in between. It seems that becoming a wizard really makes him very happy. At the beginning, Kyle and Ryan could still talk a few words, but gradually, Mikkel's voice was the only voice left in the dormitory. There is no way, I can't stand it. I was already feeling sleepy after eating a full meal. In addition, I had been on a train for more than 10 hours before. It was not easy to stay energetic until now. Kyle also wanted to talk to his roommate to enhance friendship or something, but the bed was too comfortable and he fell into a deep sleep unknowingly. Ryan next to him fell asleep faster, and there was no movement 5 minutes ago. Chapter 26 Raton. The next morning, Kyle was forced to get out of bed early. Because the curtains were not drawn last night, the sunlight filtered through the round window of the dormitory and hit his face impartially like a searchlight. Who can sleep here? Kyle reluctantly got dressed and stretched to the window. Since the location of Hogwarts Castle is not flat, although it is an underground part of the castle building, it actually has plenty of sunshine. Through the circular window of the dormitory, you can also see the swaying grass and dandelions outside the window. Kyle glanced at his two roommates who were sleeping soundly, and opened the window to the maximum with an expressionless expression. The O.W.L.S. exam will be held in 5 years. How can they sleep at this age? And it's already 7:30, which means it's 8:50 if you round up, and it's only a few minutes before class starts at 9 o'clock. After all, this is their first class after entering Hogwarts. They always have to leave a good impression on the professors. It would be bad if they were late. And the misty breeze in the early morning is undoubtedly the best alarm clock. I'm so considerate. Kyle nodded with satisfaction. He really wants to be friends with his roommates, not because he wants them to accompany him. He got up early, he was a Hufflepuff and couldn't do such a thing. After briefly washing up, Kyle walked through the passage of the common room and left the dormitory. As we all know, the stairs in Hogwarts are all very unique. They seem to have their own consciousness. When the little wizards are most anxious, they can always change their original direction or extend to the upper floor. And then silently enjoyed the desperate wails of those unlucky people. Kyle was ready to go around a few times, but he didn't know whether it was because he had enough time now, or because he didn't have time to go to work on the stairs. He walked all the way from the lounge to the auditorium. The stairs never changed once, and it was very quiet the whole time. This made Kyle somewhat disappointed. To be honest, he actually wanted to try it. Although it is not yet 8 o'clock, there are already many people in the auditorium, especially the Ravenclaw table, which is almost full. There are also a few senior students from other colleges sitting here and there. There is only Hufflepuff, just Kyle. After he sat down, a steaming breakfast immediately appeared on the plate in front of him. A glass of milk, 2 sausages, and a piece of bread. It's not rich, but it's pretty good. If it's not enough, you can add more. Kyle ate breakfast slowly, and not long after, 2 familiar figures walked into the auditorium one after another. Hey, Kyle, why did you get up so early? Michael and Ryan walked over quickly. I don't want to either. I originally planned to take a nap, but the window of the dormitory is open and the wind blowing in is too cold. I can't sleep. Kyle cut a piece of sausage and put it into his mouth without changing his expression. You guys, why are you getting up so early? The same goes for us. Michael said with a grimace, I thought it was you who opened the window before. The window was open when I left. Kyle emphasized the words when leaving very seriously. That's it, it should have been blown open by the wind. Michael picked up the bread and took a big bite, but that's okay. I didn't fall asleep until the early morning last night. If the window hadn't been opened, I wouldn't have been able to sleep. I definitely won't be able to get up before I click. If you are late for the first class, I don't even dare to think about the consequences. I will definitely be expelled. Next to him, Ryan nodded in deep agreement. Although he got up at around 8 o'clock when he was at home, it was all the result of his mother forcibly pulling him out of bed. If he were allowed to sleep until he woke up naturally, he would probably be able to catch up with the first class. Kyle said with a smile, then the girl is strong and happy. Thank you to the good guy who helped open the window. Yes. The two sleepy-eyed people just went to have breakfast, and no one noticed anything wrong with what Kyle just said. Michael even echoed, it really helped a lot. At this time, Kyle also drank the last sip of milk, stood up and said, you continue to eat, I will go shopping elsewhere. Okay. The two said in unison. Saying goodbye to his roommate who was obsessed with cooking, Kyle walked straight to the gate of the castle. It was only early 8 o'clock now, which was still very early before class. Taking advantage of the time, Kyle decided to solve the pet problem first. There is already a cat and a toad in the dormitory, so he can't seem unsociable. Walking out of the gate of the castle, Kyle raised his arms skillfully. Suddenly, 7 or 8 owls swarmed in from all directions and landed neatly on the stone steps in front of him. This is not a letter delivery. Kyle looked at them and said, I will stay at Hogwarts for a long time, and during this period I hope to hire one of you to be my exclusive messenger. In return, all meals are included, at least 1 pack of owl nuts every day, at least 3 packs of Motla rat jerky every week, and a bottle of owl tonic every month. That's all for now, you can add more if you need anything else. In addition, these conditions will still be valid even after I graduate, until they can no longer lift their wings. How about it, if any of you are willing, fly to my shoulder. It has nothing to do with Kyle's inherited talent. As the special messengers of the magic world, owls have a natural affinity for magic. With a little training, they can understand the words of wizards. And these at Hogwarts are the leaders in the industry in this regard. Although what Kyle said just now is a bit complicated for them, with some body movements, they can understand about 70% to 80%. In less than a second, the owls rushed towards Kyle's shoulder. Some even flew slowly and directly attacked the owl in front of them. For a moment, the surroundings were in chaos, with scattered feathers everywhere. Kyle scratched his head in confusion and wanted to stop it, but it was too late, because now this situation was no longer something he could persuade with a few words. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. A brown fisherman relied on his huge advantage to easily defeat the other competitors and stood firmly on Kyle's shoulders as a winner. Kyle recognized this owl. About 3 years ago, when Chris found it, it was covered in wounds and dying at the entrance of the reception desk of the Ministry of Magic, clutching an unsent letter in its paws. Because he found it in time, Chris immediately treated it and brought it back. The family took careful care of it for more than half a month, and finally made it come back to life again. Despite this, there is a long and narrow scar on its face. This kind of scar is caused by dark magic and is difficult to remove. Chris and Newt can't do anything about it, and even feathers can't cover it. Compared to other owls, this makes it look unusually ugly. But Kyle didn't care about this. He scratched the feathers on the brown fisherman's neck and said with a smile, "Hello, Raton." The other party tilted his head and gently nuzzled Kyle's finger with his beak. Raton was the nickname Kyle gave it. Because I didn't know its name at first, Kyle just called it that to make it easier to feed. unexpectedly. It actually recognized it in the end. When Hagrid got the news and came to pick it up, he shouted Saipan, Saipan in the nearby woods for more than half an hour, but it didn't react at all. It wasn't until Kyle whispered Layton from the side that it flew out leisurely. Hagrid was so dumbfounded at the time that he didn't regain his composure for a long time. It felt like the girl he had worked so hard to raise was kidnapped by Kyle. Not to mention how disappointed I am. Chapter 27 First Lesson. Although Kyle never had to worry about delivering letters, it would be better to have an owl of his own at Hogwarts. Because in a sense, owls and phone numbers in the Muggle world are the same, and they usually represent the identity of their owners. This point is quite important. To give the simplest example, Kyle's mother Diana works in the Department of Mysteries of the Ministry of Magic. The management of this department is very strict. Except for special circumstances, the letters sent usually need to be screened at all levels. From the identity, belonging, and status of the owl, to the name, identity, and belonging of the sender, and finally to checking whether there are special substances or curses on the letter. Until it is determined that there is no problem, these letters will be sent to the Department of Mysteries in the form of paper airplanes. This is a rule, even if Kyle sends a letter, there is no exception. At most, the process will go faster. Based on the efficiency of the Ministry of Magic, it will take at least a day for this whole process to be completed. But it's different with Raton. Diana can apply for it as a special owl. While the letters will be prioritized, the screening process can also be simplified a lot. She only needs to check the status of the owl, the name of the sender, and whether there is a curse on the letter, and it can be completed on the spot. When he was at Platform 9, Diana specifically told him this, asking him to try to choose the same owl when sending letters in the future. If that didn't work, go to Diagon Alley and buy one. Of course, it is definitely impossible to buy it. How could Kyle spend such a waste of money? Isn't he already in trouble? Perfect solution. Kyle took out some owl nuts and a few bags of Motla rat jerky from the deformed lizard skin bag he carried with him, and pushed them in front of the owls together with the chestnuts in his hand. After that, he found some clean water, poured 2 bottles of owl tonic into it, stirred it well and poured it into a stone trough next to it. These are considered hard-earned expenses. We can't let them lose their feathers in this place. While the owls were eating, Kyle took Roden back to the castle, and then walked straight towards the Hufflepuff common room. Passed through the wooden barrel in the kitchen corridor and returned to the dormitory. Neither Michael nor Ryan were here, so they probably went to the classroom. Kyle didn't think much, placed Layton on the shelf next to his bed, picked up the textbook and left. In the common room, Kyle happened to meet Cedric, who was also about to go out. "Kyle, I was just going to find you." Cedric walked over quickly and said, "What is your first class?" "Magic." Kyle shook the standard spell, elementary in his hand and asked, "What do you want from me? By the way, this is awesome." Peter Derrick handed a piece of parchment to Kyle. "This is a map of Hogwarts given to me by a prefect when I first entered school. It clearly marked the location of the classrooms and the changes in the stairs. But I don't need it now, so it's just right to give it to you. Hogwarts is good in every aspect, but it is too big, and the interior is even more complicated, like a big maze. Basically, all the little wizards who have just entered the school will get lost, and being late is commonplace." Fortunately, the professors also knew what was going on. Except for a certain dean, the other professors turned a blind eye to this, or verbally criticized it, or deducted 1 point symbolically, and not too fussy. Kyle took the parchment and looked at it carefully. It is just a very ordinary map, but the content is very detailed. Not only are all the routes from the Hufflepuff common room to each classroom clearly marked on it, but it also specifically indicates where the stairs need to turn before walking. It's a low-end version of the Marauders map, but it's enough for Kyle. "Thank you, I really need this." Kyle put away the map and said, "By the way, what is your first class? I am the potion, wait, the potion. Cedric was suddenly startled, and then ran away. I'm leaving first, Kyle. Remember, the last thing you can't be late for at Hogwarts is potions class, you must remember. Cedric's voice became smaller and smaller, and soon disappeared at the end of the passage. From his performance, it is not difficult to see that Snape must have left a deep psychological shadow on him, or in other words, he has left a psychological shadow on many young wizards. Kyle probably won't be able to run away either. It's a pity. It would have been better if Harry Potter could have entered school a year earlier. Kyle shook his head and left the common room. The Charms classroom is on the 3rd floor and can be found easily by following the map. When you open the door, the first thing you see is a stack of books stacked in the shape of a staircase. There are also 4 unknown portraits hanging on the wall in front of you. They are probably some of the more famous wizards, but Kyle doesn't know any of them. Hanging on the walls on both sides are the logos of the 4 colleges, and further down are several long tables. When Kyle got here, there were still 5 minutes before class started. To be honest, it was not too early at this point, but there were not many people in the classroom, not even Professor Flitwick. Kyle found a place to sit down. Sitting across from him were several young wizards from Ravenclaw. People from the 2 colleges were on the left and the right, clearly distinguishable. As 9 o'clock got closer and closer, little wizards came in one after another, panting and pushing the door open. Kyle also saw Kangna, but unfortunately the little witch ignored him at all and passed in front of him angrily. At 8:59, Michael and Ryan also arrived. Thank God, I'm not late. After Michael sat down, he began to pant and vomited his bitterness to Kyle. We're lost. Oh my God, Hogwarts is simply a maze. We were originally going to the 3rd floor, but when we were on the 2nd floor, the staircase suddenly changed its position. After we went up, we ended up on the 5th floor inexplicably. Then we started walking down again, and after walking for a long time we discovered that we were still on the 5th floor. We finally got down, but we returned to the 2nd floor. Do you know, Kyle, we climbed the stairs for 30 minutes, and my legs almost broke. The more Michael spoke, the more aggrieved he became, almost crying. Wait a minute, it's a bit messy, please let me slow down. Kyle rubbed his forehead and thought for a long time but still couldn't figure out why the 2 of them could stay still while walking down. Even if you are a road idiot, you must be able to distinguish between up and down. Winning in circles and so on has touched the realm of metaphysics, which is not the same as magic. And there were no records on the map that Cedric gave him. Forget it, let's not talk about it for now. Kyle, who really couldn't figure it out, decided to give up and turned around and asked, then how did you find this place in the end? They were brought here. Michael blushed, pointed to the opposite side and said, we met a new Ravenclaw student on the 5th floor. She pulled us down the revolving stairs and asked if we were going to Charms class and if so we could come with her. Kyle glanced subconsciously and realized that Michael was actually referring to Chujong from Ravenclaw. Chapter 28 Illumination Spell, Please Collect, Please Recommend. Kyle didn't know much about Chujong, Cedric's future girlfriend and Harry Potter's White Moonlight. And he had never been in contact with her. The only thing I know is that she is in Ravenclaw. But now there is one more thing. I am willing to help others. After all, not every Ravenclaw will take the initiative to help others. They prefer to immerse themselves in their own world and think about academic or other matters. Of course, this does not mean that people in Ravenclaw are all indifferent, but they have different personalities. If someone asks them for help, Ravenclaw is also very willing to provide help. To put it simply, don't take the initiative and don't refuse. Chujong was talking to his friends next to him, so Kyle just glanced at him and withdrew his gaze. This is the first class, what should I do in the future? I can't go out an hour early every time. Next to him, Michael grabbed his hair and said with some collapse, if this continues, I will be late one day. Don't worry, the professors at Hogwarts will not expel students for being late. At most, they will only deduct points. Kyle patted his shoulder and comforted him. By the way, I have something good to show you. Nice one. Michael and Ryan came over curiously. Kyle took out the map and spread it on the table. Thanks, Cedric, otherwise you will really be lost for a while. This is a map of Hogwarts. Michael was still wondering what it was, but Ryan, who had a wizard father at home, recognized it at a glance and said in surprise, "Where did you get it from? Can you let me make a copy? I promise to return it after class." "Of course, we are roommates." Kyle nodded, then turned to Michael and said, "What about you, do you want to copy it?" Michael was a little moved, but he still shook his head after thinking about it. When he entered the magic world for the first time, he didn't want to waste any opportunity to learn magic, let alone such a crucial course as charms. "Can I wait until after class to copy?" Michael asked. "That's it, no problem." Kyle nodded, then lightly tapped the wand on the map, "Copy into pairs." After the spell was completed, an identical map appeared on the desktop. Kyle picked it up and looked at it twice. After making sure it was okay, he handed it to Michael. "Here's this for you. The magic on it should last for about a week. You can copy it any time you want." Michael took the map with a confused look on his face, and then subconsciously turned his head to look at Ryan, who also looked confused. Ryan was numb. He looked at Kyle and then at the parchment in front of him. He felt a heat on his face. Just when he was about to say something, a voice suddenly came from in front of them. "Beautiful copying spell, 5 points for Hufflepuff." Kyle was startled and raised his head suddenly, but only looked at Chujong opposite him. When he looked carefully, he realized that there was another person standing in front of the table. The opponent was really a bit short, not even as tall as the table, and was completely blocked when he stood there. "Thank you for the compliment, Professor Flitwick," Kyle said. Flitwick smiled and said, "I'm just telling the truth, Mr. Chopper, that's your name, right?" Kyle nodded, "Yes, Professor. It seems that my memory is pretty good." After Professor Flitwick finished speaking, he turned to look at Michael. "Can you show me that map?" Michael didn't recognize who the little wizard in front of him was at first, but soon he remembered what Kyle had just called him, and quickly handed over the map with both hands. Okay, Professor. Thanks." Flitwick took the map, felt it carefully and returned it to Michael. "Oh, the magic power is very stable. If nothing else happens, this replica should last until noon in 8 days. Professor Flitwick blinked at Kyle and said in a slightly regretful tone, "If the exam question at the end of the semester is the copying spell, I will definitely give you an O, but now, I can only give it to he." Chipachi added 3 more points. "Professor." At this time, a little Ravenclaw witch wondered, "Can't items created with a replication spell last forever?" "No, Miss Mittal," Flitwick said, "if replicas could exist forever, there wouldn't be so many parchments in the windows of the literary residence." "Can't Dumbledore do the same?" another young wizard asked. "Unfortunately, no." Professor Flitwick shook his head and continued, "Even if the principal can make the replica he creates exist for 100 years or more, it will not exist forever." "Okay, let's stop talking about the copying spell. It's too early for you. Let's start class now." Professor Flitwick turned around and walked up to the desk, facing all the young wizards and said, "In this class we are going to learn the lighting spell. This is also one of the most basic spells. The spell is fluorescent light flashing. Everyone, watch." Kyle was not surprised when he learned the lighting spell in the first lesson of magic, because this spell is the simplest and most straightforward in the magic world. You don't need to worry about gestures. As long as you are a wizard, have a wand, and can speak, you can definitely use it. In earlier times, Lighting spells were even used to identify wizards and squibs, with a very high accuracy, almost 100%. It can be said that if someone can't even cast the lighting spell, then he must not be a wizard. Based on this situation, Professor Flitwick simply demonstrated the casting process of the lighting spell, and then let the little wizards try it on their own. Soon, the classroom lit up with little lights, some big and some small, some bright and some dark. Although Kyle was a step slower and was not the first to succeed, the light on his wand was stable. Just like a powered light bulb, it continuously emits a fixed and soft white light to the surroundings. It's a pity that there are no extra points this time. Because he is not the only one who can do this. There are 7 little wizards in the Ravenclaw Academy opposite who can also make the wand shine steadily. As for Hufflepuff's side, although there are not many, there are only 6 fewer people than the opposite side, and the gap is not big. Don't forget what I just said, stay still and don't panic. Professor Flitwick reminded sharply, you must calm yourself down, just like you usually do when picking up things. It is also very important to recite the spell accurately. Don't read wrong. Under his reminder, little wizards continued to complete the requirements and displayed stable light bulbs. Kyle looked at his 2 roommates. They were still working hard. Chapter 29 The Charms Professor Who Doubts Life, please collect, please recommend. Recommended. Ryan is a little better. He has switched from poor contact to flash mode, and the frequency is getting lower and lower. It seems that success is not far away. But Mickle's side was different. The light on his wand was very unstable. When it was brightest, it was as dazzling as a searchlight. When it was weakest, it was not much brighter than a firefly. It seemed that it might go out at any time. But the more this happened, the more anxious he became, and the more anxious he became, the more out of control he became, forming a vicious cycle. Well, you. Kyle wanted to help him, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he saw Michael suddenly took a deep breath, and then the hand holding the wand suddenly lifted up. For no reason, Kyle suddenly felt an ominous premonition, as if something terrible was about to happen. This feeling came so suddenly that Kyle didn't have time to think about it. He turned around almost instinctively, lowered his head, and closed his eyes. Almost at the same time, a dazzling light, like an exploding flash bomb, instantly enveloped the entire Charms classroom. Although the sudden bright light disappeared after a second, its impact was catastrophic. Many little wizards were directly blinded by the bright light without any preparation. The next second, wailing sounds came from all directions. The little wizards covered their eyes, screamed, pushed, and tried to think. To escape from this place, there was chaos in the classroom. Even Professor Flitwick was affected, but after all, he was a professor who had experienced strong winds and waves. He was not as panicked as the little wizard. He endured the discomfort while comforting everyone with a sharp voice. It's okay, don't panic, everyone, calm down, you will see it after a while. Although Professor Flitwick has tried very hard, he has achieved little success, and the classroom is still in a state of chaos. For those who don't know, I thought Voldemort had entered Hogwarts. In addition, his direction was reversed. The whole process was with his back to the little wizard, shouting at the wall behind him. This made the 4 wizards in the painting extremely disgusted. Although they were also shocked, the portrait was not a living person after all, and would not be affected by the subsequent effects. So in their opinion, Flitwick's performance at this time was as stupid as a T-Biba warthog whose head was smashed. At this time, in the Charms classroom, the only ones who could remain normal were Kyle, who had avoided risks in advance, and a few lucky ones. But they had no other choice but to try their best to comfort their companions and help up those little wizards who fell down to prevent stampedes. It wasn't until a few minutes later that the after effects of the bright light slowly subsided, and the little wizards regained their vision. Oh, Merlin's beard, what a disaster! Professor Flitwick rubbed his eyes and came down from behind the desk tremblingly. He just wanted to come down and comfort the little wizard, but because he didn't notice that the direction was reversed, he stepped on the wrong foot and fell down. Professor Flitwick was furious. He has been in the industry for decades, and has experienced countless emergencies, large and small, such as a flying spell hitting someone, a floating spell summoning a cow, or a lock-picking spell blowing up a lock. I've seen it all before, and I'm not surprised at all. Because these were within his expectations. As freshmen, they are not proficient in magic, so it is normal for something to go wrong. However, he never thought that safety such as the lighting spell would cause accidents. Professor Flitwick brought the resentment and expectations of all the little wizards all the way to the culprit. Michael lay motionless on the table. Professor Flitwick called him several times, but there was no reaction at all, and he still lay there peacefully. Professor Flitwick also noticed something was wrong, and quickly came to Michael's side to check, and quickly came to a conclusion. He's still alive, probably in a coma caused by overdraft of magic power. Hearing this, Kyle also breathed a sigh of relief. The magic power overdraft here does not mean that the blue bar is empty, but that there is no energy, which is equivalent to an ordinary person who has not slept for 2 days and 2 nights. Professor Flitwick's eyes were a little distracted. Magic overdraft? Just because of a lighting spell? In just a few minutes, this was the second time that he doubted his life. He even began to wonder if he had stayed in Hogwarts for too long and was a little ignorant. Because throughout the 1000-year history of the magical world, he had never heard of anyone fainting from exhaustion due to casting a lighting spell. Professor, how about I send him to Madame Pomfrey first? Seeing that Professor Flitwick was stunned and silent, Kyle said tentatively, it's not enough to lie down like this. It's better to go and check. Yes. I need to check him out. Take him there quickly. After getting Professor Flitwick's permission, Kyle quickly used a levitating spell on Michael and then took him out of the classroom. Originally, according to Professor Flitwick's character, seeing this scene would have definitely given him extra points, but now, I'm lucky that no points were deducted. What more is there for a bicycle? Not long after leaving the classroom, Kyle saw a cat squatting on the corner, not a cat girl, but a real cat, with 2 amber eyes staring at him unblinkingly. Mrs. Norris? That's great. Kyle said quickly, a little wizard is injured. I need to go to Madame Pomfrey's, but I don't know how to go. Can you please help me? Although the map Cedric gave him marked the location of the school hospital, he had never been there and was not familiar with the specific route. But this cat is different. It has followed Filch all year round and is very familiar with Hogwarts. It must know how to get there the fastest. It would be great if it was willing to help. Mrs. Norris tilted her head and looked at Kyle and Michael floating behind him. She stood up without saying a word and walked towards the stairs on the right. Is this agreed? Kyle quickly followed him. The 2 people and the cat just shuttled between the various stairs, and took a shortcut through a secret passage hidden behind the stone statue. Within a few minutes, they arrived at a courtyard outside the auditorium. There is a huge grandfather clock placed here, so it is also called the Pendulum Clock Courtyard. When Kyle arrived, Mrs. Norris was squatting next to the grandfather clock, and pointed to the stairs behind her with her tail, gesturing for him to go up. Thank you, I will bring you some dried fish. Kyle reached out his hand and wanted to rub Mrs. Norris's cat head, but the other party nimbly dodged it. Mrs. Norris folded up her airplane ears, glared at Kyle with a warning look, turned around, and quickly disappeared. Oh, Sundara! Kyle had no choice but to retract his hand angrily and lead Michael up the stairs. As long as you keep walking up here, you will reach the campus hospital, and this staircase is also fixed, so you don't have to worry that it will go to another place in the middle. Chapter 30 Potions Professor and Demon Suppressant Potion, please collect and recommend. Madame Pomfrey is a tall witch who is proficient in healing arts, decoctions, herbs, and other medicinal treatments. According to rumors, St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Injuries had invited her 3 times to join and promised that as long as she nodded, she could directly take up the position of deputy director. But even so, Madame Pomfrey firmly refused, saying that she just wanted to stay at Hogwarts. Of course, this is just hearsay, and its authenticity needs to be verified. Because neither Madame Pomfrey nor St. Mungo's side kept silent about the news. I don't admit it, but I don't deny it either. This can be regarded as a small unsolved mystery in Hogwarts. When Kyle walked into the school hospital, Madame Pomfrey happened to pass by him and handed a bottle of green potion in her hand to the little wizard lying on the hospital bed. This is the last bottle of potion to treat scabies. Remember to apply it and don't drink it again. After saying that, he turned around again and trotted all the way to another hospital bed, still muttering, "Why are so many little wizards sent here at this time every year? What on earth do the professors at Hogwarts do? Why are they all so irresponsible?" It can be seen that she is not in a good mood. Just when Kyle was hesitating what to say, Madame Pomfrey looked over. "Merlin's beard, what's wrong with this child?" She ran over quickly, carefully placed Michael on an empty bed, and asked without looking back, "What's it this time, a magic potion? Or defense against the dark arts? Why are people unconscious?" "No, ma'am, it's charms," Kyle whispered. Michael released a lighting spell, and that's it. Professor Flitwick said that he should have overdrawn his magic power. Yes, it is indeed an overdraft of magic power. Wait, what did you just say? Madame Pomfrey suddenly looked back at Kyle and said in disbelief, "Illuminating spell." Her current expression was as if she had seen Dumbledore pole dancing on the astronomy tower. There was a hint of absurdity in the disbelief, and he obviously didn't believe what Kyle said. Today's little wizards are really becoming more and more unreliable. Even if they lie, they have to come up with a justifiable reason. And the magic overdraft caused by the lighting spell. It's simply ridiculous. Why didn't he say that Phileas was knocked down by a lighting spell? It's true. The new students in Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw have seen it, and Professor Flitwick can also testify. Kyle quickly explained and briefly recounted what happened in the charms class. After listening, most of Madame Pomfrey's doubts dissipated. If all the freshmen in the 2 houses saw it, this matter would probably spread throughout Hogwarts soon. If it was a lie, the secret would be exposed easily, not to mention that he even moved Phileas out. Madame Pomfrey turned her head and looked at Michael like a rare magical animal. This was the first time she had seen a little wizard who had such poor control over his own magic power. Judging from the previous description, that level of lighting spell is very likely to be caused by a magical riot. Powerful, but uncontrollable. But Madame Pomfrey was sure that when she checked the little wizard just now, she didn't find any signs of magic riot. It was really just a simple overdraft. It's really... I learned a lot. Madame Pomfrey sighed subconsciously. Kyle nodded in agreement, understanding Madame Pomfrey's mood very well, because he felt the same. If you think of the wizard casting a spell as driving, then what Michael did just now is equivalent to directly draining the fuel tank with a kick of the accelerator and driving 200 kilometers in 1 second. Don't think this is a good thing. The speed is fast, but it's not slow either. Fortunately, it was just a lighting spell. If it were a blazing flame... Kyle couldn't help but shuddered and vowed to stay away from Michael in class in the future. How far away? He originally thought that the explosion genius who would enroll in school next year was outrageous enough, but he didn't expect that this year there would be a forbidden wizard. Hogwarts really doesn't raise idle people. A few minutes later, Dumbledore came over after receiving the news, and brought Snape with him, who was in class. Madame Pomfrey led them to Michael's hospital bed, whispered a few words and then stepped aside. Dumbledore bent down and carefully observed Michael's condition, tapping him with his wand from time to time. After a while, he put away his wand without saying a word, turned to look at Kyle beside him and said, "Good morning, Kyle, was it you who sent him to Bobby?" "Yes, Professor. Kyle nodded. You did a good job. Dumbledore said with a smile, and I heard what happened from Sabrina. If it weren't for the teacher, I'm afraid more than one person would be lying here. Mr. Michael is alone. Kyle waved his hands repeatedly and said, This is what I should do, Professor, and I'm not the only one helping. But you were the first to stand up. Dumbledore blinked and said, Many senior students and even adult wizards are unable to stay calm in the face of danger, but you did it, and you did it very well. Your bravery and humility earned Hufflepuff 20 points. I don't know if some keywords were triggered. As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, Snape, who had been looking at Michael before, suddenly turned his attention to Kyle. It was as if I had just discovered that there was someone standing here. But Kyle didn't notice this. He was looking at Dumbledore at this time and asked, Professor, how is Michael's condition? Can he continue to take classes? Of course. Dumbledore smiled and said, Although it is a bit troublesome, it is not difficult to solve. It only requires a little magic suppressing potion. Our potions professor can brew it quickly. One day, Snape came over and said coldly, I promise to send it here before Hufflepuff's potions class tomorrow. But before that, Mr. Chopper, there is one thing I must remind you. Snape suddenly paused and showed a mocking look. You'd better tell this friend of yours to take care of his poor brain and the wand in his hand. Frequent magic overdraft will turn the wizard into a squib. Yes, I think you should know what squib means. I know, Professor. Kyle said. Very good. Snape ignored Kyle and left the school hospital. I think we should go. Dumbledore said, Michael needs to rest. I suggest you come to visit him in the afternoon. Chapter 31 Snape's Dark History, please collect and recommend. After Dumbledore said a few more words to Madame Pomfrey, he left the school hospital with Kyle. On the way, Kyle took this opportunity to ask some questions he encountered while practicing magic, and Dumbledore was not stingy and answered them all. Because their destinations were different, they separated not long after entering the castle. When Dumbledore returned to the headmaster's office, Snape was already waiting for him there. This is the material needed for the magic-suppressing potion. Snape casually slapped a long piece of parchment on the table and said in a long voice, Our vice principal said it contains a lot of precious materials and requires your signature. Minerva is just too disciplined. I remember telling her a long time ago that she can make the decision in everything in the school. Dumbledore picked up the parchment and said nonchalantly, Besides, it's just a magic-suppressing potion, how can it be so precious? Hey! When Dumbledore saw clearly what was on the parchment, his expression changed. Mandrake juice, 50 ounces. Hawklap juice, 50 ounces. Australian opal eye eggshells, 5 pieces. Poison horn explosive liquid, 10 ounces. The horns of the horned beast, 5. Aconitum, 100 pieces. This is only part of it, there are about 30 kinds of other items altogether. After reading it all, Dumbledore felt his forehead pounding. If he remembered correctly, among the 6 materials written at the top, only one of the mandrake juices was needed, and the others had nothing to do with the magic suppressor potion. Also the Australian opal eye eggshell. This thing is probably the main ingredient of the violent potion. How dare he write it in? Do you really think that others don't understand potions at all? And the following quantities. 50 ounces of mandrake juice. If this was boiled into a magic-suppressing potion, it would be enough for all the teachers and students in the school to drink it for a week. The horns of poisonous horned beasts are sold in the market ground into powder. Snape directly talked about the horns, or 5 horns. He didn't know how expensive this thing was. Why, I came to him to buy some goods. At this time, Dumbledore also understood why Snape came to him to sign. With Professor McGonagall's character, Professor McGonagall would definitely not agree to such an outrageous list, or Snape did not go to Professor McGonagall at all, but came directly to him. Severus. Dumbledore thought for a moment, decided to give Snape another chance, and asked tentatively, "These are all the materials needed to brew the magic-suppressing potion?" Snape nodded and said calmly, "Yes, Headmaster." Dumbledore, "Then this Australian opal eye eggshell is." Snape, "This is a new recipe I'm trying." "Then the quantity is too much." "Forgive me, Headmaster." Snape said, "As a matter of course, I haven't brewed a magic suppressant potion for a long time. It's normal to make a few mistakes, so the materials must be sufficient. It seems I have no reason to object any more." Dumbledore picked up a red feather pen and signed his name on the parchment with 2 strokes. "Mr. Michael will thank you for your generosity, Headmaster Dumbledore." Snape's eyebrows raised slightly. After taking the parchment filled with private goods, Snape couldn't wait to fill his private storage room. No, it should be to brew potions for Michael. However, at this time, Dumbledore said intentionally or unintentionally, "Severus, what do you think of Kyle?" "Kyle?" The smugness on Snape's face disappeared, and he showed a hint of mockery. "Do you have any plans again?" "Great Principal Dumbledore." No, Severus, I think this is just a normal reaction of a principal when he sees an excellent student. If you don't want to say it, forget it." Dumbledore grabbed a cockroach-like candy and threw it into his mouth, and gave Snape one considerately. "Would you like to try it? It tastes very good." "No need," Snape said with disgust. He really couldn't understand why Dumbledore liked this kind of strange-looking thing when there were so many kinds of candies in the magic world. "This thing looks even more disgusting than the mucus of the Phylobacillus caterpillar." Dumbledore acted as if he didn't see his disgusted expression, and said to himself, "Kind, brave, honest, calm in times of danger, Hogwarts hasn't had such an excellent first-year wizard for a long time. I remember her mother Diana was also in Slytherin, and she was only 1 year older than you." "Shut up." Hearing this, Snape's eyes suddenly twitched, and his face gloomy said, "Never mention that name in front of me, never. Never." When he said the last few words, Snape even yelled. This made the portraits of the former headmasters extremely dissatisfied, and they accused Snape of being disrespectful and daring to talk back to the headmaster. It's a pity that Snape ignored them at all. He even dared to yell at the current headmaster, so would he be afraid of those paintings? They were called headmasters only when they were given face, and if they were not given face, they were just a piece of torn paper, and they were too hard to wipe the crucible. "I didn't expect that it had been so long since that incident, and you still remembered it." Dumbledore also ignored the noisy portraits and sighed softly, "But Severus, even now, I still think you were wrong at that time. Diana is a well-mannered and good girl. If you hadn't said that swear word to Chris, how could she block you in the common room every day?" Bang! Before Dumbledore finished speaking, he was interrupted by a loud slamming of the door. The noise was so loud that even the sleeping Phoenix Fox was startled, and he flapped his wings in the direction of Snape's departure to express his dissatisfaction after being woken up. Puff! Looking at Snape's back as he left angrily, a fat wizard portrait suddenly couldn't help laughing. However, after seeing Dumbledore's playful eyes, he immediately covered his mouth and ran to other frames. Dumbledore comforted Fox and whispered, "Really, how come when you get older, you like to recall the past more and more?" Hypocrisy. On the wall, the former headmaster Phoenix Nigelus Black with a goatee couldn't help but say, "Don't think I don't know, you did it on purpose. Look at your stinginess, isn't it just that little Snape asked for a little more potion material? It's not a big deal. When I was the headmaster, that was." "Wait, Dumbledore, what do you want to do? Can't I just stop talking? Don't come over here." Chapter 32 Helpful Hufflepuff, please collect and recommend. On the other side, because the get out of class was over when he came out of the school hospital, Kyle didn't go to the spells classroom again, but went directly to the library. Just now, Dumbledore recommended 2 books to him, saying that they are very helpful for casting basic spells and are very suitable for new wizards, so Kyle plans to borrow them to take a look. The library is located on the 2nd floor, and it is easy to find. You only need to go up 1 flight of stairs. 2 books? No. The librarian, Mrs. Pants, looked at Kyle with a feather duster and said, "Unless you have a note from the professor, you can only borrow 1 book at a time. If it's 1 book, then borrow Hanging with Ghouls." Kyle didn't hesitate and quickly reported the title of the book. But what he didn't expect was that when he heard the words Hanging with Ghouls, Mrs. Pants's face suddenly showed an extremely disgusted expression, as if she heard some vicious swear words. "Another Lockhart book?" Mrs. Pants muttered in a low voice. She didn't like the author Gilderoy Lockhart, or she didn't like the extremely self-centered writing style, which she thought was sensationalism. If it were just these, it wouldn't matter. After all, many biographies of characters are like this. You can still read it if you can bear it. But for some reason, when she read Rahat's book, she always felt that something was missing, and many parts were incoherent. Can't get up. Although this kind of problem is not big and does not affect reading, Mrs. Pants just feels very uncomfortable, and she feels uncomfortable every time she thinks about it. Therefore, her impression of Kyle suddenly dropped a lot. After a moment of silence, she said with a straight face, "Walking with Ghouls has been borrowed. If you register now, it will be available in about 2 years. I can make it." 2 years, let's forget it. Kyle shook his head and said, "What about The Bard in the Wind?" "Yes." Mrs. Pants's expression softened a lot. She asked Kyle to wait here while she walked directly to a row of bookshelves next to her. Taking advantage of this moment, Kyle curiously looked at the famous librarian from the side. Mrs. Pants was a thin, old woman who looked like a malnourished vulture. Where she walked, the little wizards who were reading couldn't even breathe. A little wizard seemed to be too nervous and couldn't hold back a sneeze, so she was kicked out of the library. Kyle smacked his lips. It was no wonder that she became Filch's rumored wife. The 2 of them seemed to be a perfect match. Not only did they follow the same rules, but they both hated students. Not long after, Mrs. Pants came back and handed Kyle a thick hardcover book and a note. It must be returned within a week. If the deadline is exceeded or the book is damaged, you will not be able to borrow any book from here again in the future. I will remember it. Since freshmen only had 1 class in the morning, Kyle went directly back to the common room after coming out of the library, preparing to find a more comfortable place to read what was written in this book. But as soon as he passed through the barrel door, he was surrounded by people. Almost all the new Hufflepuff students were gathered in the common room, waiting for Kyle to come back. "How's it going, Kyle?" Ryan rushed over first and asked anxiously, "Is Michael okay? We wanted to go to the school hospital to see him, but we were kicked out by Madame Pomfrey as soon as we entered the door." The other little wizards also nodded. Although they had made a lot of mistakes due to the accident in the magic class, they were still very concerned about Michael's situation. "This is probably Hufflepuff. Don't worry." Kyle patted Ryan on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Professor Dumbledore has already seen it and said he can be discharged from the hospital after taking the medicine tomorrow." "That's good, that's good." Ryan was obviously relieved, and after thinking about it, he asked, "Then is Michael awake? Did he say what he wanted to eat, although there is no way to give it to him now? But we can prepare it in advance and give it to him when he is discharged from the hospital. He will definitely be very happy." Ryan's statement was also recognized by other little wizards. They donated generously and took out things they regarded as treasures. "I have raspberry preserves here. I have fudge here. How about the biscuits? My mother made them by herself. They are delicious. I think he wants to eat licorice candy." For a moment, even Kyle was moved by the strong friendship between classmates. Under the expectant eyes of everyone, he said in a deep voice, Michael didn't say what he wanted to eat, but I think he wants it most now. It's not these snacks that matter, but not delaying your studies. Don't delay your studies. Ryan scratched his head, not understanding what Kyle meant. Yes. Kyle said seriously, it's true that Michael's accident happened in a moment of impatience because he was unable to complete the magic spell. That's right. Ryan nodded. Although he was focused on his wand at the time, he didn't know how the blinding flash bomb appeared. But in his opinion, everyone was practicing magic spells at that time, and Michael was no exception, so it was okay for Kyle to say so. That's right. Kyle said seriously, he is such a strong person, and he definitely doesn't want to take 2 less classes than others. So what we have to do now is to listen carefully to the Transfiguration class in the afternoon and the History of Magic class tomorrow morning, write down everything the professor said, organize it into notes and give them to Michael. I believe he will be moved to tears. A pin drop could be heard in the huge Hufflepuff lounge. Little badgers, you looked at me and I looked at you, but no one said anything. It's hard for them to believe that there are people who don't like snacks but like studying. But after carefully recalling what Kyle said, they couldn't find any flaws. It is clear and logical, and it sounds like there is no problem at all. Maybe Michael really loves magic. The little badgers thought so and quickly convinced themselves. After that, some people volunteered to stand up, some took the initiative to take notes, and some were responsible for the final arrangement. There were a few young wizards left who didn't get the task but wanted to help. After they gathered together to discuss it for a while, they soon discovered a task that Kyle had ignored. Operation. In Hogwarts, no matter which class you take, homework is essential, and its importance is self-evident. So they decided to pass on the homework of each class to Michael, and more than that, they also have to tell the professor in class that Michael is an excellent Hufflepuff. Even if he is admitted to the school hospital, he still cares about his studies and will not be lazy and not do his homework. Chapter 33 Retire After Success, Please Collect and Recommend. In a corner of the Hufflepuff common room, Cedric was looking at the enthusiastic new students not far away with a shocked expression. He couldn't understand what was wrong with this year's freshmen. They really couldn't tell that Kyle was talking nonsense, and yet they were so cooperative. This is Hufflepuff, not Ravenclaw. Cedric didn't know what others thought. Anyway, if he was admitted to the campus hospital, he would never want any class notes or homework. Especially homework. Good guy, treat homework as a gift. Is this something a normal wizard can come up with? Why wouldn't Voldemort do such an evil thing? Cedric's conscience told him that he should expose Kyle and save the innocent Michael. But he couldn't do it. Because to some extent, Kyle's words can make Hufflepuff's little badgers more serious in class. This is undoubtedly a good thing. Cedric struggled for a long time. In the past 12 years, he has never experienced such a difficult choice. One side is his own conscience, and the other side is his responsibility as a senior. He doesn't want to give up either, and can only jump between the two repeatedly. Not far from Cedric, there was Connor, who was also confused. She was also the only freshman who could still stay awake. Unlike Cedric, Connor's thoughts are much simpler. No matter what, stay away from Kyle. Kangna secretly swore in her heart that after getting the special rat tonic, she would stay far away from Kyle. Even if she couldn't transfer to another college, she would try to avoid all possible encounters. By the way, during class, you also have to choose the seat farthest away from Kyle. On the other side, the little badgers with a strong sense of mission were still discussing the specific plans for the future, while Kyle, who had successfully retired, quietly squeezed out of the crowd. Now that everyone's attention is on what they have to do next, naturally he, a tool man, will no longer attract as much attention as he did just now. Kyle found a sofa away from the crowd and sat down, reading the book The Bard in the Wind. This is a book published 50 years ago. It tells the story of a bard's experiences during his journey and the various troubles he encountered. The style is very similar to Rahart's works, but the difference is that this book only uses very little space to describe the bard himself, and the focus is basically on the things he saw. There were many magic spells with regional characteristics recorded on it, which gave Kyle a refreshing feeling. It was like this until noon, when Cedric came to ask him to go to dinner. Kyle closed the book with unsatisfied content. "What are you looking at?" Cedric asked curiously. "I called you several times just now and there was no response." "The Bard in the Wind." Kyle handed the book in his hand to Cedric and said, "Dumbledore recommended it. It's a very interesting biography. Recommended by the principal." Cedric's eyes lit up and he immediately expressed that he wanted to see it too. "That's no problem, but I've just started watching it, so you have to wait a few days." Kyle thought for a while and said, "Maybe it's better to watch it again." "No need." Cedric returned the book to Kyle, shook his head and said, "Just tell me after you finish reading it, and I'll borrow it again." Based on his knowledge of the school library, there are rarely two biographical books of this kind that are the same, so it would be a waste of time to go there. Besides, he is just interested, and he doesn't have to watch it now. It doesn't matter if it happens a few days earlier or later. After leaving the Hufflepuff common room, the two quickly arrived at the Great Hall. After a whole morning, the news that the Charms classroom was blown up by a Hufflepuff wizard had already spread throughout Hogwarts. In the auditorium, almost all the little wizards were talking about this topic enthusiastically. "Hey, look who's here!" As soon as Kyle walked into the door of the auditorium, he was blocked by Fred and George, who had been waiting here early. "I knew that Hogwarts would not be peaceful with you around. It was just as I expected." Fred hooked Kyle's shoulder and said, "Tell us, how did you turn the classroom around?" "Exploded." George also said from the side, "Yes, we heard that even Professor Flitwick left the classroom with a limp." "Blow up the professor in the first class." Fred and George looked at each other and said in unison, "Kyle, you will definitely be recorded in school history." The twins' voices were loud and soon attracted the attention of other little wizards. More and more people began to come here intentionally or unintentionally. This left Kyle very speechless and said helplessly, "First of all, the lighting spell cannot blow up the classroom. This is common sense. Professor Flitwick only injured his leg because he accidentally fell. Secondly, the little wizard who caused all this is currently in the school hospital and has nothing to do with me. If you continue to slander me, I will write to Mrs. Weasley." "Not you." The twins were stunned at the same time. Obviously the result was different from what they thought. "Of course not, why do you? How could you have such an idea?" Kyle pointed to the side of him and said, "If you don't believe it, you can ask Cedric." "I testify that it was not Kyle." Cedric nodded immediately. "You heard it." Kyle pushed the two away and said, "By the way, where did you get the news? This is too unreliable." "I heard it from the freshmen of Ravenclaw." Fred shrugged and said, "They said you sent your classmates to the school hospital." Kyle was even more speechless after hearing this, and immediately said, "I went to help. Professor Dumbledore also gave me 20 points. By the way, did they say anything else? It's not just this sentence." "I don't know." George spread his hands and said, "As a matter of course, we heard this sentence when we passed by." "Fuck." Kyle took a deep breath. He didn't want to talk to these two anymore. Originally, he thought that Ravenclaw had a talent who quoted out of context, but he didn't expect that the real talents were Fred and George. When you ask for information, you should at least listen to the end. What's the matter with just listening to the end, and it's such an ambiguous ending? Fortunately, they found him directly and didn't spread it everywhere, otherwise the good reputation he had accumulated with great difficulty would be gone. Kyle sighed, patted the shoulders of the two and said, "You are simply wasting your talents in Hogwarts. You should go directly to work at the Daily Prophet. Rita Skeeter will love you to death." Chapter 34 Hufflepuffs with all well-behaved members, please recommend and collect. Rita Skeeter? The reporter of the Daily Prophet. Fred asked with a puzzled look on his face, what does this have to do with her? George added, and we are not interested in her, she is destined to be unrequited love. That's a pity. Kyle didn't continue the topic, and after a perfunctory sentence, he walked through the two people. Lunch had already started at this time, and Kyle just wanted to sit there and enjoy the tender steak and pumpkin juice instead of standing at the door of the auditorium like a fool. But Fred and George didn't think so. They followed Kyle all the way to the Hufflepuff table. Although there is no evidence, I always feel that it is because of you that the Charms classroom exploded. Fred pushed Cedric away and sat next to Kyle. After taking a big sip of pumpkin juice, he continued, otherwise, why didn't anything happen before, and this happened as soon as you came? It must be your influence. Hearing this, Kyle felt his back sink, and he almost choked to death on the pumpkin juice. What does that mean? What did he do? He was helping all along, so why do you have to put the blame on him? Kyle turned his head and raised his middle finger without saying a word. But Fred ignored it and continued to say to himself, what a pity. We have asked. George smiled and said, the first class for Gryffindor freshmen is potions. If you are there, plus the cooperation of the freshmen, it is very likely that Snape will go to the school hospital. Yeah, it's a pity. Fred put down the pumpkin juice in his hand and said regretfully, if Snape can really be sent to the school hospital, you will definitely become a hero of Glan. No, you will be the hero of the entire Hogwarts. I don't know what Fred thought of. He was full of regret just now, but suddenly he became excited, and his whole body was shaking constantly. Because he was so excited, Fred didn't even feel that Cedric was secretly pulling his robes. To be honest, Kyle, I still think you shouldn't be in Hufflepuff. Gryffindor is your real home. Let's just say you are right, but, Fred, George. Kyle suddenly cleared his throat and said with a smile, why do you think the freshmen in Gryffindor will cooperate with me to deal with Professor Snape? In my opinion, the little wizards in Gryffindor are all very polite, speak well, and the dean is also kind. They are not so, unruly. What nonsense are you talking about, Kyle? How can an honest child who follows the rules be assigned to Gryffindor? Fred was stunned for a moment, then raised his eyebrows and said, oh, by the way, you can't say that. We should say that we just like adventure. So, Mr. Weasley, is this the reason why you don't eat at your own college table? A cold, emotionless voice came from behind. The smiles on Fred and George's faces disappeared in an instant, and they turned their heads with difficulty to look behind them. Professor McGonagall, when did you arrive? Fred forced a smile that was uglier than crying, and said dryly. Well, I think you must have misunderstood something, I can explain. No need, Mr. Weasley, I think I can fully understand what you are saying, there is no misunderstanding. And you should be glad that it is me standing here instead of Professor Snape. Professor McGonagall's face was calm, and it seemed that she was no different from usual. Because you don't respect the professor, Gryffindor will be deducted 10 points, 10 points per person. Fortunately, it was just a deduction. Fred and George breathed a sigh of relief. It was just the beginning of the school year, and Gryffindor's scoring hourglass was still very rich, but it was only 20 points, which was acceptable. In addition, Professor McGonagall glanced at the twins and continued, due to your poor performance in the sorting ceremony, you two will be put in detention every night for the next week. Fred and George were struck by lightning. The sorting ceremony? They thought that thing was over. They could not care about the deduction of points, but detention was different, not to mention being locked up for a week in a row, not being able to go out at night for 7 days, this was simply asking for their lives. The two had begun to despair. Professor, please. Fred and George looked at Professor McGonagall pitifully, trying to awaken her pity in this way. Unfortunately, Professor McGonagall didn't buy it at all, and even her tone of voice didn't fluctuate at all. The detention starts at 11 p.m. Go find Filch, and he will take you to the trophy room. There is a roster there, which records the names and deeds of all the outstanding students since the establishment of Gryffindor. You need to copy this roster completely until it is finished. Remember, one for each person, and no magic or shorthand quills are allowed, all handwritten. After Professor McGonagall finished speaking, she pointed in the direction of Gryffindor and said, "Now, Mr. Weasley, hurry back to your table." Fred and George were struck by lightning, lowered their heads and quickly returned to Gryffindor's seat, with a look of despair on their faces. Kyle also lowered his head, trying hard not to laugh. After the twins left, he turned around and said, "Good afternoon, Professor McGonagall. I'm glad to see you here." Professor McGonagall's voice finally fluctuated a little, and she replied, "Good afternoon, Mr. Chopper. Just call me Kyle, Professor." Kyle smiled and said, "Have you had lunch? If not, have something here." Cedric also reacted at this time, and hurriedly moved to the side, leaving a spacious enough place. Professor McGonagall's expression softened a little, and said, "I'd love to, but unfortunately I've already eaten." In order to maintain her majestic personality, Professor McGonagall usually comes to the auditorium before lunchtime, or stays directly in her office, and rarely eats with the little wizards. That's really unfortunate. Kyle sighed softly, and the other badgers also showed a disappointed expression in cooperation, as if they really wanted to eat at the same table with Professor McGonagall. Everyone was well behaved. Professor McGonagall looked at the scene in front of her, and compared it with the Gryffindor table next door, which was in chaos, and a feeling of fatigue suddenly surged into her heart. It's true that there is no harm without comparison. Why are the good children in other colleges, especially Kyle and Cedric, even if one of them is assigned to Gryffindor? This damn sorting hat! Chapter 35 Trading, please collect and recommend. Professor McGonagall didn't stay here for long and soon returned to the office. It's just that she had just stepped out of the door of the auditorium, and the Hufflepuff badgers began to let themselves go, and the originally quiet dining table suddenly became a lively vegetable market. They gathered in twos and threes, imitating the pitiful expressions of the Weasley brothers just now, and then laughed until they slapped the table. Even the shy and introverted Connor lowered her head, her shoulders shrugged, obviously she couldn't help it. Kyle was stunned. Good guy, they are all good actors. If anyone tells him that Hufflepuffs are all honest children, Kyle will definitely give him a big beating to make him sober up. Of course, except for himself. After lunch, all the little wizards began to leave the hall one after another, but Kyle was stopped at the door again. But this time it was not Weasley, but a familiar Asian girl. "Hello, I am Chu Jong from Ravenclaw. Can I take up a little of your time?" Chu extended his hand generously. "Kyle Chopper." Kyle also extended his hand, and the two separated immediately. After that, he subconsciously glanced at Cedric, but the other party did not show any abnormality. He simply introduced himself and stood aside waiting for Kyle. Just like when they met the Weasley brothers before. But it's true. They probably don't know each other yet, and Chu Jong is only 11 years old. Cedric would never attack her at this time. Azkaban has never had any age limit. Kyle shook his head with a smile, turned to Chu and asked, "What do you want from me?" "I want to make a copy of them in a Kino fake trace, okay?" Chu said, "I can pay for it." Map. Kyle looked at Cedric on the side, as if asking for his opinion. Cedric understood, but because he had not learned the skill of eye contact, he could only spread his hands, indicating that the map had nothing to do with him now, and Kyle could do it himself. Tisk, a good student is a good student, and he can't even make eye contact. You. Kyle mocked the unlearned Cedric in his heart, but there was no change on the surface. No need to pay. Kyle took out the map and handed it to Chew, said, "After all, you have helped Ryan and Michael before. They are my roommates, so consider this a thank you gift." It turns out they are your roommates. After Kyle said this, Chew also thought of the two freshmen he met in the morning. After taking the map, he said with a smile, "I have to say, your roommates are really special. They can miss every one of them perfectly." Correct stairs. Really? I watched for 5 minutes, and they never went right once, and they kept going up 3 wrong stairs. While speaking, Chu Yi couldn't hold it back and even covered her mouth and laughed. "Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. I just think this is, well, magical." Kyle blushed and did not dare to continue the topic. He pointed at the map and said, "The routes here are all related to the Hufflepuff common room, and they may not be of great use to Ravenclaw." "It doesn't matter." Chew shook his head and said, "As long as you know the specific location of the classroom, the route will be much easier to find. Copy into pairs." Although her waving of the wand was a little awkward, she successfully copied the map. "Hey, thank God, I thought I was going to make a fool of myself." Chew returned the original map to Kyle and said with some pride, "I kept failing when I practiced before, but I didn't expect that I succeeded this time." "Even though you know you might make a fool of yourself, you still want to try it yourself? Are all Ravenclaws so strong? If it were Ryan, well, there's no need to change this." Ryan has been pestering Kyle since they were eating, saying that he didn't want to copy the map and wanted a copy. "Look, this is the difference. And Hufflepuff's new students are basically like this." Before he came, Cedric, the well-deserved number 1 in the 2nd grade, was probably the only thing Hufflepuff could do, and he could be used as a facade little wizard. Kyle had reason to wonder whether Professor Sprout stuffed money into the sorting hat during the sorting last year. Of course, it could also be stuffed with herbs. But speaking of Cedric, Kyle looked at Chew, who looked happy after getting the map, and said casually, "Do you Ravenclaws have a similar map?" Chew thought for a while and said, "Maybe there is, but I haven't seen it." "That's it. Actually, I've never seen it before. Cedric gave this to me." Kai glanced aside deliberately, and then continued, "Besides you, there are other new students in Ravenclaw who need this. Plant a map." Chew seemed to have guessed what Kyle meant, and said tentatively, "Do you want to sell the map to them?" "Yes, I have this idea." Kyle did not hide it and said directly, "What do you think, is it feasible?" "It's feasible, but the price shouldn't be too high." Chew stretched out his hands, 10 sickles, this is the highest price I can afford. If it exceeds this number, even if it is only one more nut, I will not buy it." "Yes, I guess the same goes for other freshmen." "It doesn't matter, 10 siege is 10 siege." Kyle said nonchalantly, "It doesn't take much effort anyway, just make some pocket money for yourself. Then you have to hurry up." Chew reminded, "For Ravenclaw, this map is only valuable 1 week before the start of school. And the longer the time, the lower the price. If it comes tomorrow, it will probably be only 9 SIK. That's enough." Kyle smiled, and then extended his hand to Chew, "Are you interested in participating? I will be responsible for providing the map, and you will be responsible for publicity and specific transactions. If the profit is, we will share it equally." Chew was a little surprised, but she quickly came to her senses, held Kyle's hand and said, "Of course, I'm very interested." Chew did a simple calculation. There were 16 new students in Ravenclaw, 15 of them excluding her. Even if only 1/3 of them would buy the map, she would still be able to get 25 sickles. For a first-year student like her, this was already a huge sum of money, and she certainly didn't want to miss it. And it was just a matter of running errands and saying a few words, which couldn't be easier for her. Kyle nodded and said, "Then it's settled, Ravenclaw will leave it to you." No problem, I'll go back now. There should be many new students in the common room by now. Chu was naturally very concerned about his own pocket money. After saying goodbye to the two of them, he ran back to Ravenclaw's tower in a hurry. Chapter 36 Good Guy Card, please collect, please recommend. Kyle, is it okay for you to do this? As soon as Chu left, Cedric, who had been fussing the whole time, came over and whispered, I mean, do new students in Ravenclaw really spend money to buy maps? Who knows? Kyle shrugged and said, let's try it first. Anyway, it's idle. Having said that, in Kyle's opinion there shouldn't be any problem. There are no road signs in Hogwarts. Freshmen need to find the location of each classroom by themselves or ask their senior classmates, so getting lost becomes something they experience every day. At this time, a map can often save them a lot of time. Besides, it's only 10 sickles, not even 1 galleon, so it's really not expensive. A young wizard from a Muggle family would have about 6 galleons of pocket money left after buying necessities such as textbooks every year. Take out 10 sickles from it and exchange it for one with the changing patterns of most of the stairs marked on it. Maps, I believe many people will not refuse. Of course, except for some individuals, such as a red-haired freshman who does not want to reveal his name next year. By the way, this is for you. On the way back to the dormitory, Kyle threw the map in his hand to Cedric and said, the task of supplying goods will be handed over to you in the future. Cedric asked in confusion, what about me? Nonsense, this is mine, of course you have a share of the benefits, Chu takes half. And the remaining half is for the two of us. Kyle said as a matter of course, besides, I just entered school and I am not proficient in using the copy spell. I can't sell a defective product to others, I will be scolded. So it is best for you to do this task. After all, you don't want others to say that we Hufflepuffs are all profiteers. Well, okay. Cedric thought about it and found that it was indeed the truth, so he didn't say anything else. Well, that's it, I will let you go directly to you, and we will see you in the auditorium in the afternoon. Kyle gave Cedric a meaningful look, then turned and walked into his dormitory. Cedric stood still, watching Kyle's back as he left. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Chu was in charge of publicity, and he was in charge of providing maps. What about Kyle? Besides these two things, there didn't seem to be anything else to do. And Kyle just said, I'm just sitting around anyway, could he be referring to himself? Cedric fell into deep thought. On the other side, Kyle took a nice nap after returning to the dormitory, and arrived at the door of the Transfiguration classroom on time before the afternoon class. And in order to save his and Hufflepuff's face and prevent Chu from seeing the scene again, he deliberately dragged Ryan with him. Although the other party repeatedly stated that he would not get lost again after he had a map. This Transfiguration class was still with Ravenclaw, because they went early, and there were only a few little wizards sitting in the classroom. Kyle didn't even need to look, he knew with his heels that they were definitely not Hufflepuffs. In addition, on the table in the front, there was a very beautiful tabby cat squatting. Kyle subconsciously reached into his robe pocket and touched the bag of dried fish he had prepared long ago. Feeding Professor Meowth dried fish was an achievement he had always wanted to unlock, and he even prepared the dried fish in advance for this. It was just like moving the trash can in Diagon Alley. Although there was no reward, the feeling was really great, and there was also an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. It was just that the trash can could be moved at any time, but there was only one chance to feed Professor Meowth. Because Professor McGonagall would only show his animagus in the first Transfiguration class for freshmen. And only at this time could Kyle rely on his freshman status to successfully get away with it later. After all, he was just an ignorant little wizard, how could he know that Professor McGonagall could turn into a cat? As for carrying dried fish with him, it was prepared for Mrs. Norris, to thank her for helping him find the school hospital yesterday. Everything is so perfect, only the last bit of luck is missing. There are too few people in the classroom now. If I go over now, it will be too obvious. Professor McGonagall will easily see through me. I will wait a little longer. In order to seize this only opportunity, Kyle was very patient. He let Ryan enter the classroom first, and he found a reason to stay at the door. Coincidentally, Chu appeared at the corner of the corridor at this time, and waved to this side and said, "Kyle, I knew you were here." Seeing this, Ryan didn't think much, and left a sentence, "I'll save a seat for you," and went into the classroom. "Kyle, you don't know, things are going even better than I thought." Chu ran to Kyle breathlessly and said happily, "I showed them the map I copied." In just 1 hour, 12 freshmen clearly expressed their desire to buy it. Kyle was not surprised and replied calmly, "Not bad, thank you for your hard work." "What's so hard about this?" Chu looked Kyle up and down and continued, "Did you take the map?" "I promised them that I would take the things back after class." "The map was taken by Cedric, the second-year boy who was with me at noon." Kyle said helplessly. He was worried that we could not guarantee the quality of the map, so he took the initiative to take the task of copying the map on my behalf. "You can go directly to the auditorium to find him after class. By the way, he is the first in the 2nd grade and is very good at copying spells." "Cedric?" Chu thought for a moment and asked, "I remember you said that he gave you the map, right?" Kyle nodded, "Yes." "Then he is a really good person." Chu sighed, and then she seemed to think of something and suddenly frowned. "In that case, I can't take half, it should be divided equally among the 3 of us." "If you insist, you can talk to him after class." Kyle spread his hands and said, "There is definitely no problem on my side, and I also said before that I would share the remaining half with him, but Cedric refused to take it, saying that he just helped a little. Anyway, I said no, move him, maybe you can try." "Okay." Chu nodded seriously. In her opinion, as long as you participate, you are a member and must be divided equally. Kyle smiled and said, "Then I wish you all the best." Chu looked at Kyle's expression and frowned. "Why do I feel that your smile is a bit strange?" "Really? Maybe I'm looking forward to the next transfiguration class." Kyle said sternly, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go to the classroom first. It would be an injustice if we were late for a while." Chapter 37 The Aftermath. As a group of Ravenclaw witches walked into the transfiguration classroom, Kyle quickly followed them and walked with them towards the podium. Everything seemed so natural. When he reached the 2nd row, there was only one little witch left in front of Kyle. And here is only 1 step away from the podium. Kyle's hand in his pocket tightly held the bag of dried fish. Although he was extremely nervous, he still looked calm on the surface. But just when Kyle was about to dig out the dried fish and unlock the achievement, he suddenly discovered that the little Ravenclaw witch in front of him seemed to want to go with him. Because she was further forward, Kyle could even see a piece of green stuff being taken out of her pocket little by little. "That's a cat-teasing stick? It's over, I was cut off." Kyle's vision went dark and his whole body felt numb. "Don't even think about it, after the little witch takes out the cat-teasing stick, Professor Meow will definitely turn back into Professor McGonagall." The plan he had thought about for so long had completely failed. "Damn it, it makes you think so much, why don't you go straight to it from the beginning?" Kyle beat his legs in annoyance in his heart, wishing he could use the time turner to go back to 5 minutes ago, and then kick himself hard in the face. But now that it was over, it was useless to say anything. Kyle could only sigh, move to the left and sit in the 1st row. It's like he wanted to do this all the time. At the same time, the little witch that Kyle hated deeply had also come to the podium, and her hands had been completely stretched out from her pockets. But at this moment, the tabby cat on the podium suddenly laughed. With a slight tap of his hind legs on the table, he transformed back into Professor McGonagall in the blink of an eye. "Miss Leona, it is a good thing to be caring, but as a wizard, it is obviously more important to maintain a keen insight at all times. Professor McGonagall appeared next to the new student named Leona. As he spoke, he patted her shoulder lightly and directly put the hand holding the cat teaser back into her pocket. My, Professor G. The little witch was obviously frightened and started to tremble while speaking. It's me. If you look carefully, you will find that the lines around the cat's eyes are exactly the same as the square glasses I wear. Professor McGonagall said calmly, Now, can you please go back to your seat? We need to class begins. There was no deduction of points or a severe reprimand, because in Professor McGonagall's view, Leona's behavior was the same as being late for a new student, and there was nothing surprising about it. She has been working at Hogwarts for half her life, and the tradition of showing animagus in the first class has lasted for 7 or 8 years. During this period, she has seen too many new students like Leona. Those who play with cats, those who feed cats, those who pet cats, there are people who do everything. Of course, Professor McGonagall never let them succeed. Without any real ability, how could this tradition last for so long? Do you really think that her reputation as a contemporary master of transfiguration was bought with money? Not to mention that cats' reaction speed is much faster than that of wizards. If this could fall into the hands of these new students, she would have no shame in continuing to stay at Hogwarts and might as well resign. After Leona was helped back by her Ravenclaw classmates, Professor McGonagall skillfully waved her wand and used a simple healing spell to help her regain her composure. Calm down and calm down. The effect of the spell was outstanding. Leona stopped shaking immediately, and her originally pale face became much rosier. Sorry, Professor McGonagall, I didn't know it was you. It won't happen next time. Professor McGonagall turned and returned to the podium, but when passing by the first row, she glanced at Kyle intentionally or unintentionally. She had originally suspected that Kyle had the same thoughts as Leona, but she soon noticed that after she released the animagus transformation just now, Kyle did not show that incredible look. From this point of view, Kyle probably recognized her animagus early on, and he probably just wanted to sit in the front row. Sure enough, she shouldn't believe Weasley's words. Kyle is indeed a smart, studious, and good kid. After returning to the podium, Professor McGonagall looked at the little wizard below and said seriously, Transfiguration is the most complex and dangerous magic in the courses taught by Sister Taiji. If anyone dares to be naughty in my class, I will ask him to leave and never come in again. I warned you. As soon as Professor McGonagall opened her mouth, the whole place instantly became silent. At the same time, Kyle's hanging heart was finally relieved. You escaped, thank you Leona. If it weren't for her, I would have been the one who died in front of everyone just now. Kyle decided to go and tell Chew after class that regardless of whether Leona wanted to buy a map or not, he would pay to give her one. Don't let good people feel cold. The joy of surviving the disaster made Kai felt a lot more relaxed when taking notes, and the boring basic deformation rules of GAMP sounded a lot better. However, unlike him, Kangna, who was also sitting in the first row, was on pins and needles at this time. Kangna couldn't understand why she could still meet Kyle when she was already sitting in the front row. Wasn't the freshman who came with him sitting in the last row? Could it be that I was just along the way? But that's not right. She clearly remembered that the two were roommates. If she hadn't known this news, she wouldn't have been able to sit in the front row. But what is the situation now? She sat in the front row, Kyle next to her. Worst and worse together? Kangna was so confused that she mechanically recorded Professor McGonagall's words, and she didn't even realize that she had already written serially. On the podium, Professor McGonagall was still talking about the precautions for transfiguration, and did not notice that the two little wizards under her eyes were not normal. Okay, that's all GAMP's basic transformation rules. Everyone must remember that this is the basis of transformation. On the podium, Professor McGonagall had finished speaking everything that needed to be remembered. She looked at everyone and reminded again. Remember, transfiguration is a rigorous subject. You must concentrate when waving the wand, just like this. Professor McGonagall waved her magic wand and turned the podium into a pig. It was no different from a normal pig. It could run and jump, and it also had pork belly. Moreover, when it found that everyone was looking at it, the pig howled in fear. This move immediately stunned the freshmen. Especially those freshmen who are exposed to magic for the first time, it is difficult for them to imagine that such a real animal is just a table. Everyone looked at Professor McGonagall, eager to start studying right away. Chapter 38. Are you serious? Please collect and recommend. It is obviously impossible for freshmen to learn biological transformation in the first class. Professor McGonagall only used a match to make them understand that it would take a long time to turn furniture into animals. Although the little wizards have been waving their magic wands very hard, the matches in front of them have never changed. Some things are like this. It is easy for others to do it, but it will become a mess once you get started, not to mention that other is Professor McGonagall. Note, it turns into a needle, not a silver stick. Professor McGonagall stood in the aisle of the classroom, constantly correcting their mistakes. Soon half of the class passed, and the match was still the same match, with no sign of turning into a needle. A few of Hufflepuff's little wizards turned the matches into charcoal, but this obviously did not meet Professor McGonagall's requirements, and they were also deducted a point for destroying teaching aids. Ravenclaw was different. Otherwise, their brains were very good. Seeing that there was no progress, some clever people simply found another way. They no longer insisted on changing the needle, but changed the color of the match and quietly sharpened it. He caught one of them in an attempt to get through. There are also some smarter people who directly replaced the needles they brought with them, and then insisted that they changed it themselves. Unfortunately, Professor McGonagall saw through them all on the spot. Ravenclaw was also deducted 20 points by Professor McGonagall because too many people cheated. Professor McGonagall stood in the aisle of the classroom and looked around. She was a little disappointed to find that there seemed to be not many talented people in this class that could make people shine. The only one who performed well was actually one. Professor McGonagall turned her attention to the first row. There, Kyle was resting his chin on one hand and waving his wand boredly with the other hand. With the tap of the magic wand in his hand, the matches in front of him were constantly changing. Although it has not completely turned into a needle, it is already half done, half in the true sense. Kyle only conjured half a needle, and its position was not fixed. It was either at the top, or at the bottom, or simply stuck in the middle. How to describe it? Probably. Needle for what? What needle? What is 10? Professor McGonagall was dumbfounded by this. She had seen students fail throughout a class, and she had also seen students succeed in just one class. But I have never seen such a successful failure. But no matter what, Kyle at least conjured a needle, but this point surpassed other little wizards. In this way, the class passed quickly. It was not until the end of Get Out of Class that a little wizard finally succeeded in turning a match into a needle. Look, Professor McGonagall, someone from Hufflepuff has succeeded. The excited voice of a little wizard in the front row instantly attracted the attention of all the students. Professor McGonagall followed the sound and showed a rare smile, but what she didn't expect was that the first person to finish was not Kyle, whom she was optimistic about, but Connor Prince next to her. A little Hufflepuff witch with a very low sense of existence. But Professor McGonagall was only slightly surprised, and soon returned to normal. She picked up the shiny silver needle and showed it around the class. Look, everyone, Miss Prince succeeded. As a reward for first place, Hufflepuff will get 3 points. There was a loud round of applause all around, and the little badgers clapped especially enthusiastically, not only because of the extra points, but also because they were happy for Kangna. At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on Kangna. This little witch who is afraid of society has never experienced such a battle. Her whole face instantly became normal. It was red, and a puff of white smoke vaguely rose above the head, and I wanted to find a crack in the ground to get in. As soon as get out of class was over, she rushed out of the classroom with her textbook in hand. Kong Na felt so regretful. Sure enough, getting too close to Kyle would be bad. If she had known this would happen, she would have had to change her position despite being scolded by Professor McGonagall. On the other side, Kyle, who was innocently shot, didn't know that he had somehow taken the blame. As soon as he walked out of the classroom, Chu came over and invited him to go to the auditorium to find Cedric. Sorry, I just remembered that I have something else to do for a while. Can you go alone? Kyle pointed at Ryan, who was walking this way, and said, We have agreed to go visit Michael together. If it's too late, if so, Madame Pomfrey will kick us out. Oh well. Chu was a little disappointed, but didn't say anything more. After all, Kyle has to visit a patient, which is much more important than getting a map. Go by yourself, go by yourself. Anyway, she has met Cedric, and he left a deep impression on him. He is the second most handsome boy she has ever seen at Hogwarts, so he should not be mistaken about him. By the way, the first one is Kyle. In order not to waste time, Chu immediately left for the auditorium after the two said goodbye. Kyle watched Chu disappear around the corner of the corridor, feeling that he had forgotten to tell her something. What is it? Kyle couldn't remember for a while. At this time, Ryan just walked over and said somewhat unhappily, Kyle, I specially reserved a seat for you, why did you end up in the first row? Hearing Ryan's words, Kyle subconsciously recalled the frightening scene before class. At the same time, he also knew what he had forgotten. He forgot to tell Chu about giving Leona the map. This is a big deal, forget it, let's talk about it next time. Kyle sighed and said, Sorry Ryan, I was thinking about something before and didn't notice it. I'll do it next time. That's not what I meant. Ryan waved his hand and said, I'm just surprised that Yu Huanyi is in the first row. I heard from senior students that the first row of Transfiguration class is almost always empty. No one dares to get so close to Professor McGonagall when she is in class. You are really awesome. Haha, that's right. Kyle laughed dryly. If possible, he actually didn't want to sit in the first row. Fortunately, Ryan didn't notice anything strange about him and continued, Shall we go back to the dormitory now? Or wait for them together? Wait for them? Only then did Kyle notice that all the students leaving the classroom were Ravenclaw students, and there were only 2 of them in Hufflepuff. Where are the others? Kyle asked, confused. I'm organizing notes in the classroom. Ryan said matter-of-factly, Oh, and remind Professor McGonagall not to forget Michael's homework. You guys are serious? Kyle's eyes twitched, and he thought for a moment and said, Forget it, let's go back to the dormitory. He originally planned to take Ryan to the school hospital, but now that he thought about it, he might as well forget it. A few minutes later. In the classroom, Professor McGonagall sent away the group of Hufflepuff freshmen with a look of relief. It had been a long time since she had seen such a hard-working little wizard. After class, she would actually review notes, check each other's omissions and fill in the gaps, and even actively ask to keep homework. This is what a student should look like. Professor McGonagall rubbed her sore eyes and began to put away the matches as teaching aids one by one. Only then did she realize that Kyle had succeeded, and the match on his table also turned into a shining silver needle. Maybe it was stimulated by Connor Prince. Professor McGonagall didn't think much about it, but she was still very happy that 2 good students were learning Transfiguration from one academy. Chapter 39 How to Feed Mrs. Norris Correctly, Please Collect, Please. Recommend. Kyle didn't know what Cedric and Cho had talked about in the Great Hall, but he returned to the Hufflepuff common room smiling. Kyle was reading a book at the time, when a bulging bag fell from the sky and landed on the pages of the book in his hand. "Fuck, what the hell?" Kyle was startled, turned his head and glanced at Cedric, who was showing his big teeth, and said in disgust, "What's wrong with you? Did you pick up the money? Why are you smiling so obscenely? This is much faster than picking up money." Cedric squeezed into Kyle's sofa and said excitedly, "Guess how much the maps we sold in Ravenclaw cost in total? 52 SIK, 52 per person." Although Cedric used a question, he had no intention of waiting for Kyle to answer and said to himself, "A few pieces of 5-nut parchment, plus a few spells, can actually make so much money," etc. Kyle became more and more confused as he listened. He could only interrupt Cedric, who seemed to have drunk fake wine, and wondered, 52 sickles, shouldn't there be only 40? And what's going on with the parchment? "That's it," Cedric explained, "I went to Ravenclaw Tower at noon and revised the route according to their needs. After seeing it, Chu thought that the price could be increased appropriately. So in the end, it became so much. As for why parchment is used, this is actually a little trick of the copy spell. For things like notes and maps, removing the most complicated parchment part and only copying the content can make the spell easier and the duration of the copy will be much longer." After listening, Kyle also understood why there were 12 more sickles. The quality of the map has improved, and the price will naturally increase. But the parchment is a bit redundant. In Kyle's opinion, those maps will be useless in a month at most. Cedric's doing this is really unnecessary. Fortunately, the parchment is not that expensive. It only costs less than 2 sickles in total, which is not worth mentioning compared to the final profit. Not to mention that Cedric paid for it himself, which is the most important thing. Kyle put away his sickle and asked casually, "By the way, what is your impression of Chu?" "Chu?" Cedric thought for a moment and said, "I think she is a very smart little witch, very upright and kind, and should be a good friend." "No more." Kyle frowned. Generous." Cedric tried. "Forget it." Kyle rubbed his forehead. Although it was a bit early, he never expected that Cedric's first impression of Chu was that she was very upright. Who the hell describes a girl as upright? "That's it, I'm tired." Kyle closed the book, stood up and walked towards the common room corridor. "Are you going out?" Cedric asked. Kyle replied, "I'll go feed the cat." "Okay." Cedric responded and didn't care. He lowered his head and began to count his sickles. While counting, he whispered, "Haha, I didn't expect that I could earn pocket money. This feeling is great. I must write to my father to tell him the news." Kyle, who had just walked into the wooden passage, heard this and silently sympathized with the staff of the Ministry of Magic for a second. It seems that Mr. Diggory has something new to show off. I just hope they can get used to it as soon as possible. After leaving the Hufflepuff common room, Kyle deliberately made a lot of noise in the corridor. He is a man of his words. Since he said he would bring dried fish to Mrs. Norris, he naturally couldn't break his promise. Another point is the failure of Professor Mugh's feeding plan. Although Kyle has tried hard to convince himself, and he knows that this thing is impossible to accomplish, after all, he has been looking forward to it for so long, and he still feels that the idea is not reasonable. Anyway, he had already fed the cat today, even if Dumbledore came. Although Mrs. Norris was not a tabby, at least they were both cats, and they looked similar, so they could barely be considered a substitute. In less than 3 minutes, with Kyle's continuous noise, Mrs. Norris came over, and with her was Filch. "Aha, I caught you," the little wizard making noise in the corridor. Filch tilted his head and looked at Kyle with ill intention. "I'm going to put you in detention." "Sorry, Mr. Filch. I think you may have remembered it wrong." Kyle said calmly, "Rule 22 of the school rules clearly states that loud noises in the corridor outside of curfew hours will be punished with a verbal warning, and detention will be imposed only after 3 cumulative violations. I know, you don't need to remind me. Filch looked furious, and said gloomily, are you good at memorizing school rules? What's the use of memorizing them well? You still violate them knowingly. I will watch you, you'd better never make mistakes, otherwise I will definitely catch you. There won't be such a thing. What a day. Kyle said with a smile, also, Mr. Filch, the reason I did this is just to find Mrs. Norris. You know, Hogwarts is so big, it's not easy to find a cat, this is the fastest way. What do you want to do? Filch's eyes instantly became alert. I warn you, it's best not to have any bad ideas about my cat, otherwise I will make you pay the price at the risk of my life. You think too much, I just want to thank it. Kyle explained, my roommate had an accident this morning, and it was it that took me to the school hospital. This is my thank you gift. As he said, Kyle also took out the bag of dried fish and took out one from it and tried to feed it to Mrs. Norris. Unfortunately, Mrs. Norris didn't even look at it. Filch sneered at the side, don't waste your energy, it only eats the food I feed it. Then you feed it. Kyle handed the bag in his hand to Filch and said, don't worry, it's just a simple dried fish. You can ask the professor for help to check. No need, we don't need this. Filch said with a cold face. Don't rush to refuse, this is a thank you gift from a little wizard. Kyle said casually, and dried long-bearded barracuda is a high-end product, one bag costs 10 galleons, and it is in short supply. It is the top cat food in the wizarding world. I got it with great difficulty. Filch hesitated. If it was ordinary dried fish, he would definitely not dare to take the risk of feeding it to Mrs. Norris, but if it was long-bearded barracuda. Kyle was right, this kind of dried fish was indeed the top cat food. Filch had thought about giving Mrs. Norris such a gift at Christmas. But he couldn't buy it. It's not that he has no money. Although the salary of a janitor is not high, however, Filch lived in Hogwarts, where his food and lodging were free and he did not have any daily expenses, so he had some savings over the years. But the problem is that this kind of dried fish is always out of stock in Diagon Alley or Hogsmeade, and you can't buy it even if you have money. Filch smelled the dried fish in his hand carefully, and after making sure there was no strange smell, he looked up at Kyle and said, you'd better not lie to me. Poisoning the janitor's cat is no small matter. Kyle said frankly, I'm only a first-year student, and I don't want to be expelled so early. Filch thought about it and it seemed to be true. If anything happened to Mrs. Norris, Kyle would definitely not be able to escape. Go away. This time I'll pretend I didn't see you. Thanks. Kyle walked straight forward and threw the dried fish in his hand to Mrs. Norris when he passed by her. By the way, I'll leave this to you as well. This time, Mrs. Norris did not refuse. After seeing Filch nod slightly, she stood up and took the dried fish and ate it all in just a few bites. Chapter 40 The Sorting Hat must have drunk fake wine, please collect and recommend. The next day, Kyle needed to go to the second floor of the castle to study the history of magic with the freshmen of Gryffindor College. There is nothing much to say about this class. As it is the most boring course in Hogwarts, Kyle dozed off the whole time. He had never thought that a class could be so boring. As a ghost, Professor Cuthbert Binns did not give the routine lecture to intimidate students, nor did he interact in class. When his milky white body passed through the wall and entered the classroom, he began to read from a book, and his voice was always in the same tone. Kyle couldn't stand it anymore after only 10 minutes. He felt as if there were countless bees flying around his head, buzzing non-stop, and he could not hear what Professor Binns was saying at all. Look around again. The little lions of Gryffindor had given up completely. They lay on the table in a twisted state, drooling, grinding their teeth, talking in their sleep, and were sleeping soundly. Hufflepuffs are better, especially the little badgers who are responsible for recording notes on the history of magic. Because of Michael, their strong sense of mission has allowed their perseverance and endurance to reach an unprecedented level. Even when faced with a Professor Binns hypnotist, they were able to try their best to stay awake and insist on writing down every name and date. Although this is of no use, because Professor Binns was simply reading from the textbook, and not a single word was wrong from beginning to end. After discovering this, the little badgers could no longer hold on and put away the parchment and went to sleep. If there is any course in Hogwarts that is more boring for young wizards than the boring history of magic, it is probably the afternoon potions class. Although the history of magic is a bit boring, at least I can catch up on some sleep. As long as I don't snore too loudly, Professor Binns won't say anything. But potions class is different, it is pure torture. And because of a certain professor's undisguised favoritism, no one in other colleges, except Slytherin, likes potions class. Among them, Gryffindor was the most injured. Other colleges simply don't give extra points, but they are the only ones who are deducted points every time for various reasons. These reasons include but are not limited to slow note-taking, not reading books during class, only reading books instead of looking at the professor. It has to be said that Snape played a crucial role in Gryffindor's long-term ranking last in the school rankings. This is also why Fred and George wanted to send him to the school hospital so much. They really hate it. In the afternoon, Hufflepuff finally had their first potions class, together with Slytherin. Following the repeated instructions from the class leaders, the young wizards left the common room early and arrived at the underground classroom more than 10 minutes in advance. Except Kyle, he was called to the school hospital by Dumbledore. "Kyle, you're finally here." When Michael saw Kyle, it was as if he had seen light, and he said anxiously, "You are here to pick me up from the hospital, right? You must be here to pick me up from the hospital. Oh my God, I really don't know what I've been through. This is simply not a place for human beings to stay. The nurse tied me to the bed and wouldn't let me move or even eat snacks." Later, a man with oily hair came in and asked me to drink a bottle of strange potion. I didn't want to drink the potion, so he used his magic wand to force it into me. Ugh, it tasted worse than shit. Horrid. Kyle looked at Madame Pomfrey, whose chest was heaving violently, and then at Snape, who was standing at the door and was on the verge of exploding. He found that he had underestimated Michael. He said in front of Madame Pomfrey that the school hospital was not a place for people to stay, and that Snape was a greasy monster. The Sorting Hat must have drunk fake wine. This kind of talent shouldn't he be in Gryffindor? Without any hesitation, Kyle acted completely instinctively. He kept his mouth shut and lowered his head. He quickly came to Dumbledore's side, trying to reduce his presence. Honest JPG. He doesn't know who Kyle is, he is just an ordinary passerby. The atmosphere in the school hospital instantly dropped to freezing point. But Michael didn't notice anything was wrong. He was still chattering about what he had experienced in the past 2 days. It wasn't until he felt thirsty and turned around to get water that he saw Pomfrey with a smile on his face. "Lady! Yet!" Michael screamed strangely, immediately covered his head with a quilt, and began to pretend to be dead. "Ahem, this bad weather, why is it so cold in September?" Dumbledore rubbed his arms and took the lead in breaking the weird atmosphere around him. He looked at Kyle and said, "As you can see, Mr. Drake has drank the magic-suppressing potion and will be discharged from the hospital. After that, I will also let Professor S.I. Proud help him learn to control own magic. But Kyle, the professor doesn't have much time. For Mr. Drake, the help of friends is more important." "I understand, Professor Dumbledore." Kyle said seriously, "I promise that what happened in Charms class will not happen again." In fact, even if Dumbledore didn't say anything, Kyle wouldn't sit idly by. Michael was still his roommate no matter what, but they were brothers. How could he watch the other person become a squib due to frequent overdraft of magic power? Hogwarts doesn't need a second caretaker. "Don't be so serious, Kyle. Dumbledore blinked and said, "Our potions professor is still very trustworthy. As long as Mr. Drake takes the magic-suppressing potion on time, there will be no magic overdraft. You may want to prepare some more candies for him. I recommend the cockroach pile." Kyle said nothing because he noticed that Snape's expression became even worse. "Okay, let's take Mr. Drake back," Dumbledore said. "You should also have class, don't be late." "Wait a minute, Principal." At this time, Madame Pomfrey suddenly said, "This little wizard's treatment is not over yet, it will have to wait a while." Dumbledore hesitated, "But I said, it's not over yet." Madame Pomfrey said with a smile, "Don't worry, it will be quick. It's just a small inspection and it won't delay their classes." "Then it's up to you, Bobby." Dumbledore nodded quickly and strode out of the school hospital. Snape at the door snorted and left. Kyle actually wanted to leave, but he had to take Michael back, so he could only retreat to the corridor and wait for the time being. After a while, a desperate wailing suddenly came from the school hospital. "I don't want to drink this, ugh, it's worse than that blue potion, ugh, help, ugh." In the corridor, Kyle felt extremely uncomfortable as he listened to Michael's desperate cries for help. He wanted to help, but he couldn't do it. Even Dumbledore ran away. What could he, a weak first-year wizard, do? So Kyle quietly closed the door to the Colonel's hospital. As soon as the door closed, the corridor instantly became quiet. "Very good, I don't feel uncomfortable now." Chapter 41 Potions Class, please collect and recommend. When the door of the school hospital was opened again, it also meant that Michael finally fulfilled his previous wish and was officially discharged from the hospital. It's just that his current state looks a bit bad, his steps are sloppy, and he keeps retching. In addition, before today, Kyle had never thought that a person's face could be blue. Even the most avant-garde and fashionable portraits in the castle dare not use such bold colors to paint their faces. But Michael did it. Including his forehead, nose, and lips, his entire head is blue, even his hair and teeth are no exception. From a distance, it looks like a large blue dandelion. "Kyle." Michael stretched out his hand and said in a very dry voice, "What are you laughing at? You should help me." "It's nothing, I just thought of happy things." Kyle stepped forward to support Michael and turned his head at the same time, trying not to look at his face. "I gave Hufflepuff 20 points yesterday. That's indeed worth being happy about." Michael nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He really didn't want to talk now, and he didn't know what the nurse at the school hospital had just given him. It tasted so bad that he refused to say anything about it. His throat was still burning and painful, and he felt extremely uncomfortable when he opened his mouth. The two of them walked slowly towards the underground classroom. It is worth mentioning that when they first walked to the pendulum clock courtyard, Michael's blue head gradually returned to normal. Although it has not changed back to its previous appearance, at least it is not so eye-catching, and the light in the castle is generally dark, so you can't find anything if you don't look carefully. It seemed that Madame Pomfrey had no intention of embarrassing him in public. The two walked all the way through the castle, but because Michael walked too slowly, when they arrived at the classroom below, they were late as expected. Snape had just finished counting the roster when he looked up and saw the two people standing at the door. "You are late for the first class. Are all the freshmen this year so bad?" Snape said in a long voice. "Hufflepuff gets 10 points. Michael looked at Snape, his eyes suddenly widened, and blurted out, "Hey? You are the one, hiss." Fortunately, Kyle reacted quickly enough and stepped on him decisively, which prevented Michael from finishing his words. "No, but I'm afraid they won't be able to get out of this potions classroom." Taking this opportunity, Kyle quickly said, "Sorry, Professor Snape, we won't do it next time." "Humph, if there is a second time, it won't be as simple as deducting 10 points. Snape glanced at them coldly. "Why are you still standing there stupidly? Go back to your seat quickly, and Hufflepuff will deduct another 5 points. Fearing that Michael would say something reckless again, Kyle quickly pulled him to sit on an empty table at the back of the classroom. Snape withdrew his gaze and said in a sinister voice, "Potions is a profound and important subject. I don't expect you to truly understand the slowly simmering cauldron emitting white smoke and releasing bursts of fragrance. The beauty of. Nor do we expect the miraculous transformation of the originally ordinary ingredients gradually sublimating during the rapid cooking. Every mistletoe berry and piece of bezoar in your hands will be condensed into various shapes and compositions in the crucible. They are the most wonderful secrets in the magical world." Snape's voice gradually became calmer. "I can teach you how to increase your reputation, create honor, and even prevent death, but there must be one thing, that is, you must not be the kind of fools I often encounter." Snape's words immediately silenced the whole class. The little Slytherin snakes raised their heads proudly and sat upright, as if this could prove that they were not fools. In contrast, the little badgers of Hufflepuff felt a lot guilty. They looked at me and I looked at you, and no one dared to look at Snape. Especially Michael, who almost buried his head under the table after he recovered. However, even this is useless. What is supposed to come will still come. "Drake," Snape suddenly said, "to make boil potion, do you need to put slugs or porcupine quills first?" "What potion?" Michael raised his head blankly and said cautiously, "Put the porcupine quills first, Professor." "Tisk, let's put the porcupine quills first," Snape said in a sinister tone. "If you had read the book before the start of school, even if you only glanced at it, you would know that you need to put snake fang powder in to make boil potion. How dare you be late when your foundation is so poor?" 1 point deducted from Hufflepuff. "Why don't you write this down?" There was a sudden rustling of quills and parchment in the classroom. "Open the book to the first page." Snape returned to the podium and said solemnly, "Today we are learning to make a simple potion to treat boils. Although this potion is so simple that as long as your IQ is higher than the troll, you can definitely complete it. But I still want to remind you, you must be careful when doing this, if you don't want your body to be covered with boils. The ingredients for brewing the potion are in the storage cabinet. Now, work in groups of 2. "Oh, that's right." At this moment, Snape seemed to suddenly think of something and came to Michael again. He glanced down at the table and said mockingly, "Although there is no need to wave the wand stupidly here, given your current bad situation and for the sake of the safety of other little wizards, I don't think it is necessary." Snape took away the cauldron on the table, and after looking around, he said to Kyle, "Go and join Connor. Don't disturb Derek's reading here." In the crowd, Kangna raised her head in confusion and looked at Kyle in disbelief as he got closer and closer to her. "She's so numb, she's already stuck, she's the last one to enter the classroom, and she can't even escape it." Moreover, at this time, the other little wizards had also completed forming their own teams, so even if she wanted to hide, there would be no room left. How about changing with someone else? Connor found her roommate sitting behind her, and just when she was about to offer to switch places with her, Snape's voice came from the podium again. "What are you still doing, waiting for me to make a potion for you?" Amid Snape's roar, the classroom suddenly became busy. Looking at her roommate who had set up the crucible and then rushed to the storage cabinet, Kangna could only sigh quietly, then turned around and started grinding the snake teeth on the table. For some unknown reason, when Snape walked nearby just now, he casually placed a bag on her table. The materials contained in it are exactly the materials needed to make boil potion, and there are 3 parts of each item, so Kangna does not need to go to the storage cabinet like everyone else. Chapter 42 Magic Fountain, please collect, please recommend. Kyle didn't expect that Kangna's potion skills were unexpectedly good. Whether it is boiling nettle solution or grinding snake teeth, every process is methodical. He couldn't even do much to help, he could only sit there bored and stare at the crucible in a daze. Compared with the busy little wizards around him, Kyle looked like he was on vacation. The main reason is that there is really nothing to help. The magic potion is no better than other courses, and the actual operation part is not much. Most of the time, they are waiting for the process of brewing the potion. It's like making soup. It takes 10 minutes to prepare the ingredients and 2 hours to simmer. Of course, the premise of all this is that there is no problem with the operation. Otherwise, just making a standard nettle infusion would keep some people busy for half a class. Like the 2 new Slytherin boys to their left, they'd gone to the cupboards to get nettles 7 times so far. This also caused Snape to look extremely ugly every time he looked at them. He didn't know whether he felt sorry for Nettles or was angry that his college had 2 students with IQs comparable to trolls. Kyle glanced to the left and found that one of the little snakes stood up again. Very good, 8 times. Flata, Walker, I hope you can use your poor brains a little bit. Snape finally couldn't help it anymore, looked at them coldly and said, if you can't make a standard one this time, yellow-green solvent, I will press your heads into the crucible. The 2 Slytherin freshmen were frightened, especially the unlucky one who went to get the nettles. He walked as if he was going to the execution ground. Snape glared at them, tossed his robe and came to the side of the other 2 little wizards. What are you cooking? Licorice syrup. Pour it out and start over. The color is not yellow enough, pour it out and try again. Throw it out. At this time, Snape was floating in every corner of the classroom like a bad spirit, and wails could be heard everywhere he went. Listening to the throw it out and redo it again sounds around them, everyone began to become nervous and became more careful with their movements. However, Kyle was not affected in any way. He stared at the crucible closely, waiting for the moment when the solution gradually turned from yellow-green to light yellow, and then directly reduced the flame to the minimum. At the same time, Kangna immediately poured in the ground snake tooth powder. This step was very successful, and an unpleasant sweet smell soon came out of the crucible. Perfect. Kyle nodded and turned up the heat again. After that, it was a long waiting time again. Kyle looked at Kangna and asked curiously, have you ever brewed a magic potion before? No. Kangna was stunned for a moment, shook her head and said, what's wrong? Then you have a good talent in potions class. Kyle sighed, generally, when freshmen first come into contact with potions, it is a disaster, and even the crucible may explode. How is that possible? Kangna obviously didn't believe it. Kyle didn't explain, but just stretched out his hand to motion her to look around. Kangna raised her head with suspicion, and then she realized that the potions classroom was already in chaos. The little wizards were running around between the cauldron and the storage cabinet in disgrace, their original decent clothes gone, and some even had smoke coming from their hair. Those who didn't know thought they had been blown up by a blasting spell. Moreover, smoke of various colors continued to float above the crucibles of many people. They gathered on the roof of the classroom and gradually condensed into a strange gray-brown gas. At the same time, there was an indescribable strange smell. The smell is very unique, a bit like rotten eggs, and a bit like the smell of burning wool. Kangna only smelled it for 2 seconds before she felt her stomach churn. Kangna murmured to herself, how is this possible? The potion is so simple. She looked in the direction of Slytherin again. The little wizards there are all pure bloods, and Professor Snape is their dean, so it should be very good. When Kangna turned around, she saw a scene she would never forget. The crucible on the table next to her exploded. No, it should be said that the magic potion in the crucible exploded. For some reason, the originally liquid potion suddenly began to foam a lot, and began to expand rapidly, filling the entire crucible almost in the blink of an eye. But this is not over yet. The next second, a large amount of foam spurted out from the crucible and hit the ceiling of the classroom. The scene was spectacular. Violetta, Walker, you 2 idiots! Snape had the intention to kill, but out of a professor's instinct, he did not immediately punish the 2 initiators. Instead, he quickly pulled out his wand and pointed it at the cauldron that was still spraying foam. Whirlwind sweep. Cleaned up. Under Snape's spell, the cauldron and foam were quickly cleaned up. After making sure that no little wizards were injured, Snape angrily walked up to the two Slytherin wizards. He didn't curse or deduct points, but directly grabbed the two of them by their collars and threw them out of the potions classroom. Go find Filch and get locked up. Following Snape's roar, silence returned to the classroom. Everyone closed their mouths and tried not to make a sound. Although Kyle had nothing to do here, in order to make himself look less idle, he decided to process the materials he would use later in advance. In fact, this step is not included in magic potions and potions, but Snape asked them to cut a slender slit on the side of the porcupine quills, and the slugs must be steamed first. The specific reason was not mentioned. Ryan asked out of curiosity, but he deducted 3 points. After that, no one dared to say anything more. Kyle took the bag containing the materials, picked out a good-looking porcupine quill, and planned to start with something simple. Because he had to waste time, Kel cut it very slowly. It took him more than 10 minutes to finish cutting a porcupine quill less than 30 centimeters. However, this blatant fishing behavior quickly attracted Snape's attention. He silently appeared next to Kyle, picked up a porcupine quill on the table, looked at the crooked cut mark on it, and sneered, "I remember, I was talking about cutting a straight line. What are you doing, dried in the sun? Ferrobian caterpillar? Or maybe you don't understand what straight line means." "Ah?" Kyle raised his head blankly, looked at Snape, and then at the uncut porcupine quill in his hand. "It seems he just took this one. Have you lost your memory? Or maybe Snape deliberately took a porcupine quill from someone else in order to find a reason to scold him. It shouldn't be." Although Snape was indeed a bit shameless in deducting points, he wasn't so shameless. Besides, his last name is not Potter. "Teach, Professor." At this time, Kangna next to her suddenly raised her hand tremblingly and said in a crying voice, "I cut this." Chapter 43 The Big Incident at Hogwarts. Please collect and recommend. "It doesn't matter who it is, Miss Prince." Snape's expression remained unchanged and he frowned. "Although unruly cuts can make the effect better, it's just boil potion. It's a complete waste of time. But given your serious attitude, 5 points for Hufflepuff." All the students looked over in shock, eyes widening in disbelief. Some of the little Hufflepuff wizards slapped their ears hard, once wondering if there was something wrong with their hearing. Although it was only half of the class, they had already fully felt how bad the potions professor was. Just like what the prefect said, in his class, only Slytherin would always receive extra points. All the other 3 houses could do was deduct as few points as possible. Just like the 2 little wizards who almost blew up the potions classroom in Slytherin. Although the furious Snape also imprisoned them, and they were still in the dungeon, the academy points were not deducted at all. But what did they just hear? Snape actually gave Connor 5 points. God, this incident will definitely shock the entire Hogwarts. If Hufflepuff was shocked, then Slytherin couldn't accept it. They looked at their dean with resentful faces and almost cried. Why, extra points are a treatment that they only get, why does Hufflepuff? The dean has changed. He was clearly not like this before. However, none of this had anything to do with Snape. He put down the porcupine quills in his hands and said calmly, "Don't do such unnecessary things next time." Okay, Professor," Kangna said solemnly. Snape nodded and looked at Kyle. His expression instantly turned into disgust. "Look at others, and then look at you. It took so long to cut off such a small amount, and you can't even do such a small thing well. Did you borrow your brain from a troll? What a waste of time." 5 points from Hufflepuff. Kyle. What is this thing called? He provoked whomever, didn't he just cut a little too slowly? Got 5 points deducted because of this? There are no more school rules, no more humanity. The professors are all double standard, so no one cares about Hogwarts? In fact, no one really cares. Not even the little wizards in the classroom could understand Kyle's feelings. They all breathed a sigh of relief, and the Slytherin snakes even hugged each other and cried with joy. It's back, it's all back. This is the real Snape, the one just now must be a fake. Maybe Principal Dumbledore didn't want Slytherin to win the 6th Academy Cup, so he secretly controlled him with the Imperious Curse just now. That damn old bee. The little snakes comfort themselves like this. After that, Snape rarely came to Kyle again. Until the end of Get Out of Class, he began to check the potions brewed by the little wizards as usual. Not surprisingly, Kyle and Connor's boil potion was a huge success. Pink smoke slowly rose from the cauldron, and even Snape couldn't find anything wrong with it. 5 points for Hufflepuff. Snape glanced at Kyle and walked away in disgust. This was already the second time that Snape had given Hufflepuff extra points. Although he deducted the 5 points a second later, this matter still spread throughout Hog before dinner. What's? Kangna once again became everyone's focus. Different from the few freshmen in the Transfiguration class last time, this time, almost the entire Hogwarts students were curious about who this first-year little witch was. Even the infamous Snape looked at her differently. Thank God, Kyle, I came out of the common room. At dinner time, Fred and George took the risk of doubling their confinement and came to the Hufflepuff table again. However, the condition of both of them looked really bad. Not only did they have deep dark circles under their eyes, they could hardly hold a knife and fork steadily. A good pork chop was almost cut into dumpling fillings by them. What's wrong with you? Kyle looked at the sick twins and said earnestly, although you are still very young, you must also pay attention to restraint. If this continues, your body will not be able to bear it. Yes, but there is no way. George sighed, this confinement is too terrible. Do you know how thick that book is? It's a full 15 inches. It's bigger than a wand there. Go. Professor McGonagall actually asked us to finish the copy within a week. Does she want to kill us? Forget it, let's not talk about it. Fred patted his brother on the shoulder and said, at least before we finish copying that damn book, Professor McGonagall will definitely not watch us die from exhaustion. I didn't know it before I finished copying it, but what about after I finished copying it? The twins didn't say anything, and Kyle wisely didn't ask. Really, when you interrupted me, I almost forgot about the real thing. George suddenly slapped his head, looked around the dining table and said, who is that hero named Kangna? Please introduce her to us. I'm still waiting to get her autograph. Yes, yes. Fred nodded repeatedly, it is a miracle that a Hufflepuff can actually get 10 points from Snape. George echoed from the side, Dumbledore should give her a special contribution award because she cured Snape's partiality. This honor is much more glorious than what was recorded in that broken book. Looking for Kangna? You may be disappointed. Kyle shrugged and said, she didn't come to the auditorium for dinner today. According to Kangna's roommate, she went into the dormitory not long after the potions class ended and refused to see anyone. Not coming? George asked in surprise, then she didn't have dinner. I just don't come to the auditorium. Kyle gave him a strange look, don't forget that our common room is next to the kitchen. You can get whatever you want to eat at any time. Oh, yes, how could I forget this? George patted his forehead and said, damn, my mind is filled with all kinds of names. This feeling is really terrible. It seems that we won't be able to get signatures today. Fred said regretfully, it's a pity that we will continue to be in confinement tonight. Otherwise, it would be a good choice to wait in the kitchen. Kyle opened his mouth. He felt that Kangna didn't want to give them autographs. Not getting the desired result, Fred and George took a few bites of dinner and left. And before leaving, they packed a pocket full of baked potatoes, saying they were saving them for after the confinement was over. Kyle asked them why they didn't go to the kitchen to have something hot, but received a unanimous glare from the twins. 2 o'clock in the morning. Fred said sadly and angrily, "It's not easy for us to walk back to the dormitory alive." Chapter 44 Biting Cabbage, please collect, please recommend. The third day of school at Hogwarts is probably the day that Hufflepuff freshmen are most looking forward to, because not only is this day a Friday, but the courses are also the ones they are most interested in. Professor Sprout's herbal medicine class was held in the morning, and defense against the dark arts and flying classes were held in the afternoon. Early in the morning, they and Gryffindor came to the greenhouse outside Hogwarts Castle. "Good morning, classmates, welcome to the herbal medicine class." Pomona Sprout is a short witch with flowing grey hair. Because she usually stays in the greenhouse playing with flowers and plants, her clothes are always covered in dust. Compared with the dean with a high title, she looks more like an inconspicuous gardener. But Professor Sprout herself didn't care about this. She stood at the door of the greenhouse, looked at the little wizards in front of her seriously and said, "Before entering the greenhouse, I have to tell you something, this is very important. First of all, the plants grown in the greenhouse are all magic plants. They are usually dangerous to a certain extent. Even ordinary white plants have sharp thorns, so you are not allowed to touch any plants without my permission. Also, no loud noises or screaming are allowed after entering the greenhouse. Because here are temporarily stored several new plants that I just received from Hogwarts. They are still adapting to the environment, and the harsh sound may scare them. Do you understand everything?" "Understood," everyone replied in unison. "Very good." Professor Sprout nodded. After entering the greenhouse, she arranged everyone on the left side, leaving all the seats on the right empty. In fact, even if she didn't arrange it this way, no little wizard would be willing to go there. "Professor, what the hell are those?" A Gryffindor freshman looked at the row of strange yellow plants opposite him, and his face turned green. Merlin's beard, this was the first time he saw a cabbage with fangs, and the mouth was almost as big as his head. If he was bitten, the consequences would be disastrous. Thinking of this, he moved back again. "Biting cabbage, you'd better stay away from it." Professor Sprout pretended to be relaxed and said, "But don't be too nervous. Although they look scary, they are all good children. As long as the sister sends Hawaii if carbon is eliminated, there will be absolutely no danger. And in a few days, after they have adapted to the environment here, they will be moved to a larger greenhouse, and you won't be able to see them when you have class next time." "Okay." Professor Sprout clapped his hands and said, "Let's start class now, turn the book to the first page, we are going to learn Baisian today. Does anyone know what is Daobaxian? If you ignore those scary-looking biting cabbages, this herb class would be pretty perfect." Professor Sprout has extremely rich knowledge of herbal medicine. His detailed explanations coupled with real-life references make it extremely easy for the young wizards to learn. By the end of the get out of class, almost everyone could perfectly answer every question she asked. This made Professor Sprout very happy, so he gave each college 3 extra points and also gave each of them a piece of fresh Dictamini leaf. This thing is equivalent to the Band-Aid in the magical world. Kyle has used it a lot before and the effect is very good. As long as you clean it and stick it on the wound and fix it, it will basically heal the next day. Of course, this is only limited to minor wounds encountered in daily life. If the wounds are too serious, you will need to use Dictamini essence. After class, everyone walked out of the greenhouse together. Michael found Kyle in the crowd, ran up to him and asked curiously, "What did you pick up just now? What did you say?" Kyle looked at him in confusion and said, "I have been loosening the soil for the white mulberry. I saw it all." Michael swore, "You ran to the other side while Professor Sprout turned around to get the shovel, and picked up something from under the flower pots. You mean that?" Kyle suddenly realized, "It's nothing, the fertilizer bag the professor gave me fell there, I went to pick it up. Fertilizer bag? Michael looked at Kyle suspiciously, obviously not believing what he said. It's a very light bag, and it's not round, so there's no way it could have fallen that far. Well, maybe I kicked it accidentally. I was so scared when I found it. Kyle said with a look of fear, those biting cabbages are really scary. To be honest, if I wasn't afraid of Stoudemire, I would have kicked it. Professor Prout will take points away from me. But I won't pick them up. Is that so? Seeing Kyle's words were so convincing, Michael gradually dispelled his doubts and nodded, those biting cabbages do look scary. If it were me, I would definitely not dare to go over there. Who said it wasn't? Kyle spread his hands and said, by the way, did Professor Sprout say when he would teach you to control your magic power? Well, the professor asked me to visit her on Saturday and Sunday morning. Michael said somewhat frustratedly, this is my first weekend at Hogwarts, and I still have to go to class. There's nothing we can do about it. Kyle patted his shoulder and consoled him, you can't keep drinking the magic suppressant potion. Hearing the words demon suppressant potion, Michael shuddered subconsciously and shook his head repeatedly, saying, you're right. I'd rather not spend the weekends than drink that stuff anymore. Is that so? After returning to the castle, Kyle asked Michael and Ryan to go back to the dormitory first. He used the excuse of going to the library and went straight to the 8th floor, where he found the tapestry of the troll beating Barnabas silly with a stick. Silly Barnabas is a wizard who tried to teach the trolls ballet, but ended up being beaten up by 6 trolls. Judging from the content on the tapestry, he must have been beaten pretty badly. After making sure there was no problem with the location, Kyle took a deep breath and walked back and forth 3 times, while reciting something in his mind. I need a greenhouse for growing crops. When Kyle passed the tapestry for the 3rd time, a round arch appeared on the opposite wall. Kyle didn't hesitate, grasped the brass handle, pushed the door open and walked in. A unique fragrance of soil suddenly hits you in the face. Although he had expected it, the scene before him still stunned Kyle. This room is almost as big as the auditorium. There is fertile land underfoot and you can even see the sun when you look up. It is probably some kind of curse. Kyle whispered tentatively, I need rain. The next second, the room that was originally brightly lit by sunshine suddenly began to rain heavily, and the rain seemed to have consciousness and only fell on the ground. Kyle stood there without even his hair getting wet. It's amazing! Kyle exclaimed sincerely. This is what is called a room of requests. Using this place as a storage room for second-hand goods is simply a waste of resources. Chapter 45 Farming and Professor Oren, please collect and recommend. It was like he had found a favorite toy. Kyle had a lot of fun playing in the room of requirement. He stretched out his fingers and waved lightly, and the rain instantly turned into heavy snow. He waved it again and it turned into hail the size of eggs. To be honest, it feels so great to be able to change the surrounding environment just by raising your hand. After having enough fun, Kyle suddenly remembered that he still had some important things to do, so he reluctantly turned the room back to sunny weather. Forget it, there will be plenty of time later. Kyle squatted on the ground and carefully took out 2 bean-sized seeds from his pocket, fearing that he would crush them accidentally. The main reason is that these seeds are too precious, and they are not his, but picked up from the herbal medicine class. I really found it. Coincidentally, in the herbology class just now. A young Gryffindor wizard successfully answered Professor Sprout's question, and in his excitement he threw the shovel in his hand onto the biting cabbage opposite him. As expected, the shovel was bitten into a piece of scrap metal on the spot, and the little wizard was deducted 1 point for this. Originally, the matter would have ended here, but Kyle accidentally discovered that the bowl of biting kale was spitting out the shovel. Not long after the wreckage, 2 more seeds were spit out. Professor Sprout happened to be looking for a new shovel at the time and did not see this scene. As an excellent Hufflepuff, Kyle of course wanted to help his headmaster take care of his worries, so he spontaneously picked it up for her. But later he forgot about it because he was addicted to Baixian. Kyle dug 2 soil pits of suitable size, put the seeds in, and spread a thin layer of soil on top. After doing all this, Kyle nodded with satisfaction. Very good, I'll keep it safe for now, and then bring it to Professor Sprout during the next class. After leaving the room of requirement, Kyle returned to the common room, and then went to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom with the new Hufflepuff students during afternoon classes. On the way, everyone was very excited, not sure whether it was because they were looking forward to the Defense Against the Dark Arts course, or simply because they were interested in the legendary Professor Nian Po. Or maybe it's both. The Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom is on the 2nd floor. When they opened the door and walked in, they found that all the neatly arranged tables had been moved to the wall, making the classroom look very empty. Professor Oren has arrived, and he is standing behind the podium playing with a covered cage. Kyle was a little surprised when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that their current Defense Against the Dark Arts professor would be a practical person like Lupin. Good afternoon, everyone. After everyone arrived, Professor Oren looked at everyone and said gently, "Put your books away. We won't need them, not just for this class, but for every class in the future." With just one sentence, Professor Oren won the favor of many young wizards. Is there anything more enjoyable than not having to bring books to class? If so, then you definitely don't need to bring it to every class. It just so happened that Professor Oren did both. This professor must have real abilities. A young wizard immediately said, "He will definitely be re-elected." For your good advice, Mr. Bulger, it's a pity that I can't give Gryffindor points for this. Professor Oren smiled and continued, "In my opinion, theoretical knowledge is always the easiest part of this course. You can study by yourself, and there is no need to take up precious class time. In class, I prefer to teach you how to protect yourself when facing danger. This danger may come from unknown black magic, or it may be some dangerous magical animal. But no matter which one it is, you may want to take it." Seeing that the surrounding atmosphere had become much more solemn, Professor Oren continued, "But it is too early for you at your age to be exposed to black magic, and the principal will not allow me to do so. So let's start simple, fantastic beasts." After saying that, Professor Oren gently pushed the cage, and a dull buzzing sound suddenly came from inside. The cage cover was also shaken left and right by the impact, and it seemed that it might fall down at any time. Some of the little wizards who were standing closer were so frightened that they backed away. "Don't worry, although this little guy is very dangerous, as long as I am here, you will not be harmed in any way." Professor Oren said seriously, "I just ask you to stay calm and carefully remember every word I say next." After speaking, Oren opened the cloth cover, revealing the contents of the cage. A blue insect, almost only 1 inch in size, and the buzzing sound just now was the sound of its wings flapping. But unlike other insects, its wings grow on the top of its head. When it flies, it is like wearing a bamboo dragonfly, and its body will turn around with it. It looks quite cute. Katie Bell couldn't help but sneered, "Professor, it doesn't seem to be as dangerous as you said." In her opinion, what Professor Oren said just now was obviously exaggerated. She didn't even need a wand and could kill such a little thing with just one slap. How could she be in danger? Yet. "I hope you can still be so confident later, Miss Bell." Professor Oren smiled slightly and asked, "So, does anyone know what it is? The first one to say it can give it to himself. 5 points for the Academy." In the crowd, Michael suddenly heard a small voice, which seemed to be a certain name. Under the temptation of extra points, he blurted out without even thinking, "Billy Wigworm." "Excellent, Mr. Michael." Professor Oren said happily, 5 points for Hufflepuff. "That's right, the Billywig is an XXX level magical animal." Professor Oren explained, "Everyone, Please pay attention. There is a slender sting at the bottom of its body. Anyone who has been stung by the billywig, everyone will feel dizzy, and then they will float up and down. If you are stung too many times, your sting may float uncontrollably in the air for several days. Professor Oren turned his attention to Katie Bell. Now, do you still think it is not dangerous? Katie Bell turned her head and said nothing. But judging from her expression, she didn't seem very convinced. Professor. At this time, there was a small. The wizard asked eagerly, so our class is about dealing with this billywig worm? Not entirely correct. Professor Oren shook his head and said, before that, you must first learn the spell to deal with it. Only when I am sure there is no problem will we conduct actual combat. Chapter 46 Billywig Bug, please collect and recommend. The spell to deal with billywig worms is very simple, but it requires you to concentrate. You must focus on it when chanting it, be clear about your goal, and not be negligent in the slightest. You should know that the billywig worm flies very fast and it will not give you a second chance to cast a spell. After Professor Oren finished explaining the points that needed attention, he continued, let's practice the spell without using the wand. Please repeat after me, relax your strength and release your energy. The strength is loosening, the little wizards said in unison. Very good. Professor Oren said with satisfaction, the next step is to test the effectiveness of your spell. He asked the whole class to line up and come forward one by one to cast spells on the billywig worms in the cage. The first one is Kanna. She was originally in the middle of the team, but was soon surrounded by Gryffindor fans and brought here. Ever since Professor Oren called out their name. These little lions have been wanting to see what is so special about this little witch that she could conquer Snape. Brave girl. Professor Oren smiled and said, I remember the umbrella of the media. Yes, Professor. The first time is new, the second time is familiar. After the experience of the first 2 times, Kanna's condition is much better than before. Although she was still very nervous, at least she could communicate normally now, and the first thing she thought of was to answer the professor's questions instead of turning around and running. Don't be afraid, it's just a simple spell. Professor Oren said patiently, remember what I just said, concentrate, you can do it, believe in yourself. Kanna took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and thrust her wand out with all her strength. Strength, strength, loosen up. Swish. A sound of air cutting was heard in the air. Professor Oren on the side subconsciously took a small step back. To be fair, with this force, if you are close, you don't even need any spells, you can just stab the billywig worm to death. Fortunately, the result is good. As the spell ended, the billywig worm in the cage fell to the ground. Good, 1 point for Hufflepuff, Professor Oren said loudly, taking out a second cage. Yesterday, because he had no experience, he brought 3 billywig worms when he taught Ravenclaw and Slytherin. I thought it was enough, but it turned out to be totally insufficient. Sometimes the third one fell down before the first one recovered. And every time this happened, the young wizards from the 2 academies would stare at him, and the scene was extremely awkward. In order to prevent similar situations from happening again, he brought 10 of them here today, which was definitely enough. Next, it's your turn, Santos. Santos, whose name was called, hurried forward and began to chant the spell. The strength is loose and the energy is drained. Nothing happened. The billywig worm in the cage was still spinning happily. Relax, don't be so nervous. Professor Oren walked up to him and said softly, make sure you recite the spell clearly. The last note you pronounced was too soft. Let's try again. Santos nodded and extended his wand again. The strength is loosened. This time it was successful. Very good, next one. Professor Oren changed another cage. The success of 2 people in a row gave the others a lot more confidence, and they couldn't wait to give it a try. However, also because of being too confident, some people completely forgot what Professor Oren had said before. When it was their turn, they didn't even look at the cage, but directly recited the spell loudly into it. The result of doing this was that nothing happened to the billywig worm, but the cage fell apart. Therefore, Professor Oren had to be extremely alert later on to ensure that he could restore the cages to their original state as soon as possible. But soon, he found that he had oversimplified things. A Gryffindor freshman standing at the back of the line saw that there were too many people in front of him, so he began to chant spells in a low voice. Originally, he just wanted to practice in advance, and then surprise everyone when it was his turn, but he forgot that he was holding his wand. Next to the podium, Professor Oren, who was chanting the repair spell, suddenly felt his legs go weak and he collapsed to the ground in an instant. If it was just a fall, it wouldn't be a big deal. Professor Oren is a strong adult wizard after all. At most, it would just be a few scratches, which can be solved with a white band-aid. But the problem was that his repair spell was interrupted. A billywig worm broke free and rushed towards the little wizards in front of it angrily. It had wanted to do this for a long time. It had been feeling completely powerless since yesterday, and now it had to take revenge no matter what. Faced with this situation, some little wizards began to run around the classroom in panic, while others raised their wands. The strength is loosened. The strength is loosened. More than a dozen spells crossed each other. Although they failed to hit the billywig worm, they successfully stopped it from moving forward. Now, the little wizard seemed to have discovered a new world. Even more excited, he raised his wand again, ready to hit the moving target again. Stop it! At this moment, Professor Oren, who was lying on the ground, suddenly shouted sharply. He took out his wand and shouted loudly when the billywig flew over his head. Everyone is petrified. Professor Oren reached out to catch the fallen billywig, put it back into the cage, and then stood up tremblingly. He rubbed his waist painfully. No wonder others say that the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts is a hard job. This really makes sense. Holding back the pain, Professor Oren looked at the little wizard with concern and asked, "Are you all okay? Have you been stung?" "No, Professor." Everyone shook their heads. "That's good." He breathed a sigh of relief, and after repairing the podium, he said, "Then let's continue the class. By the way, except for the first person in line, everyone else put away their wands." Everyone obeyed. Although they still had some unfinished ideas, after seeing Professor Oren's angry look just now, they did not dare to mess around again. After all, no one wants the petrification spell to fall on them. With this mentality, almost everyone can succeed at once, and the progress is much faster than before. But Professor Oren didn't seem to be relaxing at all. On the contrary, he became even more nervous. When get out of class was over, he didn't even leave his homework, and left the classroom without looking back. This class was really tiring for him, and he really didn't want to stay another minute. Oren returned to the office and closed the curtains, taking a satisfied sip of black tea. Anyway, it's finally over. Although there was an accident, luckily it was all under control, and all 10 billywig bugs were, Hey! Wait, why are there only 9 left? Oren quickly put down the teacup and counted it twice carefully. Yes, one is indeed missing. One of the cages was empty, with a fist-sized hole in it. Merlin's beard. Oren quickly ran back to the defense against the dark arts classroom, but he found nothing there. It must be the new spells that hit the cage just now. Oren looked at the open window in the classroom and said angrily, 50 galleons, just gone. Chapter 47 The Physical and Mental Health Problems of Young Wizards, please collect. Please recommend. What happened in the defense against the dark arts class spread like wildfire, but no one was that interested in it. The incident of a freshman accidentally injuring a professor might cause quite a stir in other classes. For example, the charms class on the first day of school is still talked about by people to this day. But if it's defense against the dark arts, it's almost meaningless. Let's put it this way, their previous professor was a dark wizard who was hiding deeply. Later, he was discovered by someone who didn't know who, and he was taken away by Aurors during class. The former professor was a potion enthusiast and liked to study some strange potion formulas. One day in class, he showed his latest achievement to the students, the omniscient potion. Solve all your worries. Then, there is no more. In order to prove the effect of the potion, he took a sip on the spot and was still lying in St. Mungo's. In comparison, Professor Oren's matter is hardly even worth talking about. In this way, the first weekend of Hogwarts came quietly. Kyle slept until almost 9 o'clock, and finally Cedric woke him up by knocking on the door. "Why are you calling me so early?" After washing up, Kyle threw himself on the sofa in the common room and stretched out comfortably. "It's still early? We'll have lunch soon, okay?" Cedric glanced at Kyle speechlessly and handed him a pie he had just brought from the kitchen. "It's stuffed with potatoes and beef, and also has onions, which tastes pretty good." While Kyle was eating pie, Cedric continued, "The Quidditch selection starts today. I'm going to go over and try it out soon. How about you, do you want to join us? Together, we can definitely win this year. The Quidditch Cup. I'll forget it." Kyle shook his head and said, "First-year wizards are not allowed to join the school team. This is a rule." Since the flying lesson ended yesterday, Kyle has given up on the idea of joining the Quidditch team. Because Diana strictly prohibited him from buying a broom in the first grade, if he joined the team now, he would have to use the antiques provided by the school, which Kyle couldn't accept. Those brooms are really old and don't even have many necessary functions. For example, the most important thing is the lifting spell engraved on the broom handle. This function was available after 1930, because the Quidditch World Cup finals that year lasted for 7 days. After that, the two teams participating in the final added up to a total of 11 players who retired for the same reason. So since then, the lifting spell has become an essential function of the broom. The brooms in the school obviously existed before 1930. That kind of old antique ride is okay for occasional fun, but if it goes on for a long time, it may have an impact on the physical and mental health of young wizards. Opposite Kyle couldn't accept it. As for Cedric, Kyle patted his shoulder and said seriously, "If you are selected, I suggest you save money to buy a new broom." Cedric nodded and said, "Indeed, the brooms in school are too slow, but if I am really selected, my father should give me a sweeping 7 stars. That's no problem." Kyle nodded. Although the sweeping 7 stars is a model from 10 years ago, it has all the necessary configurations and is enough for the school team. "Oh, there is one more thing." Cedric took out 2 maps and said, "I have already made the maps of Gryffindor and Slytherin. What should we do next? Should we promote it ourselves? Or should we continue to find someone to cooperate with?" "Let's find someone to cooperate with." Kyle thought for a while and said, "If we promote it ourselves, it will be a waste of time, and the efficiency is low. It's not appropriate." "Yeah, I think so too." Cedric nodded and said, "For Gryffindor, we can find the Weasley brothers. They should agree to help." "But what about Slytherin?" Kyle shook his head. Coincidentally, among the 4 colleges of Hogwarts, he is least familiar with Slytherin, mainly because there is really no intersection. "That's troublesome." Cedric sighed and said, "I don't know them either." After earning his first pot of gold, Cedric was in high spirits and obviously didn't want to give up Slytherin, the biggest market. For this reason, he also changed Slytherin's map slightly, using the best parchment and adding a circle of gold edges. The shape is completely in line with their taste. Of course, the price will definitely be slightly raised. You get what you pay for, this is normal. The only problem now is how to sell these maps. If they rely on only the 2 Hufflepuffs, few people in Slytherin will buy it. And once Snape knows about this, it will be a trouble. With his personality, he will most likely confiscate the map directly and then deduct 20 points from Hufflepuff. After thinking about it, they still had to find a middleman. The two discussed for a while, but still had no good solution. Cedric wanted to ask the Weasley brothers if they knew anyone from Slytherin. Although Kyle felt that this possibility was not very high, there was no better way now, so he could only give it a try. When it was almost 10 o'clock, the two left the Hufflepuff common room together. Cedric was going to the Quidditch field to participate in the school team selection, while Kyle was going to the library to return a book. He had finished reading the book The Bard in the Wind last night, and he was going to borrow another one. Because it was not on the way, the two separated near the auditorium. Kyle smiled and said, "I wish you success in being selected for the Quidditch school team." "Don't worry." Cedric confidently raised a thumb, "It will definitely be no problem." Then the two of them separated. In the library, Madame Pants took the book handed over by Kyle, checked it, and handed him another book that Kyle wanted to borrow after confirming that it was okay. "Old rules, you know." "Of course, it is not allowed to damage books." Kyle smiled and said, "I know." "That's good." After getting the book he wanted, Kyle did not go back to the dormitory directly, but found a place in the library to read it. Detailed explanation of Asian magical plants. This is a book about herbs. Kyle flipped through it page by page and soon found what he really needed. ZG biting cabbage, an extremely dangerous and aggressive plant, was first discovered in. Kyle took out the parchment he had prepared in advance, used the copy spell to copy all the contents, and then left the library. However, he did not return the book directly, but planned to take it back to read it first. Maybe Professor Sprout will introduce some new varieties next time. It will be troublesome to borrow it again at that time. Chapter 48 Moon Crazy Beast, please collect and recommend. Cedric's Quidditch selection results are very ideal. It took him only 5 minutes to catch the golden snitch and successfully became the new seeker of the Hufflepuff school team. After that, he had to be on the Quidditch field all afternoon because he had to conduct the first group training. Kyle only met him briefly during lunch. Fred and George don't know Slytherin people either, but they said they would help to think of a solution together. Cedric stuffed a piece of steak in his mouth and said vaguely, "We are going to discuss it in the afternoon. Do you want to join us?" Before Kyle had time to speak, a strong voice came from the other end of the table. "Hurry up, Cedric, we are going to start training." "Okay, Captain." Cedric swallowed the steak in his mouth with difficulty, drank a large glass of pumpkin juice, turned to Kyle and said, "I'm going to practice first. This year's Quidditch Cup must belong to Hufflepuff." After that, he ran quickly to the Quidditch field. Tisk! Kyle curled his lips, not envious at all. What's good about the school team? Not only do they have to train on weekends, but they can't even eat well. Unlike him, he has enough time to taste the tender and juicy steak. Kyle knocked on the table and ordered himself a glass of lemonade to relieve his tiredness. In the afternoon, Kyle took the piece of parchment and walked outside the castle. The cultivation of biting cabbage is more troublesome than he imagined. This thing has very harsh requirements on the environment and climate. Only a few herbal masters can transplant it to places outside its origin. But the room of requirement can perfectly solve this biggest trouble. Kyle only needs to deal with the fertilizer problem. According to the description in a detailed explanation of Asian miracle plants, in its natural state, biting cabbage takes 50 days to germinate, and it takes about 2 to 3 years to grow. The growth cycle is ridiculously slow. Kyle couldn't wait that long, he was going to speed up the seeds. After leaving the castle, Kyle walked through the grass and came to a small wooden house on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The wooden house looks very old. The wood on the roof and walls has different colors. It must have been repaired many times. There is also a crossbow and a pair of rubber galoshes hanging in front of the door. Kyle stepped forward and knocked on the door. Who is it? Oh yeah, step back, you will scare others. Accompanied by a low barking sound, the wooden door was opened a crack, revealing Hagrid's bearded face. Little wizard? What are you doing here? Hagrid looked at Kyle and said with a straight face, first-year students are not allowed to go to the Forbidden Forest. Come back to the castle. With that said, he was about to close the door. Hagrid, it's me. Kyle said quickly, remember? We met before. Hagrid looked at Kyle carefully, and he looked more and more familiar. I remembered it. Hagrid suddenly clapped his hands and said, I apologize for being the enemy behind the scenes. Because of you, Saipan doesn't even recognize his own name now. That's because it doesn't like the name, Hagrid. Kyle said seriously, when you name the owls, you should ask them for their opinions. Well, I can't tell you anything. Hagrid looked a little nervous and asked hurriedly, so what are you doing here? Kyle did not answer him directly, but looked around and said, can I go into your room and talk? No. Hagrid became even more nervous, pressing his body against the door and saying, well, I mean my room is a bit messy, let's put it that way. And Yaya doesn't like strangers, and I'm afraid they will arrive. Sometimes it scares you. Oh, Yaya is a hound I raised. He is taller than you. Yeah, let's forget it then. Kyle showed a surprised expression and said calmly, I came here to ask if there is a moon-crazy beast in the Forbidden Forest. As we all know, there are two best fertilizers in the magic world, which come from the excrement of dragons and moon-crazy beasts. Dragon, there is definitely no such thing in the Forbidden Forest. It will have to wait until the next semester, so he set his target on the moon-crazy beast. What do you want to do? Hearing the word Forbidden Forest, Hagrid could no longer care about his nervousness and said seriously, first-year freshmen are absolutely not allowed to go to the Forbidden Forest. It is very dangerous there. Go back to the castle quickly, or I will go to SI Professor Plot. Don't be so nervous, Hagrid. Kyle said, I didn't want to go to the Forbidden Forest, otherwise I wouldn't have come to you. Real? Of course. Kyle explained, I just planted two little cuties and wanted to find some fertilizer for them. Is that so? No wonder you asked me about Moon-Chi Beast. Hagrid carefully squeezed out of the room, then quickly turned around and closed the door. Hagrid took Kyle to the pumpkin patch next to the wooden house, took out a tin bucket from the corner and said, you're welcome, you can take as much as you want. The iron bucket is filled with silver balls the size of billiard balls, which are the feces of the Moon-Chi Beast. There are at least 200 to 300 in this bucket. But Kyle frowned. No, the color is too dark. It must have been stored for at least a month. Is there any fresh one? Kyle asked. I'm not sure. Hagrid hesitated for a moment, then thought about it and said, but we can go take a look. Come with me. The two walked along the edge of the Forbidden Forest for a while, and then Hagrid asked Kyle to wait outside while he went to the Forbidden Forest alone. Kyle agreed, and silently wrote down the route and the surroundings just in case of emergency. Since the moon-crazy beast is only an XX level magical animal and does not live in the depths of the Forbidden Forest, it only took Hagrid about 10 minutes to come out. Here, take it. He handed a bag to Kyle and said, because the moon-crazy beast usually steps its own feces into the soil at sunrise, I can only find so much. If you need it next time, you'd better ask the owl to send me a letter in advance, and I can pick up more for you. Kyle took the bag and weighed it. Judging from the weight, there should be 7 or 8 in it. A little less, but it's enough. Kyle put away the bag and smiled, thank you, Hagrid. It's nothing. Hagrid scratched his hair in embarrassment, as long as you don't change the name of the school owl next time. That was just an accident. When the two returned to the cabin, Kyle once again asked to go inside and take a look. Not surprisingly, Hagrid refused. "There's really nothing to see, Kyle." He blocked the door and said with his eyes wandering from side to side, "Go back to the castle quickly." Kyle looked at him and wanted to laugh. Hagrid really can't lie. Anyone who looks at him will know that there is something wrong in the room. "Okay then, I'll go back to the castle first." Kyle turned around and said calmly, "By the way, I have to remind you that three-headed dogs cannot be kept in the room." Chapter 49 Find a wife for Banban, please collect and recommend. What kind of three-headed dog? I have never raised Lua. Hagrid seemed to have stepped on a switch. He was so excited that even the roots of his beard began to tremble. He pointed at Kyle and said, "How can you accuse someone of innocence out of thin air?" "Oh," Kyle suddenly said, "so it's called Lua. This is a good name." Hagrid's expression was startled, and he quickly denied, "I'm not. I didn't say anything. You heard me wrong." He dare not admit it. Throughout Hogwarts, what he was most worried about was that Kyle would discover Lua's presence, and even Dumbledore would have to stay in the back row. Because Kyle's father, Chris, is the deputy director of the Department for the Management and Control of Magical Creatures, and is in charge of magical animals of unknown origin like Lua. If Kyle writes home about this, Lua will definitely be taken away, and he won't know whether he is alive or dead. Even he himself might be sent to Azkaban. Hagrid broke out in a cold sweat when he thought about the possibility of Lua being killed, and about that hellish place in Azkaban. No, absolutely cannot admit it. Hagrid put on a serious face and put on what he thought was a ferocious expression, trying to scare Kyle away. With his fierce expression and his tall figure of over 3 meters tall, to be honest, it really looks like that. If you ignored Hagrid's wandering eyes and the cold sweat on his forehead, Kyle might have believed it. "Okay, I heard wrong. You don't have a three-headed dog either." Kyle waved his hand and said, "I've learned some trivia here. Goodbye. By the way." Kyle took 2 steps and suddenly turned around and said, "If your puppy has a loss of appetite, irritability and depression, there is no need to worry, just put it in the Forbidden Forest." Since Hagrid didn't want him to see Lua, he just didn't want to see him. Anyway, there would be plenty of opportunities next year. Besides, what's the point of being small? Isn't it bad to be big? After Lua is imprisoned in the room on the 4th floor, he can still look at it however he wants. He can even pull some hair from it and knit a sock from it. After leaving the Forbidden Forest, Kyle walked leisurely across the grass. When he reached the gate of the castle, he accidentally saw a familiar figure flashing past. Kyle walked over curiously, and then he found a small figure squatting in the bushes at the entrance of the castle, looking up not knowing what he was looking for. "Kanna? What are you doing here?" Kyle asked curiously. "Who?" The sudden sound startled Kangna, and it took her a while to recover. I'm looking for something." Kangna raised her head and glanced at Kyle, then continued to rummage in the bushes. When Kyle saw this, he took out his wand and said, "How long have you found it like this? Let me help you." Kangna seemed to have guessed what he was thinking, and immediately shook her head and said, "No, what I dropped was galleons, and the flying curse is useless. Any currency in the magic world, whether it is galleons, sickles, or nuts, has an anti-flying curse on it, just like a watermark, which is the most basic anti-theft method." When Kyle heard this, he could only put away his wand, and then walked to the other side to help them search together. Kangna actually didn't want to trouble Kyle, otherwise she wouldn't have sneaked here to look for him without telling anyone. But when she thought about her next situation, she hesitated and whispered, "Thank you, thank you. It's nothing, we are friends." Kyle waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "By the way, you lost a few galleons." 20. Kyle thought he heard wrongly and subconsciously said, "How much?" 20. Kangna whispered, "Maybe more." I have been losing galleons since I entered school, and these are the last ones. Forward. Kyle smacked his lips and lowered his head to dig up the bushes without saying a word. Good guy, he lost more than 20 galleons at once. If it were him, Kyle would probably even have the intention to kill someone. The bush at the entrance of the castle is not small. It took the two of them more than an hour to find it. But the result was unsatisfactory. Not to mention galleons, not even a gnat was found. Kyle stood up, rubbed his waist and asked, "Are you sure you fell here?" I don't know either." Kangna was silent for a moment and said, "It was there before the herbal medicine class yesterday, but it suddenly disappeared this morning. Could it be that it dropped during flying lessons?" Kyle thought for a moment and said, "Have you looked for it at the Quidditch pitch?" "I've been looking for it in the morning." Connor said, "There is neither a Quidditch pitch nor a castle. If there is none here, then there will only be a greenhouse." "Greenhouse? No," Kyle said firmly. "I dare not say anything about other places, but the greenhouse. Kyle can guarantee 100% that no one will drop anything there, and the ground will be clean. He should. How about we look for it somewhere else?" Kyle suggested, "What if we missed it just now?" "No need." Kanna shook her head. She had never found the galleons she had lost before, and it should be the same this time. Just think about it, how can someone find galleons after losing them? "Okay." Kyle did not insist. In his opinion, a pure-blood family like Kanna who can afford to wear the robe of transcendence basically has no shortage of galleons. People probably won't care that much about 20 or 30 galleons. He patted the dirt off his body and said casually, "Before your owl comes, do you need me to lend you some?" Kanna's eyes were dazed for a moment, and after a moment of silence, she said, "It's okay, I don't need galleons in Hogwarts, I'll go to Gringotts to get it after the holiday. It's just the rat tonic during this period. Can I pay after Christmas?" Kyle paused slightly while patting his robe, then looked at Kanna and said, "Don't worry about this, it's okay even if you pay next year." After Kyle patted his robe clean, the two walked towards the castle together. On the way, Kyle asked curiously, "By the way, where is your mouse? Why don't you bring it with you?" "Porky." Speaking of her pet, Connor smiled rarely, "It's playing with Darlene's hamster in the dormitory." "What's the matter with a vole and a hamster playing together?" Kyle pouted and said, "I have a friend, Percy Weasley from Gryffindor, who also has a vole. I'll introduce them to each other later. By the way, is your Porky a male or a female?" Connor blushed a little, but still answered in a low voice, "Female, female." "That's perfect." Kyle's eyes lit up and said, "Percy's Scabbers is a male, why don't we just pair them together, so that there will be an extra litter of mice next year?" Chapter 50 I have a way, please collect and recommend. Kyle is not a slow person. After he had an idea, he asked Connor to go back to the dormitory first, and he immediately went to the Gryffindor Tower. But unfortunately, he found Percy was not in the dormitory after he arrived, and no one knew where he went after asking around. There was no way, so the matter was temporarily put on hold. It can only be said that Banban was not so lucky. When Kyle returned to the Hufflepuff common room, Connor was curled up on a sofa in the corner with her mouse, looking nervously at the windowsill opposite. There, a huge owl was looking at her with an evil look. The mouse in his hand would smack its lips from time to time. Layton had never seen such a fat mouse, with shiny fur and plump body. This was the best food in the eyes of the owl, and it was a little greedy. Of course, it also knew that the mouse was the pet of the little witch, and it must not be eaten, so it was enough to satisfy its eyes. But the problem was that Connor didn't know what it was thinking. When Kyle came over, the little witch was holding the corner of her clothes with a pale face, and there were obvious sweat stains on her forehead. To be honest, she had never been so nervous when she found out that the gold galleons were lost. It was not until Kyle used a piece of mothrat jerky to distract Leighton that Connor's face regained some color. Kyle walked over, spread his hands and said, "I didn't find Percy. He's not in Gryffindor Tower. Yet." Connor didn't think too much about it. In her opinion, other voles were ugly, and Poke would definitely not like them, otherwise it wouldn't have played with hamsters all the time. The main reason was that Kyle ran too fast at the time and didn't give her a chance to refuse. Now this result couldn't be better. Connor sent Poke back to the dormitory. When she came out again, she felt much more relaxed, and even bared her teeth at Leighton in revenge. Leighton flapped his wings and flew out of the window. Before leaving, he deliberately glanced back at her, as if he was looking at a mentally retarded person. This made the little witch very angry. "Why are you angry with it?" Kyle shook his head with a bit of amusement, then took out 10 galleons and put them on the table. "I don't want them." Before Kyle could speak, Connor shook her head firmly and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I really don't need them. But it's still a long time before Christmas." Kyle frowned and said, "Even if you don't have to worry about eating, what about parchment and ink? These all cost galleons. Or did you bring enough stock before school started? In Hogwarts, parchment and ink are consumed very quickly. The ones required in the admission letter are not enough at all. They will be gone in a month at most. So in general, the young wizards will ask the prefects to bring some back when they go to Hogsmeade. Although it is not expensive, a few sickles will do, but it also costs money, and no one will give you coins." Connor was silent. Apparently, Kyle's words reminded her that even in Hogwarts, not even one gnat was needed. But even so, she shook her head and said, "I'll find a way." Kyle persuaded her several times, using facts and reasoning, but Connor was unexpectedly stubborn on this point. She didn't want anything except the rat tonic. She even refused the parchment that Kyle gave her. "You're really good to that rat." Kyle rubbed his forehead and suddenly asked, "By the way, do you know the new Slytherin student?" Connor, after thinking for a while, he said, "I think I know them. A few years ago, I met Rawl and Yaxley at a banquet. They were both in Slytherin and were also in the first year. But I don't know if they still remember me, because I haven't attended such banquets for a long time. It doesn't matter. Just have an impression of me." Kyle pondered for a moment and said, "Canna, do you want to earn galleons by yourself?" "Earn galleons, by yourself?" Canna seemed to have not reacted yet. "Yes, earn it by yourself, just like an adult." Kyle tapped the table with his fingers and said, "I have a way in Hogwarts. Although it may be a little difficult for you, the profit is very high. After the matter is done, you don't need to worry about parchment and other things, and you can even buy a lot of snacks. How about it? Do you want to try it?" Canna didn't say anything, but she was obviously tempted. She had thought of doing homework for others in exchange for parchment and ink, but she always felt guilty about doing this kind of thing, and was afraid that the professor would find out. Now Kyle said there was another way, she wanted to try it. Kyle didn't keep her in suspense and continued, "Do you remember the map Cedric gave you yesterday?" Connor nodded and said, "Yes, I remember. After the flying class yesterday, the second year Cedric gave each of them a map of Hogwarts. She was quite impressed by this. And she also heard that Ravenclaw also had such maps, but they paid for them. That's it." Kyle slapped the gold-rimmed map that Cedric left for him on the table and said, "This is the Slytherin version, but we are now lacking a middleman to sell these to them. Would you like to try it? 5 galleons each, and we will split the final profit 50-50. 5 galleons. Connor looked at Kyle in disbelief, and her eyes were exactly the same as Leighton's just now. How could these maps be worth 3 galleons? This is too expensive. How could anyone buy them? There are only a dozen sickles from Ravenclaw. Canna whispered. This is a limited edition with gold edges, which is different from those ordinary goods. Kyle raised his eyebrows and said, "We used the best materials and craftsmanship, and made it all by hand. It took us 3 full days to make 10 maps, and there was no more. Just think about it, among the hundreds of people in Hogwarts, only 10 people can own this limited edition map. This is a symbol of identity and status. Isn't it worth 5 galleons?" Canna felt a little dizzy, but after listening to Kyle's words, it seemed that these 5 galleons were really worth it. After thinking for a moment, she said, "But it's been 3 days since the start of school, and all the classes have been taken. Can this map really be sold?" "Don't worry about that," Kyle said calmly. "Hogwarts doesn't just have classrooms, there are also places like the library, the school hospital, and professors' offices. Freshmen don't know where these places are. And don't forget that the stairs in the main building will also change. Who knows where it will move to the next day? What if it is a road that has never been walked? It's definitely not okay to wait there, it's a waste of time, but it's easy to get lost if you walk there. No matter which choice you make, you will be late. At this time, the importance of the map is reflected, especially a map that marks the changing rules of most stairs. So don't worry, someone will definitely buy it."